1, 2, 3, I don't know who else to be. 4, 5, 6, like they say I can't be fixed. 1, 2, 3, your attention's all I need. 4, 5, 6, don't let it slip. Procrastinate, procrastinate. My lesson, 24/7, all I do is procrastinate, procrastinate. Perfection. Like they say I can't be fixed. 1, 2, 3, your attention's all I need. 4, 5, 6, don't let it slip. Some sort of an addiction. They all have a prediction. I think it's just some fiction that I have an addiction, baby. That I have an addiction. 24/7, all I do is procrastinate, procrastinate. My lesson, 24/7, all I do is procrastinate, procrastinate. Perfection. 1, 2, 3, I don't know who else to be. 4, 5, 6, like they say I can't be fixed. 1, 2, 3, your attention's all I need. 4, 5, 6, don't let it slip. 4, 5, 6, don't let it slip. 4, 5, 6, don't let it slip.
Oh, this is major. It's like the next big thing. Come catch the wave, yeah. Yeah, watch what's happening. A force of nature. Hit 'em like lightning. Be the creator of the next big thing. We're the movers and shakers. We are the dreamers, the makers. We stand on top of equators. We are the limitless. We got the future, no papers. We are the innovators. We have the focus like lasers. You know we doing it big. Oh, this is major. This is major. It's a game changer. This is major. Oh, this is fire. It's like the boom, boom, pow. Let's take it higher. Like the no, no, now. We're the movers and shakers. We are the dreamers, the makers. We stand on top of equators. We are the limitless. We got the future, no papers. We are the innovators. We have the focus like lasers. You know we doing it big. 'Cause this is
Major.
This is major. We are the movers and shakers. We are the dreamers, the makers. This is major. Are you a real faker? A team player? A crusader? Yeah, here we come. Are you a game changer? Rule breaker? Dream maker? Show 'em how it's done.
This is major.
Major.
This is major. It's a game changer. This is major. This is major. 있어. Oh, you don't even love me no more. 너라는 불에 몸을 던져. 난 깊숙한 곳까지 되어 fall. 지울 수도 아물지도 못하는 이 흉터가 된 나만 날 둬. 넌 다시 날 위감고 around me. 내게 밀려와 잠시 잃어버린 너를 데려와. 빨리 아직도 널 편히 보내줄 수가 없지. 이런 말에 뻗어 눈앞을 깜깜이 감춘 연기를 참아왔어. 금방 날아갈 줄 알았지만 넌 꺼지는 불씨 내 문 여잔 girl you're my amber and I lost it. Baby I know 한 줄 맺은 듯 손 위로도 안 잡혀. 자꾸 빠져나가 모래하는 손처럼 I am hoping that my love will keep you up tonight. Yeah, yeah. 무너지는 나를 봐. 날 무뎌진 채 아무 말 없어도 넌 다시 날 위감고 around me. 내게 밀려와 잠시 잃어버린 너를 데려와. 빨리 아직도 널 편히 보내줄 수가 없지. 이런 말에 뻗어
Okay, I can't breathe, stuck to my seat like glue. They're so obsessed with me and who I'm talking to. You make me uneasy. She says I'm so dramatic, but I know what I've seen. There are such messy queens. Ooh, ah, ooh. Answer your phone. He's fast asleep, but I'm right outside. Stand up on a 19. Just shut up and drive. I say I'm fine. They all know my tea. Kinda wanna die. Ooh, ah, baby, I can't sleep, please, I just want the truth. It's all the things you do. I'd hate to be in your shoes. It's in the way that you stand still while everybody's dancing. You buy more booze. There's something off about you. Oh, answer your phone. He's fast asleep, but I'm right outside. Stand up on a 19. Just shut up and drive. I say I'm fine. They all know my tea. Kinda wanna cry. Daily, oh, oh, oh. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. These hoes so mixy, talk shit on the gram, but they say they all miss me. Got a bitch so pissy, can't say how I feel, this shit is so trippy. Yeah, so damn pristine, but a mean girl hides in the pretty little pixies. Can't sleep just clicking, who's who, what's what, it's gotten so tricky. You're washed up, pick me, can't give a bitch flowers if the end's not prickly. Kicked out of the meetings, then you go attack me for not doing the same things. Y'all see it, is it just me? Only go for the girls as you won the best trophy. And if I ever get a miss me, I'm a bum track 6 every night on repeat.
Not let you know, but I'll let you know. Wanna tele, no sea cochino. Tengo estilo, mucho estilo. Tú parla italiano, yo hablo español. Saca el pinol, dame el kilo. Cómete la papa con el alocito. ¿Tú me entiendes? No me entiendes. Ok, hablamos francés. No let you know, pero suena fino. Pero suena fino. No let you know, but I'll let you know. Cuando te la tele no sea cochino. Tengo estilo, mucho estilo. Tú para el italiano, yo hablo español. Saca el pinol, dame el kilo. Cómete la papa con el alocito. ¿Tú me entiendes? No me entiendes. Ok, hablamos holandés. No let you know, pero suena fino.
This stream contains fast flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy and other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised.
Today, our final 2 teams join the competition here in Seoul, and they represent every trophy won before at Game Changers Championship. Hello, and welcome to Day 3 of 2025's GCC, coming to you live from the newly branded Val Park. I guess we're out with the lull, at least for the next week. We're in with the Val. I'm Mimi, joined alongside Potter and Dryad once again. And guys, I'm so excited to see both Shopify and G2 make their debuts this year.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I'm fully converted into being a Brazilianaire, just like you, and I'm excited. I mean, we're in the classic LOL Park or Val Park as well, so it's all dreams are coming true for me right now.
Yeah, I'm very excited. I feel like everybody's going to be watching today. A lot of the EMEA fans waiting for G2 after they were able to finally secure that stage 3, and obviously for Shopify Rebellion, won last year, won the year before. So.
And not only that, I feel like EMEA has just raised the bar on all the fans coming through in the stadium.
The
as
Carmen
well.
literally shaking the venue. It was crazy.
I'm curious what the G2 fans are going to be like today in the stadium.
Well, I'm excited to see it as well, but it's not just that trophy that our teams are playing for. There's another accolade up for grabs, and that is, of course, our MVP bracelet. We awarded one in 2024, as well as at previous champions. And I want to ask you guys, just a few days into this tournament, who are the front runners in your minds that you think might be getting that bracelet on their wrist come the grand finals?
I've been kind of back and forth, but we've been talking about Brazil so much, and I've been thinking that Team Liquid can really win it all. So I would give it to Daiki after that performance that we saw yesterday.
Daiki, okay. Not into the IGL. She's good individually too.
Yes.
What about you, Potter?
My easy answer is going to be Jelly from Team Liquid, just because yeah, Liquid really stamped, imprinted in my brain yesterday. But I'm going to go with Sarah Katz from Shopify.
Sarah.
I think the initiators don't get enough love. We just saw it at Champs with Brock, with the Odin securing his MVP. I think there's a good shout for Sarah Kat to be possibly talked about as the best initiator we have in GCC by the end of the
I've
tournament.
been saying this, and I'm glad you're on board. I was going to be a Brazilianaire alongside you guys, so I feel a little less special saying Jelly now, but I think she'd be my front runner. But there's a ton of great players. If MIBR make a run, I'm looking at SRN, but the G2 girls, you have so many talented players here, and that race for the MVP bracelet will be tightly contested. Let's talk, though, about what happened yesterday, because it was a pretty quick day, a stomp in both of our matches. Dan, of course, starting off with this impressive showing from Carmine Corp.
Yeah, that is a good way to describe it. We were all really impressed with what Carmine Corp were doing. Obviously, we talked about how they were really dominant early on in the year in EMEA, but what they were doing yesterday against Zipto was even more impressive. It seems like they're back in form. They're confident. They've had the time as well to prepare into this new meta, and I'm really happy to see that success early on.
Yeah, clean as hell. And you just saw a highlight reel, mostly of Alkia, because she was popping off on Abyss, on Corrode, especially with that operator in her hands. It seemed like she was in her flow state and she couldn't miss anything. Definitely a testament and a nice reminder for all the teams in GCC now to go over the finer details and make sure your op protocols are in line. But either way, Alkia absolutely ate it up.
You have to feel the same way about Daiki, Dan. This was an outrageous second map from her to get Team Liquid that first win.
Everything was going right, all the flashes, all the kills as well for Daiki, all the reads as well against Crew. It was very dominant, and it was exactly what we expected. We had our questions after we saw MIBR on the first day, that it was a little bit close in the first two maps, but going to Liquid, they are as dominant as we thought.
So this is where our bracket pans out after our first 2 days completed. Shopify Rebellion play against MIBR, and G2 take on Nova as Team Liquid and KC wait in the next round of that bracket. Super excited for both games today, especially, guys, because we have a grand finals rematch on day 3 of this tournament. That's outrageous.
Yeah, we're lucky. We're lucky, and GCC is a gift that just keeps on giving.
Yeah, and not only do we have some of the most iconic teams, but we have 2 of the most iconic duos in our scene playing today. That is, of course, Mel and Alexis, as well as Petra and Mimi, who have been together for so long. And that brings us to this Mastercard fan poll, asking you folks at home who you think the most iconic GCC duo is. Is it Mimi and Petra, Mel and Alexis, Dryad and Height jokes, or Lisa and going viral? What do you think, Dan?
Wait. I was not expecting that. The third
That's option
one,
3.
I would go with option 4 with Lisa. I think.
Number 1 Lisa fan over here?
Yeah, that's me. I've been here for 3 years now.
What
It's
about
got to
you?
be option 3.
Yeah?
Dan's just in
You're
denial.
following
It's
it up?
option 3. Yeah, it's the height.
No, I don't think so.
It's a good duo. Well, make sure you go ahead and vote in our Mastercard fan poll. There's a QR code up, as well as getting involved in the conversation with hashtag VCT Game Changers on socials to, I don't know, maybe make your own Dan height jokes. Sorry, Dan. Let's move on, though, and talk about our first match, because, you know, we've got something special. It's not just the best teams, it's also the teams that you can create. And that's what we're going to do in a segment called Fantasy Roulette. We have a wheel. Let's pull up the wheel. We will spin for a team. And then
ready?
each of you have to pick a player from that team to start your fantasy roster. Dan,
All right, stop.
you're up.
MIBR. Okay. I'm gonna go with Basarda.
Bastarda, a strong start from MIBR, getting a duelist player out the gate. Potter will spin for you as well.
And stop.
Ninetales.
Tails again. Okay. You know what? I'm going with Full Moon.
Full Moon. Okay. Starting it off with Initiator player. Get some Sky action on the board. Let's spin it for Dan.
All right, stop.
Carmine Corp.
I'm gonna go with Glance.
Glance.
Oh,
We
okay.
talked a lot about Alkia. That's where I expected you to go, but I like the call. We get a veteran in the mix.
Yeah.
Your turn.
Stop. Shopify. Love that. Mel. Gotta get my Eagle in the mix. That experience. Money can't buy it. Let's go, Mel.
That's a good start. Strong start for Potter. What will Dan get?
Stop.
Shopify as well.
Ooh.
So Mel is gone. You
Don't
cannot
take
have
my
her.
duo.
Who do you want? Do you go for a fragger? Do you go for a
Just because you
veteran?
said that, I'm taking Alexis.
You're splitting them up on two different teams.
My, the
Alexis
drama.
goes to Dan. Your third player, Potter.
Stop.
Again.
Again, it's just all about the Ninetales. Let me think here.
Who do you want? It's a tough choice.
It is a tough choice.
Dan, what would you do in her position?
For Ninetales, I would go with 332, honestly.
Samsam-E. Yeah, you know what? Her Viper was gnarly. Let's go with the Samsam-E.
Okay, we're running it up. Samsam-E gets picked. Dan, you again.
If I get Ninetales, stop.
It's gonna be Ninetales.
Giant X.
Giant X.
Giant X. I'm gonna go with Sarah.
You could
Okay.
make it just a Sarah Max team if you get Shopify rolled again.
But you're right.
That would be crazy.
Yeah, you're right.
Let's spin it for Potter, your fourth player. It's so funny if
And
it's
stop.
Ninetales.
It better not be
Carmine
Casey.
Corp.
Okay, you know what? All Kia. Let's get
Yeah.
that young blood in
That's
here.
a good opportunity. You would have thought she'd be gone by now, but no, Alkia available. So Dan's final player, what team will she be from?
Stop.
MIBR.
MIBR.
That's a good roll. And they're all open.
Ooh. Everybody's so
except
good.
for Bastarda, yeah, who you already got.
Yeah.
I'm so used to Bastarda being on Team Liquid. It's
well,
hard to
then
wrap my head around. SRN.
Okay, Lisa.
Lisa.
I have to do it. I have to do it.
Dan's like, it's not about the gameplay. I just want Lisa on my team.
Of course.
Get that
of course.
clout going, okay?
She's good too in the server. The last player for you,
Stop.
Giant X.
Giant X.
Options dwindling.
We'll go another duelist. Smurfette.
Okay, so you get Smurfette, you get Alkia, you're doing pretty good. Let's look at our final teams then. Full Moon, Mel, Samsami, Alkia, and Smurfette for Potter, and Bastarda, Glance, Alexis, Sarah, and Lisa for Dan. How are you guys feeling about these teams?
I'm feeling pretty good.
I'm feeling good. I feel like I've got a good mix.
Who has the
Sentinel,
stronger team?
Initiators.
Well, obviously, me.
You might have a more popular team on
Yep.
Twitter, but I will have the
Isn't
better
that
team
what it's
in
all
the
about?
server. That is what it's all about.
She is going to be
You're not wrong,
absolutely
Dan.
or
You're not
farming
wrong.
with this roster. I like it because not only you have bigger name players, you have the social media presence. You're taking the Sentinels approach.
Yeah,
to
we're taking over. We're taking
GC
over.
team. All
Yeah.
right. Well, let us know at home how you feel, or maybe if you were playing along, what roster you would have pulled in their shoes. And talk today, of course, about our first team making their debut for G2 Gozen. I got a chance to talk to two of their players earlier this week. Let's take a listen. Hi, I'm Mimi. That's Mimi. That's not Mimi, but she's also here, and she's Petra. And we're gonna play a little game called Say It Out Loud. Welcome, guys. Here's the game that I have prepared for you guys. You know how to say words, right?
Words.
Yes?
Yeah.
That's a very good start. I'm gonna show you a couple of words, and then you're gonna try and say it out loud and figure out what the actual meaning of it is. It's gonna be some kind of Valorant-related phrase in a little game called Say It Out Loud. You ready? Yes. All right. You're very locked in. That was a very serious yes. Let's start with the first one.
Covered lime, covered lime, covered lime, covert lime, covert lime,
What is it saying?
covert,
Covert line.
covered lime.
It's a Valorant-related term. It
Covered.
kind of sounds like
Everything's
that.
covered lime, covered slime, covered slime,
Covert line, covert line, covert
Covert.
line. What are you hearing?
Covert
it's
line.
one word.
covered lime, covered lime. I hear covered lime.
Well,
Covered
that's it.
lime.
That's a start. One of you say it, the other try and listen.
Covered lime, covered lime. Listen, covered lime, covered lime, covered lime, covered lime, covered lime.
Just try to say it a bit weird.
Covered lime, covered lime, covered
It
lime,
starts with an O, the answer. It's
Oh.
one word.
over lime.
Overtime!
There we go. One down.
Wow.
So yeah, you just
We just have to warm up.
it
That was
and try.
so
All right,
close.
let's try a different one. This one's a little bit longer.
A monster pond airlopes.
Monster on the loose.
There you go. You crushed that
Whoa!
one. Okay,
High
wait.
five.
Petra might be the best at this. I got two more for you.
Wait, are we competing against each other?
No, you're
Okay, wait.
Maybe you have the wrong side?
Yep, I definitely do.
Switching sides.
That's great job. Great job, guys. That was a really challenging one, and I'm so happy for you both to have gotten that one. This is the right side now. Let's try this
Spiky
one.
blended.
Spy Planet.
You crushed it. That was my last one. I was especially impressed when you got switching sides right.
Yeah.
So good job.
Thank
figured it
you.
out in the end.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you both very much.
Oh, we won?
You won. Well, thanks very much to Mimi and Mimi for that segment. And let's talk more about Mimi because she's part of an exclusive club of players that have made it to every Game Changers Championship that have been hosted. She's, of course, alongside her teammate Petra Kinnear from Visa Crew and Alexis and Mel. Dan, 4 of these 5 players show up to Seoul starting today.
Yeah, I'm so excited. This is what we talked about right at the beginning. Having these 2 iconic duos make it back to the international stage, it's incredible. I mean, even think about how there was a chance where Petra was not going to be part of these 5 players that have made it to every international.
Yeah, and that's she's got a bone to pick. She's got a bone to pick, and she's got a lot of rewriting her story. I think it's a nice reality check for both sides, from G2 and from Petra. Having that nice little break, you get to reset and you get to come back in with a fire lit under you. So I think for Petra, this is perfect timing for her coming back.
When these duos first made a GCC, it was so long ago. Potter, with how much the game has changed, can you just speak to how challenging it is for a player, for anyone, to stay relevant with how much the meta, the game has shifted over these last 4 years?
It's so challenging, and especially when you're an underappreciated or sometimes not as obvious to appreciate the qualities that you have as a teammate. And for Petra, she's always kind of been that sacrificial teammate, always setting up her other teammates for success. I remember back in 2022 when they were struggling to find that young gun in a duelist, it was Petra to step up and fill those roles, fill those gaps that the rest of her teammates didn't necessarily always want to do. So Petra's always been that player, even thinking back, way back in Counter-Strike.
But Dan, of course, there was a period this year where she got benched. They talked about this controversial move to have her step aside and try out a new, younger player. But she's back on the roster after that project failed to bring results.
Absolutely. So in stage 1, we saw a little bit of a change for pet only that OMEN, and it wasn't really giving the results that maybe the team was expecting. So they make that decision for stage 2 to have her bench, make an addition as well, and then bring her back at the end into that initiator role. So it seems like she's not only back into that comfort role, but backed as well with that duo with Mimi that she's talked about she's so comfortable with.
How does that affect a player to get benched from a long-time roster and then get that second chance?
It's crazy to think because the grass is rarely ever greener on the other side when you think about it. But when you're a player, you're tunnel visioned on and you look over across the stage and you see what your other peers or opponents have, it's really hard to stay focused. But I promise the grass is rarely greener on the other side. So again, I'm so happy that G2 got to have that reality check. And I think that fire under Petra, she's gonna be able to prove it.
It's got to fire her up to play as well. But Mimi, of course, was the common theme throughout that all. So I'm very interested to see on her mentality going into today's match. She is standing by with Jen.
Woo! Hey, Mimi. Hello. So, you and Petra have been to all GCCs. GCCs are not the same without you guys, you know? There's no GCC without Mimi and Petra. But, that makes me say, you know, a thing or two about big events like this, you know, how to tailor your mentality or your approach depending on which opponents you face. So when it comes to facing a team like Nova, who's very new to GCC, what would be the key for you guys?
I think what's most important is that we just play our own game and we focus on like what we have been focusing on the last many weeks to prepare for this event. So just play our own game, have fun, and, you know, enjoy the moment.
What about trash talking?
I'm not gonna trash talk against Nova, they're too cute.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much.
How did she manage to sound so threatening while saying that?
She can do it all. I feel like she can get away with anything that she says. So it's just, she's not gonna do it, but also she can definitely
She'll let the
win.
results speak for
Yeah.
herself, or at
Yeah.
least that's the goal for G2. Let's narrow in on this roster because minus Petra plus Petra, that's not the only change, Potter. They're also bringing in a rookie player in Akita and picking up Vanya, who we've seen at GCC before.
Yeah, and it's so exciting because when I think about G2, they've always kind of been that roster to foster young talent. We're thinking back on what's on your screen right now when they lifted that trophy with the young gun in Mary as well. So when we're thinking about the duo of Petra and Mimi, they foster and really accelerate that growth coming out from these newer players.
Yeah, we think about that first year and having Mary and how everybody was talking about her because of how young she was and how good she was in that initiator role. Then we had in that second year Petra playing that duelist, or sorry, for Mary, that duelist, for Petra as well into that second year. Going to last year, it was Rescue, who was still part of the team, but is not going to be starting. And so now that you have Akita, it seems like they're willing to switch it up a little bit in these duelist roles, depending on what the team is needing and depending as well on what that Mimi leadership is saying.
But Dan, I'm also very excited to see Vanya on this roster. She was so good when playing on Turkish teams and now joining what has historically been the best team in her region.
Absolutely. Always willing to make a little bit of those changes, and I feel like Vanya as well, when we got the chance to see her last year, it was one of the best mechanical players that we had in EMEA. When we had our questions about how the region was going to be looking, Vanya was the one kind of stepping it up, and it feels like in this year that she's been able to stay with G2, she has really found herself in that role.
Yeah, and finding herself, I think, is the key thing because as you mentioned earlier, Mimi, it was Petra on the OMEN, but when I think back of Vanya, OMEN, it goes hand in hand. I mean, she is such a deadly controller, an absolute killer in the server, so I'm glad to see that she's kind of leaning more onto more comfort roles for herself.
Yeah, it is an amazing journey for her. I love tossing to myself. So let's hear some more from Mimi on her thoughts on G2's mentality this tournament.
And for the team's expectations, I think one thing that we are focusing on is just having fun, enjoying the process. And, you know, we're just really grateful being here. It's been a long year for us. So we're just really happy to be here. We're expecting that every match is going to be a tough one, and we're going to take it match by match and not really get ahead of ourselves.
That's the kind of mentality these experienced players bring, Potter. The veterancy of Mimi to show up with any new set of players and bring that calm, that fun energy to what is, for these younger girls, the biggest stage they've ever played on.
100%. And you know, time is something that we don't have much of in esports, but time and reps heal all. And I think G2 are showing that. They're warming up as the year goes on, and they're heating up right in the nick of time. So for these girls, I'm glad that they got that time, and I think these reps, it's time to prove what it means for these girls.
Their opponent, though, has not had a huge amount of time. Nova has only really had one match to show here, only came to one GCC with some of their players before, but with this new roster, only Clem making that return. It is so exciting to see them get the first win for China. She was, of course, representing for EDG in the past, but Dan, you were the one person who believed Nova would do something, and wow, did they look solid in their debut.
They look incredible. We talked about Clem and how good she is and how well everybody's talking about her because of how the incredible duelist that she is when she was playing for China, and obviously with Shirazi as well, with that experience that she had in Pacific Forum last year and a few of the different teams that she has been part of. It has been really, really cool to see. So once you have that mix of experience for the region and also those new rookie players that are insane, is a perfect mix for them to get their first win ever.
I do want to play devil's advocate for a second because Nova, it was a rough game for them. I felt like they were playing these super slow rounds, letting the clock tick down. How much do you feel like you learned about Nova? Do you think that this team proved themselves to be on par with the other higher tier competition at GCC, or do we need to see more still?
We definitely need to see more still, and I think for sure in that Ninetales series, it was a little bit faster and I think easier for Nova than they probably would have expected. Ninetales didn't show up quite as heavily. Maybe the first game jitters on LAN on the international stage. So Nova was absolutely just destroying. And Clem, she looked so free and loose out there on the duelist role, which is challenging to do, but she didn't get to qualify last year, so she's got a fire in her this year.
But you could see how much it meant to Clem. Let's take a look at the tape of that moment where she got China's first win.
I feel like actually I'm not nervous because the old people think we are not win, right? So I'm very exciting to win. And we made a history. I wait this moment is 3 years. So I'm happy. My teammate is so good. And all of his work hard. I really enjoy it again. I'm really happy.
So special to have gotten to see that moment for her, Dan. 3 years that she's been working towards this on different teams.
Absolutely. We think about EDG and kind of the expectations back then 2 years ago, and she was so close to maybe making it happen, but now in a team, in a region as well that has gotten a lot more experience, she finally gets that first win and maybe that second one as well.
Let's narrow in further on Nova, Potter. I know that you have something prepared to talk about how they played against this veto.
Yeah. We're going to look at a round going back to bind. And on this round, it's an anti-eco, so we're not going to see too much. But in this round, the Viper, she just suffered getting her Q orb eaten towards this short A. And you guys know on this map, the important thing is about these 3 lines, short A, shower, and long B. So this Viper goes towards long B to adjust and start cutting off the long B line with her orb. And you'll see in this round, Clem, she gets gifted with 2 free kills. So it didn't play out to where Nova actually had to default and actually work the map, but had Clem not gotten these 2 free kills, then you would have seen the Viper a little bit lingering towards this long B to open up a gap, open up the map towards this short A, because otherwise this veto is just going to eat up that Q orb. So for today, I don't expect Nova to be able to just find these free kills. They're going to have to work the map if we see bind coming through, and for sure, both of these teams are fully aware of this veto kit. So I'm excited to see what more we see. I'm hoping we get to see slower rounds just because you want to be thorough and really try to counter this veto.
I think that's where Shirazi has to come in as that most experienced member on this team, Dan, who is kind of having to develop all these different younger talents into something fresh for Nova.
Absolutely, and so far it has looked so good, the way that her other teammates are talking about her and kind of what she has been able to bring to the table early on, but also how much she's also praising Clem and everybody else. I feel like it's just a really good mix that you need for a squad like this one to win against G2. And I really like it because Shirazi, when I was talking to her, she is so confident. She knows that the team has prepared enough, that they've had the time as well, not only in China with the stage 1 and stage 2 that they had, but also in the time for preparation here to cook some things up. So maybe against G2, there's going to be a surprise from Nova.
Yeah, you got that great moment for Nova just getting the win. But today's match, that means something extra for Shirazi, who played against this G2 roster back in Sao Paulo, and it did not go their way. That was the game that they lost to then go on to be eliminated. So for Shirazi now, in a very different context, playing with this Chinese roster, Potter, it absolutely adds that extra bit to try and get her revenge.
Yeah, for sure. And Shirazi's story is so fascinating because not only does she have a bone to pick with G2, but it just seems like every year she's rewriting her story, rewriting her history with a new roster, a new region, and once again getting to prove her worth against G2. But she has so much fun on that stage. She's beaming with aura, and her teammates are just feeding off of it.
Being part of SMG that year, then Secretlab last year, and now Nova in a completely different region is something that no one can say they've really done in the past. And Shirazi, not only that, she's able to keep up that mechanical performance that we've seen for now 3 years. So I'm really excited to see what she has been cooking. That time that they played G2 back 2 years ago in Sao Paulo, it was a 2-1. So it was not like it was one-sided when we were still, talking about G2 and how they had won that year before, how we were putting them, first and second. So for today, I feel like it can be a lot closer than people are expecting.
Yeah, there's a different context now with G2 no longer being the sole dominant team in their own region. So very excited for today's match. Let's hear a little bit more from Shirazi. She got the opportunity to catch up with Jen Lee.
Let's go Nova! Let's go Nova! Hey Shirazi! Okay, so here's the thing. Experience is something G2 has a huge edge over you guys today, but you can make up for that, right? So what are your plans to kind of bridge the gap?
I know G2 has a lot of experience since I played against them back in Brazil, but beating a strong opponent always hits different, and that's the kind of challenge we want for today.
Okay, that's the plan. Good luck.
Thank you.
I love that mentality, Potter. Not afraid to play anyone.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be even sweeter is what I'm feeling from Shirazi. She's saying, you know what, we know they're probably better on paper, but this is what we live for. We want to be able to prove and beat the giants out there. So I love that perspective from Shirazi.
Something that she talked about as well is how in the new patch, the way that the coach and the team was approaching it is making sure that their mechanics and their timings as well are working perfectly, because sometimes in the region it was a little messy where they were going for the executes, maybe they were swinging before that flash was coming through. So once they get those timings right, they should be able to at least make it close against G2.
And I think they showed those timings in their debut opening match. I mean, Shirazi, especially on that Haven, on that Viper, she was constantly finding space, constantly finding the gaps. And when you have a Viper who's able to get value out of those lurks and actually open up the map so that you can mid-round and move about as freely as you want, that's a huge perk coming out for Nova.
But it's going to be a challenge today playing against one of GCC's most iconic duos. Earlier, we asked you in the Mastercard fan poll who you thought was the most iconic duo. You had two options that were good ones. Mimi Petra and Mel Alexis, perfectly tied. I love that. But Dryad Height jokes, a close third.
I don't know if it's a close third.
A close third.
I don't know.
Too close to call, some have said.
I voted Lisa going viral, and it's okay. It was still close to me and Lisa right next to each other. I'm okay with that.
But this is like the Mount Rushmore of game changers coming to play today. These two duos that have done it all for their respective regions have both hoisted a trophy together in the past for GC. But what a great opportunity then, Potter, for a team like Nova, for a team like MIBR to come out and try and take down those players that you've looked up to.
Yeah, I think Mount Rushmore is the perfect setting to put it. I think, as a GC player, this is the one event. This is the pinnacle, what you're working for all year long. So all these players have been looking up this whole time, and they're here ready to prove it.
That they are. Let's take a look at the talent predictions and see where we think these games are going. Dan, did you pred Nova? You did. Give me the rundown. How is this upset going to happen?
It's going to happen because the timings that they talked about, they're going to be on point. They are mechanically very gifted players, and because they have nothing to lose, as we've been talking about, that is going to benefit them a lot more. They're going to play like their opponent is, another one of those leaders that we
turn off the name tags. They don't care who they are.
Yeah, exactly. And so they're gonna win, and I'm gonna continue to be undefeated.
You are 4-0 right now. Are you compelled by that pitch?
I'm getting more and more convinced by the minute. I can't lie. I'm getting more Nova pill, but the Brazilian Air pill is stronger, and G2, they've got so much experience on their side. G2 on paper is a winner for me.
They are the favorites going into this match. It's going to be so exciting, though. We get the best players, the teams that have won trophies before in our scene, all getting that opportunity to debut in this iconic venue in Seoul, South Korea. Nova got the first win for China already. An opportunity to do more, claim another upset against a team that has done it all, but who wasn't as dominant as they usually are in their region. It's time to get this day started. G2 goes in against Nova. Let's bring them to the stage.
Comfortable, 'cause any minute now.
Nova Esports.
Don't get comfortable, 'cause any minute now.
G2 goes.
G2 Gozen arrive here in Seoul, champions of the first ever Game Changers Championship, but now in a different context after a difficult year, making roster moves back and forth, facing up against a Nova that is fresh off of the first win for their region, looking to claim another upset and to claim revenge for Shirazi.
And Mimi said it a few days ago, that win from a few years ago, it feels like it happened forever ago. So trying to reset, trying to make sure that you're taking it one step at a time is going to be crucial for G2 to have a run in this tournament.
We're around the corner from the OMEN map select. What maps are you looking at that you feel, Potter, could give a chance for this Nova upset to happen?
Well, I was talking about G2 just watching in their hotel rooms, ready to counter, and already in this map pool, I think Shirazi's crew, Nova, they're on the back foot because Haven should be vetoed out, and there it is. And Corrode, I was wondering if that was going to be in the mix, and it seems like G2, they're feeling confident on it.
This is super interesting too because we've seen in China, they don't really like playing Corrode at all. It's a map that, for the side of Nova, they haven't ever played in the history of this team. And it's not even because they're perma-banning it. It's just because everybody in the region kind of is avoiding it as much as possible. So this just means that they have something cooked, and it just connects to the narrative that Shirazi was talking about how the preparation matters so much and how they're taking it of how can we get one step ahead of that opponent that we're facing that day.
Yeah, but luckily for Nova, at least it's going to end off on the third with Sunset. And we heard Shirazi talking about Sunset is easier for her brain, at least. It's a little bit more straightforward than the three-site map. So for Nova, at least Sunset, hopefully it gets to that third.
They're the one to pick the Corrode, though. Where do we think this one might go with the compositions? I think the most popular right now is that double initiator with the KO, like the NRG comp, but there's options.
There is, and you know, G2 traditionally, they've been running the double Sentinel on this map, if I do remember correctly, which is not as common. I'm not as big a fan on it, and Deadlock's not really traditional, so I'm curious if G2 changed things up or if they're gonna stick to their guns.
Yeah, the very last time that they played it, they were playing with Petra back on that Fade, and they were playing Akita with a Waylay, Mimi on that Yoru. So it's a question of, yeah, this is a composition that has been working with the double duelists, that can be working for them again, but now the team has had maybe a little bit more time, maybe something can change.
We talked a lot about the younger players on Nova stepping into the fold, but there's someone on G2 doing that same task for Akita. She had a great year domestically, but her first time at GCC. Potter, it has to feel so good to be able to make that step in your career alongside the veterans on this team.
For sure. And those veterans should be teeing her up to be free on this stage. And I've been saying it since day one, but I'm keeping my eye out on any of this new duelist tech. I hope to see Waylay just because there's so many playmaking opportunities, so many cool things that you can do. I'm ready to write down and jot down any of these notes.
Here we go. Clan will lock the Neon, but a double duelist comp hovering on the other side. That would be a big change for G2 Gozen, Dan.
Yeah, they played this actually with Mimi once again on the Euros, so they continue to play this. I believe with that slight change of if that Brim is going to get locked, that would be the difference instead of that Omen that Vanya had before. And for the side of Nova Esports, this is a completely new map for them, so a composition with the Neon, I feel like it makes sense for the way that they like to play.
Yeah, I like this comp coming out for G2. I think Nova, they should be able to handle the double dives. Certainly having that Fade stopping power is going to help them along with this Vice. But man, I'm just Yoru Waylay, especially on Corrode. It's so explosive. And for Nova, because they're not used to the map, they're not used to these choke points, they're going to have to be drilled and to be ready for all this pressure.
What player are you looking at, Dan? Tell me a win condition for this Nova upset to happen.
I was looking at what Shirazi was going to be playing because we've seen her on the double duelist, we've seen her obviously on the Viper that I feel like is where she excels at the most. And so her on the Viper here is what I'm going to be looking at. I feel like the space that she can be making, trying to find those timings, especially on that attack side, trying to make that space is going to be crucial for Nova if they want to get this first win on their map pick.
A big opportunity for Nova to get another upset win, but against one of the greats of this scene, it's G2 Gozen versus Nova. Let's head over to Mitch and Tom for the call.
Thank you very much, Mimi. What an exciting matchup down on this stage. Getting to see G2 play here in Seoul, the crowd certainly hyped up for it, but all the questions sit with Nova. Can they match up against one of the best in the world?
You know, it's funny, I read the prompter there and it called us biased, but Mimi didn't say it, and I appreciate that, because I would never be biased when commentating a G2 game. No, but honestly, I think you have to look at this for what it is. One team comes in as heavy favorites, an international victory a couple of years ago, lots of experience on this stage. The other comes in only off just getting their first ever victory for China. So it's a massive opportunity for them to face off against G2. They got that extra little rep playing into that first match, but I think will do well for them. The problem is G2 seem to be getting into their form. They had a rough year, one where they made changes that I think were questionable, role swaps that didn't work, but realistically, they've peaked potentially at the right time with a victory recently in EMEA.
Well, as we've just seen, this will be the first time we get to see Nova play here on Corrode. They've decided to pick it though, so let's see what they've got up their sleeve. Up against this comp from G2, agree with what Potter said. I love the double dive that comes in with the Yoru and the Waylay, but it's going to be the Yoru opening things up, and Amy shutting it down. A 4 versus 2 to start things off. Nova get the plant, but they are outnumbered. Let's see if they can at least deliver a couple of early kills to make this doable when G2 go in for the retake. They've got to be ahead of it, and that was damn close, but a 1v3 for Alyssa, 11 HP, the headshot's needed, and she's boxed in.
The aggression, I don't mind it. The idea to try and put that pressure deep in towards the B spawn, but the fact is they ran into Mimi. Has obviously had that more recent switch up to the aggression of Yoru, who it seems to fit her wonderfully. This double combination alongside Akita, but definitely not the start that they were looking for over on that attacking side. It's worth mentioning as well that when we have seen this map played by G2, they are fairly heavily winning out their attack sides when they do take victory on the map. 9-3, 10-2, so like they may not need many rounds on this defensive side to get the work done. Early days though, it does feel, at least going off historical data, that both teams are going to be comfortable on the next map, but I think G2 are forced to be reckoned with when it came to their old split.
I like this buy. They've gone for the 2 Spectres, but the star of the round, at least to start out, was certainly that Marshall.
No rifles is interesting though.
It is. I mean, at the end of the day, they're coming in here with a lot of fighting ability with that updated Spectre. This is something that we talked about quite a bit. If anyone's going to show us just how powerful that weapon is in this meta, I think it is G2.
Yeah, I'll be more intrigued for the bonus. I think this round, obviously, it means everybody has a weapon. There's no risk of giving a rifle over to the other side, which that has its benefits. But people moved away from this for the exact reason of going into the next round. It kind of sucks. For Akita, though, a little bit of confidence building. Of course, the newbie to the champ stage, but let's be real. I don't think we're too worried about how her performance is going to go. The 18-year-old has been very confident in her play.
So one of the things that I'm very curious to see is how G2 are going to be managing this mid-contest, because a lot of the time we see teams go for the Viper because of how oppressive it is. It allows you on defense or offense to have that mid-wall, as well as covering off one side of the map on defense, whether you're throwing it from the B or A site. And it's going to be very oppressive. It allows you to take these mid fights, but it also allows you to just pop it up and leave question marks on your opponent's side. With those 3 smokes, you've got to be a little bit more calculated about how that's going down. Early flash, and look at the aggression from G2, trying to make those weaker weapons work. But again, the Spectre can be deadly, even on range in this meta. G2 already dealing quite a bit of damage, 47 and 49 HP. Nova have to reset, and there's the Brim smoke down. They've been denied that mid control as G2 look to slow push up, still with a flash on Mimi that could be coming through that smoke any second.
Yeah, the plan was completely deny them on A, re-pressure mid, and then obviously have all of that Vice utility on the other side. Clem's done well though, but Vanya immediately onto the trade, putting them to a bit of an awkward position. Again, that delay is still there. The wall will leave one player completely isolated. In fact, maybe Amy even expects that it's just the bait and that they're still on the other side. That allows Sheer to find one, but Amy's still here, eventually dealt with. Still the problem of the sniper, and now all that remains is Vanya. A lot still to try and do, and a decent recovery in the end. It looked like that was going to get pretty dangerous for Nova, but they will have their first round with 3 players standing.
Yeah, and look, this was actually a really good recovery. Even though they're up against those weak weapons, and we talked about that investment, it wasn't full rifles for G2. The fact is, they were denied that early A main control where they sent the majority of their forces. They were pushed back, they were dealt damage to. Then the smoke goes down on mid, and there's a mid push coming on the back of it. Nova had a lot to deal with there, and I think that early round started about as poorly as it could have without giving away the player advantage. So for them to reset into that and still end up with 3 alive, getting the plant down and avoiding that danger around middle, it's pretty much a perfect resurgence into the round. As we come into round number 4, though, here's where the rifles are in hand for G2.
Yeah, Mimi's gone in early for the sniper on the other side. A quick rotation, but it's a fast-paced take. Nightfall used immediately. It was earned up over the last couple of rounds, and the Thorns are going to really deal some damage. Vanya was the only one connected, but also taken out. The pace working wonders for the side of Nova and OK Clam. What a start to the round. Mimi gone, operator on the ground, and it seems like it's not getting any better. Icebox with another, Shirazi to close, and a blitz of pace in towards that A site has given them a second round.
Hey, not a bad debut so far here on Corrode. You know, one of the questions we had coming into this wasn't so much about, you know, will they have the strategies to outmatch G2? It's just when it comes to trading blows with this squad, will you be able to match up pound for pound firepower? And that's not something that we've seen Nova tested in to nearly this degree. And look at them go. We are seeing a dominant round following on from what was, you know, a hiccup in round number 3 that they recovered on. Everything going according to plan, and they've left G2 down to a very weak buy. You said G2 might not need a lot of rounds on the defense. Well, they might not get a lot if Nova keep this up, at least looking to take the lead here.
Yeah. Early days.
My blind is dead.
This is, of course, a good chance for Shirazi to maybe bring this back. Flash out, though. They're going to go through the utility. And while it's always going to be dangerous, even with those pistols, Amy, again, her job is just to delay. Actually, opts to use the ability to take away the guns. That steel garden, but it won't really help out her teammates too much. They are too far away. A long rotation back through mid and a 3v3.
Yeah, and I think the thing being that Icebox still alive, has that wall to cover off their back. So at this point, Nova know that they don't have to commit any resources to it. They've got Sheer holding off the spawn, which leaves 2 players to hold a very important angle, but the flash is key. It catches as Alyssa goes down, so too does Icebox. And now Sheer from up top, gonna be caught out by the orbital strike. Pushed down below, but survives. A sliver of HP, the regen shield's coming back up, giving a small margin, but 4 bullets left in the rifle. The paranoia goes through, the defuse underway, and they've done it. G2 battling back on the low buy.
That's just ridiculous. The Mastercard thrifty, and I think 3 of those kills coming through the classic.
From Mimi, yeah.
Mimi's flashes this round were just sublime, and I guess that's what happens when you put probably one of the best support players in all of EMEA, someone who was known for her KO, her breach, and then give her a Yoru. Those flashes are still going to be on point. An immediate return to the board, and a painful one for the side of Nova. A chance to get themselves into the lead, and now you're going to see Gozen come back up with even an Odin in play. A gun that was made very popular on this map.
Yeah, without a doubt. Brock was a lot of fun to watch using this, although won't be used for that early oppression around mid. We've seen those spams go straight down towards that short position. But instead, it's actually being used spamming the Viper wall, trying to deny Nova from walking up on middle, going for that deep control. But they've reset. You know, they took that control towards elbow for a moment, and now they set their sights on the A site, but there's been a change up.
Yeah, Amy's moved. They've got the aggression early as well as Akita, so that will set them up nicely. Steel Garden is available for Icebox, though. Could opt to try and take some of the weaponry away. Damage done by the Thorns, and now making their way across that initial utility. Pot flash out. Amy's the one that's getting ready to take the swing, but Clem wins that first fight. Doesn't get much more. Vanya has traded things evenly. But now there is that Steel Garden. Vanya was already prepared for it, though. The pistol in her hand, sat in the corner, but easily taken down without having the rifle.
Yeah, not even a stim beacon can help you out there. Sheer caught, stays up close, looks for the fight, but it's Akita to put her in the ground and double up as well. Shirazi with a chance, but being watched. Timing is everything. The shot lands. And now waiting for that tap, the defuse underway. Akita staking it at least a half, but now looks for the battle and finds her third of the round. G2, 4-2 in the lead. This was a strong start from Nova, but those defensive rounds are starting to really add up.
Yeah. I've started to see some of that individual ability we spoke about. Vanya doing well in this round, Akita as well. I like the storyline as well. It was mentioned on the desk that for Shirazi, this is a little bit of a revenge map. The same can be said, though, if you go all the way back to 2022 for Alyssa. They're blitzed out by G2 in that tournament. And we'll be looking to see if she can maybe get that little bit of revenge. Of course, for Nova, it's been a very different year overall. 11-0 at the moment on the entire year in terms of series. Early pressure, though. And while once again, the utility just working wonders. The ult setting up Akita. Doesn't even know there's a player in the corner. That's made it interesting. Alyssa's done well. In fact, Alyssa's taken over. Just a small piece missed of that puzzle for G2. And what was looking like a surefire round now turns into a 1v2.
A 1v2, and it's an op that they're up against. Mimi might almost want to swap that weapon out, especially now that they've got to play into the Viper's pit. This round looked destined to be G2's, but Nova, they've challenged fate itself. Now it's Mimi who has to do the dirty work, still with a full belt of utility. A gate crash to fall back to. Even then, that's going to run down the clock quite a bit. I'm looking at the decoy, how it's going to be used, clearing out this pit, being point of contact. Alyssa up close is desperately low. There's the flash, there's the decoy, they spray it, easy kill. Mimi isolating the 1v1, but Shirazi staying up close converts the round. A big win for Nova.
Yeah, no, that was, I feel like she closed it out, but that was all about Alyssa. Just staying calm in moments that realistically should have been the end of the round. The fact that she was hit by that convergence path, but just stuck it out until the moment was right. Yes! That made the difference. That gave them their third. And once again, after the last round was a clutch from Akita, the economy just doesn't exist for G2. That didn't matter last time.
No, it really didn't. It was Mimi's classic that took the highlight of the previous eco round. So with a few more investments this time. The ulti online for Mimi as well. I don't think it's likely to be used.
That. They have gone all the way back and then just sent Mimi forward anyway. This time, though, they are ready for it.
Yeah, I like this from Shirazi, just waiting, hearing the refract go back, but not believing it, especially on a round like this. It is somewhere you just want to see that default across the map. Wait for the aggression of those pistols, better than running into them, that's for sure. And then the late round, we'll see them move to this A site. They've made the right call. They're avoiding the judge, and the 3 players stacked towards that B site, leaving Akita to do it all. With Sheriff in hand and what should be a barrage of utility if they go that way. Going elbow up against an eco is always a risk. They've avoided her for now, and luckily, Icebox was covering all her bases.
Yeah, I was a little bit worried for Sheer, who was facing the other way, but I had the teammates ready to do the work, and the question now will be, do they actually challenge much for this, or is it just going to be an attempt to go down for the spike? Well, for Petra, that wasn't really much of an option. For the other two, they would be close enough, but they may want to try and make this a bit more costly.
One enemy remaining.
That's why the judge is just going to tuck in the corner. But again, those exits unlikely to go Vanya's way. I think going down to the spike is, and indeed now, is the only way that this is going to go for Nova. What a resurgence. That was right when it feels like G2 are about to get full control over the game. That round where Alyssa tucks in the corner on mid and finds all that value. It seems like that clutch has put a lot of wind in their sails. They get an eco out of G2 right afterwards. And now with the scoreline tied up, it's their chance to push that little bit further, take that lead.
Yeah, last time out they did great to activate off the Nightfall as well, which they'll have online for this round. And on the other side of things, Dimensional Drift, which has been online for a while. I wonder if maybe there's a combo that we could see with the the Odin of Petra, which is waiting up top mid. That's why you're going to see the dimensional drift sent down, but there is nobody around this angle. That is, however, an awful lot of information. In fact, Mimi knows everything.
The Molly's going to delay them, following up on that Nightfall, with Akita still in the corner. Stun goes through, but she's got one of her own. Further delay, as Nova now have to rely on another burst of utility to get in, but it's supposed to be Sheer in the back lines, only able to grab one, and then it's a desolation from G2 as they hold that site with ease. The lead is back in their hands.
I will say, obviously it's been a little while now since it's been the case, but Vanya back on smokes. I don't want to curse out the person that decided to take her off it, but that was a terrible idea. Like, she was still very good on the duelist, but when you have someone who is this capable while playing smokes at the same time, just stick with it. 9 and 5 at the moment. Wow, it's Shirazi also on the controller on the other side. Viper has been doing work. A back and forth game. But as said, like, G2 come out with 6 on the defense. With this double duelist, we are going to be looking at Nova to almost prove what they've got on this map. Because that's the thing, we genuinely don't know. They have never played it before. G2 are learning sort of as we are of how they play.
Prowler went out on mid there, and it hasn't spotted the player in the corner. Akita is flying under the radar. And even if there's no kill off of this, it's likely going to give the info when you see like that rotation come in from Icebox towards this A side, or if they go back towards B. That player being that close, something that Nova have to be cautious of. They're gearing up for this A push. Again, that pressure being put onto Mimi. But it's only an info peek from Mimi. I don't think she's going to look for too aggressive a fight. Akita, on the other hand, does look for that rotate and is caught by the patience of Icebox. Numbers even, though.
Now, they will make their way towards the site. It's been given up. But mainly that's because of the ultimates that are online. Nightfall available. Orbital Strike, which is almost immediately going to be used. And if they're even clipped by a tick of the Orbital Strike, they're going to be in quite a bit of trouble. Not managing to be caught by it, but it does force them in to Amy instead. Steel Garden utilized, but only 10 seconds left on the clock. They need to get the spike down. It doesn't matter. Vanya had dodged it anyway. Now the guns come back, and Icebox needs to clear them all out. It's not going to happen. A lot of ults invested, but the value was worth it for G2.
Yeah, without a doubt, taking that 2-round lead now and putting the pressure onto Nova, who are going to be experiencing some credit issues coming into the next round. The bankroll running dry, and I love the early round from Nova here. The fact that Icebox was so conscious of somebody taking that late space. They gave up mid control after the Prowler for 15, 20 seconds, and Icebox knew you're either going to catch a rotation there, the conventional way where they're coming from mid, or as it happened, there was someone close, and when you're leaving that position, you got to take the fight. Not one that they win, but the fact that Mimi manages to trade it out and keep the control and elbow changes the round. Big mid fight being set up by G2. You can see a lot of players around that elbow, and Akita looking for info. Overstays her welcome. The refract faded and up against the eco. Nova have got to be happy to be gifted a pick like that and a weapon on the back of it.
I think maybe it was too committed to whatever the initial play was about to be, but had already used the refract and ends up biting her. Amy's going to be the one under pressure here, but does have support from Mimi, and with that Outlaw versus those light shields, it is a one-shot kill.
Nice start from Amy, but one and done. Nova keep that momentum towards this B site. The plant will be coming through. A rifle retrieved yet again. Now the advantage firmly in their court. The half isn't lost just yet. The spam's dangerous, but just about missing the players on site. And the retake for G2, not going to be easy. They still have a lot of utility. The one smoke coming in from Brim. The Molly as well to follow up and clear out an angle alongside a Siege, but they need to hit their shots quick and clean, and the trades work in Nova's favor as they will finally put a 5th on the board, just one behind and a chance to tie it up at the half.
Yeah, Vanny at least does manage to trade one out at the end, but I don't think they're going to mind too much on the Nova side. A 5th round earned on this attack, and it felt like G2 got punished quite heavily there for some of those one-and-done fights. definitely making it a little bit easier, but you still have to land those shots. Alyssa putting up the numbers, and that was sort of the question when we came in, is like, is this just going to be G2 outclassing an opponent that hasn't ever faced a team of this caliber? So far, the answer has been no.
Oh yeah, they have looked very good, especially considering the fact that this is the first time they're playing this in an official, and regardless of your practice, it's a different ball game when it comes to the real deal. G2 again, sending the Vice setup towards this B site. Amy ready and waiting for this challenge, but they will presumably just trip the wall and back off, at least for now. You can see the default being held by Nova. It's why you don't expect that full push to come through. Sheer is looking for a fight on mid. You've got Shirazi over towards the A side as well, just waiting for the aggression. And with a minute on the clock, the world is their oyster, really. Nova can take this where they want.
They've also got rid of pretty much all of that Vice setup already. They spammed out the Thorns as well, so it forces G2 to commit an additional player in towards this B site and potentially opens up other portions of the map. Now, they are going to go back in that direction. The idea was to sell this ruse and then fade back in towards B. And with that Nightfall online again, both players are going to be connected.
Again, though, we get another set of Thorns going through to pop that delay. Nova following up still onto Amy. Mimi in the corner, grabs herself a double. Well, they're right back in the lead. Player advantage, and then another falls. Mimi keeps on delivering. And with 12 seconds left, they've got to go. Someone needs to stick that plant here and now. Shirazi's the one left to cover, but G2 are patient. Mimi doesn't want to overextend, not looking for the ace just yet. It will be a full squad here for the retake. 3 versus 2. All they need to do is trade.
Shirazi, the first one to face. It's a little bit late, but it's Mimi already with 4 and only 1 standing for Nikita. She cares about her own numbers rather than giving the lead of the ace. Nonetheless, it will be G2 coming through with a lead at this half. And as said, this was normally the side they struggle a little bit more, and they're going to be quite happy going forward.
Yeah, a 7-5 half is nothing to turn your nose at, especially when we know their attack can be quite solid indeed. You know what, I'm excited for many things today, and one of which is the fact that we've got some big names, not just down on the stage, but here in the arena as well, because I've heard that Jen Lee was on her way to go and meet Mako and Bane for a halftime interview.
네, 마코 선수와 베인 선수 만나보겠습니다. 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
Hey guys, it's Jen standing here with Mako and Bane actually made this sign himself. It says Mimi fighting, but his bias is Ninetales. So speaking of a bias, Mako, who is your bias? And was there any player today that really impressed you? 마코 선수의 원픽은 누구일까요? 지금 베인 선수의 원픽은 나인테일즈이고, 그리고 오늘 경기 보면서 와 되게 잘한다 싶은 선수가 있었을까요?
저는 노바에서 지금 바이퍼를 플레이하고 있는 시라지 선수인 것 같아요. 어려운 역할군을 맡았는데 되게 수행을 잘하고 있는 느낌이고, 팀이 어려울 때마다 한 번씩 해주는 것 같습니다.
또 약간 같은 롤이니까 동병상련 느낌? 네.
아, 네.
I would say Shirazi really stood out today. I mean, on her Viper, it's not an easy role, but whenever the team needs her, she's just popping out and doing her thing and making sure that she make those plays to help her team out. Now, Bane, you're so used to playing in front of the Korean crowd, and we have a lot of them today. So any tips on how to win them over? 이제 한국 팬분들 앞에서 경기를 치르는 데는 베인 선수와 마코 선수 모두 익숙하시잖아요. 우리 선수들에게 이렇게 해야 한국 팬의 원픽이 될 수 있다. 좀 팁이 있을까요?
아무래도 총도 잘 쏴야 되고 좀 과한 리액션도 필요하겠지만 무엇보다 저처럼 좀 귀여워야 되지 않나. 죄송합니다.
I would say you need to have good aim and you need to have huge animated reactions, trash talking as well. But the most important thing would be to be really cute, like Bane. Well, I'm glad you have that, Bane. Thank you guys, and we're gonna go back to the game. 네, 이렇게 해서 두 선수 만나봤고요. 이어지는 경기 함께 하시죠.
Well, Bane has a bright future in coaching. I'll say that. Drew Spark, watch out. I think he's coming for you.
I've already failed at one of those hurdles.
Yeah, the aim really isn't great. But as we get into our Coinbase econ report at the halftime, Tom, there's certainly a lot to look back on, but I think your highlight was Vanya. You know,
I think my highlight's almost always going to be Vanya, at least, especially when we're watching EMEA. She has been unreal for an incredibly long time, but it is like, I know we came in, you were like, Vanya on the brim, I'm not sure about that. And my exact response to you was, Vanya could have locked any agent, and I wouldn't have cared. And it is always the case. It's like, especially when she's on the controller, the numbers she's going to put up. Do I necessarily think that the brim is going to revolutionize the map? No. Is Vanya going to do good work on it? Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, still doing a lot of the same things that Viper did in terms of that mid-contest, putting down the smokes to make it an issue, have that little bit more maneuverability with not having to place the orb, but instead be able to call down those smokes a little more on the fly. The molly to delay, similar to the snake bite as well, maybe even more effective. So
Orbital Strike also had impact in a couple of rounds.
Right away it had impact as soon as it was online and pushing that player out of heaven. So
she gets a lot of kills.
Yeah.
That's a lot of Orbital Strike.
So definitely no criticisms there, and I suppose I owe Drew Spark my apologies, as well as Vanya, of course, who I should never doubt and never will again. My apologies. 7-5 as we get into the second half, and it's already a big mid-fight from G2, putting a lot of pressure around this angle, and you can already see Prowler going through means they want that control. Akita's following it up slowly, but Clem, quick to connect the headshot, puts Nova in a 5 versus, well, now 3 into 2. It's Petra and Amy. Double the numbers on the other side, spike down, and no chance by the looks of things.
Amy's like, I got flanked, stay alive. I got flanked, stay alive. Well, unfortunately, nobody's staying alive. It's going to be all down to her. Always very good with these pistols, but the amount of utility on the other side is going to make it difficult. The smokes leaving her in an awkward spot. The one thing she does have is time. 45 seconds. Obviously, there's no good way to go about this round, and the way that Nova are currently grouped up, there's not really an individual fight, although saying that, Icebox did decide to go look, and they're going to now try and swing it together. And well, with synergy like that, what can go wrong? The 6th on the board for Nova, an important victory in the pistol, and a good start to their defense.
Yeah, this is very much needed as well when we talk about G2 and this attack side, expecting numbers to be there, and an early injection of rounds like that only casts further doubt on whether Nova will be able to match up. But now, pistol round under their belt, a potential 7-7 on the board, and Clem looking clean in a lot of those early fights. That's showing a lot of promise. I also like their buy coming into this round more than I did G2's second round. Yes, the Spectre can be strong, but this gives them a lot more to work with, and I'm just a massive Outlaw fan in general.
Yeah, the only difference is the gamble of losing guns, because you basically, if 2 people go down, that's a problem. Whereas for G2, it's like, oh no, I lost the Spectre, oh no, I lost the Sheriff. Like, that's the kind of trade-out. Already though, that's not the best of starts. That's a gun into the hands of Petra. In fact, it's a Guardian as well, so high damage potential with what they can do. Also looking to try and get that little bit more aggressive with some of their positioning, whereas the defense are all grouping up together. They do have to be careful.
Retrieving flash.
I mean, the numbers are the real advantage when you've got those classics, right? But you allow Nova to group up and push into you. I understand why they want to get ahead of it. Amy spots a bit of info, falls back, a spam attempt coming in from Petra, and some of these players very low! Amy's already got one with the right click. This is looking so doable for G2. Nova need to buckle down as Petra puts them in the ground! A Mastercard thrifty! And the one thing we didn't want to see, that early injection of rounds, well, it seems unavoidable now.
That's pain. That's just pain. Like, it wasn't even much of an investment at all. It was actually just good use of the smokes to create some very, very close angles on the way out. The Guardian, it was, again, you buy all of those higher impact weapons, one of them goes into another person's hand, that person is Petra, and that's the round done. It is a costly one and a huge injection of cash as well, because they got to pick up all the weapons that you just dropped.
Yeah, it's already enough of an advantage winning that second round, but then you get that little extra economic buff. Now you're up against a very weak buy.
4 pickups? They get 4 guns from that?
So, yeah. It was at least 3 that I saw. And then you look at Nova now, they don't have a lot to fight back in. This is not a round we want to see them win necessarily, but damage is key. We need Nova to drop some of those weapons, or this is going to be an uphill battle in this early half. Petra, what a shot onto Clem, matching up to the shot Clem hit in that pistol, as now the flank around from Akita seems to close this round out. Shirazi shouldn't have a chance. There you go, 9-6, 4 players left alive. The question of damage goes unanswered.
It almost feels like Petra's just gone, well, since you've gifted me this Guardian. I'm going to use it very well. Like, when a player's sliding across the ground like that, it's always going to be difficult. She's already managed to earn up the majority of orbs needed for her ultimate, which, well, we already saw the impact of the Nightfall in the previous half. I think it was probably the most impactful ult we saw coming out of Alyssa. She did very well with it, so a lot of danger now coming in with a full purchase on the other side. And yeah, this is a full buy plus maybe 1 or 2 rounds of potential repurchase for G2. They've got a lot of credits to play with.
Yeah, G2 coming in as favorites and now having that extra wiggle room. Nice shutdown though by Sheer to start this. Petra keeps on going. That Guardian hasn't been taken out of her hands. Maybe it won't. That's a spam from Vanya straight through the mid smoke that she put down. For Nova, a 4 versus 3 off rip in a round where they full invested, and the B site is the target, which, as we can see, is wide open. And now G2 can see that too.
Yeah. I mean, the only thing they really need to worry about is maybe somebody swinging in from heaven, but it now almost becomes a question of how much you're willing to gamble to get back into this site. Because the problem with losing a lot of players so early in the round is there's a lot of utility still to play with, more Thorns available, the Flash still available, C's still available. Like, this is a lot of potential denial. And also, the defenders are all coming in from one choke. A lot that they need to clear, even wary of Heaven, and understandably so. Shirazi, though, that's a gun barrel. That's a spot. A second as well. Player in the corner, though. They haven't been able to clear. It was actually Vanya to find the first kill. That left Mimi hidden, but Shirazi is fighting strong. Already to look to bring this back, and it's the headshot, but does she have the time? It's close. That will be the question. So close. I think she just about got it. A second and a half left on the clock. The Red Bull clutch, and Shirazi, a hero.
This is the moment when you need those to step up as well. The big investment from Nova. They would have been left in the dust with double digits for G2 and Eco out of the defensive side. And my goodness, maybe the end of Corrode. A sad story considering how Nova performed, but Shirazi puts the team on her back. A huge clutch up. Mimi, who's been putting up numbers, caught out in that corner with 4 bullets left. She catches Vanya. You can hear it in her voice. Just how big of a deal this round was to connect. Now a 2-round gap and a chance to make up on this. The barrier's already up as we get into the game, and you can see the G2 are wasting no time with taking control, but Clem, the one to open this up with the judge.
Well, yeah, the worry coming into this round was that you only survive with 1 player. G2 had a good opportunity to just repurchase immediately. In fact, I think it was even an outlaw in play for Mimi, because she was thinking, okay, there's going to be light shields. Well, the low buy of the judge has worked wonders. A great start. And again, you kind of look at this play now and go, do you want to try and make it round that corner? Because I don't.
I don't blame you for it.
So here comes the
Push
judge.
in from the judge. Amy will punish a second player.
No.
Surely not the third. Alyssa finally puts her to bed, but a 3 versus 3. The A site being pressured, but the spike still has to cross. They've got control. But a player sneaking out of that smoke could be a death sentence. And that's why Vanya waited for the smoke that was covering her off to fade. Waited for Akita to get into this corner. Now they've got the control. Now they've got the plant. And Akita in this corner. Oh, it doesn't look like she was expected. And a 3 versus 2 as a reward.
Well, Shirazi's still standing. So I might just have to believe for the moment. You did impeccable work in the last round to give them this chance.
Beacon down.
Problem though is the post plant is not going to be easy to beat, and I'm looking at Akita already wrapping back around as the other 2 players looking to bait, and well, maybe the bait will be enough. Akita's there to close. G2 right back on the horse, and even though this round started well, the danger, as said, was that this was an immediate reset of the economy. Well, unfortunately, that has now come true.
I love this from Akita as well, the fact that she goes wrapping around on elbow. So first of all, Amy finding the 2 in mid. Like the first kill,
insane.
jumping judge, you know, it is what it is. Sometimes it's kind, sometimes it's not. But left her solo, and she swings out and domes another. Had a chance for more, but that kill there from Akita is so important because that has done so much damage to Nova. They were in that 2 versus 3. It was worth going for. Once they lose a player and it's a 3v1, the call is made instantly. Let's save. We've got 3 players with no money. 2 of us can buy. We carry a weapon through, and we can at least get something out of this. And instead, what happens? Akita's flanked around, cuts off that rotate back into the spawn, cuts off that save, and makes this a really costly round for Nova. Now they come into the next without the credits. That's G2 probably pushing up to 11, and then they're on the home stretch with a big resurgence needed from Nova up against G2's favorite side. And right now, it's looking like pretty dark times down on that stage, considering how tight of a start we had. Even with G2 having that resurgence at the end of the first half, it was still only a 7-5 scoreline, but now they're running away with it potentially.
They've won also like 2 flat-out ecos, so you kind of take those out, and this is a much, much closer game. Maybe Nova are even in the lead, but unfortunately that doesn't really mean anything because they did lose those rounds and now have to try and find maybe even an eco of their own. And this is another chance for G2 just to extend that economic advantage even further. A couple of ultimates already online. The likelihood is for Mimi, if she gets an orb or a kill, she'll have an ult. Vanya may even have it, and it puts them in such a strong position just to close out those last couple of rounds, as said, on their fairly heavily favored side of the map. So it is definitely bleak times for Nova. Split, of course, has been out of the pool for a little while, but for G2 regionally, it was very good. And you could say the same for Nova, but obviously with only a couple of organizations competing within China, it's a little bit of a different beast. I'm sure Nova would have wanted this surprise to work out, but we'll have to wait and see if they've got the stones to turn it around from here.
Oh, they've made the wrong gamble in this round. The A site, 4 players there. But Shirazi's now hearing that it's the wrong spot to have numbers in. Now, hold on. If she lets the decoy go past, it could be huge. Bang, you just spammed the box. All right, well, yeah, all the trigger discipline in the world ain't going to help you out of that one. Never mind, no damage in the spawn. Great control for G2. They've got heaven space. The one thing is the plant isn't for there, so if Nova can slip by, great, but that's going to be easier said than done with a big battle waiting for them as they round the corner. Death is all that awaits them. 11-7 in flawless fashion. G2 now on the home stretch.
Yeah, and this is what I'm talking about with the ultimates. 3 of them online, 1 of them 1 orb away, which they may just look to challenge for immediately. But then you also have the factor of, do you doubt that Vanya will get 1 kill? And I don't. On the other side of things, Nightfall close. And I am looking at Clem with the operator and the overdrive in pocket. Something we're yet to really see from her yet, but it looks like they're going to try and put her into position. Now there is Amy waiting on the other side. In fact, there's a couple of players. She needs to hit this shot and get out immediately, and that's exactly what she does. Very nice.
That was clean as can be. Now Mimi's on the wrap up behind. Already used that dimensional drift and is hunting down a kill, but Clem has found another. Out comes the shorty. But Mimi now poses a threat with the flash through this smoke. Making a big impact, but Paranoia goes in. Rest of the squad delayed. Clem finding a 3rd in the round. Mimi tagged desperately low. It's on to Petra. Look at this corner spot for Mimi. She shouldn't get much, but Petra's there to cover her. A 3 versus 2. Manageable, especially with the spike under their control.
Yeah, manageable, but they're both tagged up. And the players on the other side are healthy. They've got to make a decision of whether or not they now go all the way back to the other side of the map, but for Nova, they've done impeccably well. 2 of those ultimates already expended, coming in with a mound. Now, a post-plant, definitely not out of the realms of possibility, but you have to think of it from G2's perspective. We're tagged up, and we have 1,000,001 angles that we need to clear, and they don't see what we see. They don't know that there's 3 players still completely committed to this B side of the map, so they are just almost going to have to gamble on the fact that there's no one here. And luckily for them, they are correct.
They go for an aggressive spot here, like playing towards the spawn to try to catch them on the rotate. It looks like Petra, going down on mid, but this is risky. They're already on the run through. Little bit of tag from Petra. 2 steps at least. Have been heard. What a shot! That puts us back to even, but still the HP advantage sits with Nova. They don't know where Mimi is, and they don't know where Petra's gone. Another swing, and it's a hit! G2 now with the advantage. The time ticking. Petra in the corner, and she has heated up in this map. Nova's flesh serving as the kindling. 12-7. One more with 5 chances to close out the pick of Nova.
We saw the poll earlier where I think it was 0.2% where Mel and Alexis were voted the better duo of the two. I have a feeling maybe that 0.2% might have been swayed after that one, because that was insane from Petra. Somebody who for many, many years has lived for this LAN setting, lived for these international events. And well, has pulled around, honestly, out of absolutely nothing. That should have been a Nova victory, but for her individual brilliance. Clem off with a nice start, but that happened in the last round as well, and this time there's an immediate response. Nikita wanted to chase.
She was thinking about it. We almost saw that dash up. It could have been a mistake with Sheer seemingly ready for the fight, but here it comes. Flash in, and so is Akita. Shots from Icebox don't land, and she's going to be forced back here. 2 players on site, though. Both angles covered, but big fights coming their way. Sheer has the trigger discipline to at least let the decoy go past, but this is going to be tough. 3 players coming through that angle. No flash to work with. Nightfall does catch just about, and so Sheer ends up being an easy kill for Akita. Just the 1 bullet needed. Molly in play slows them and gets the plant in for G2. With a 3 versus 2, 12-7. There's no better time to put the Nightfall through for Nova. A bit of information going their way, but they need to get towards this spike. Clearing out elbow at least, knowing there's a player close, the reveal goes in, but look how patient G2 are with the orbital strike. They knew that they could run down this clock, and now the pressure truly onto Nova as players fall one after another. Alyssa seemingly stands no chance with G2 locking in their 13th round.
Yeah, it was saw today Mimi and Petra talking about themselves as boomers. I'm not sure that's the case. They are looking like the young blood on the stage in the last couple of rounds, and a mass victory going up against a team that hasn't played this map before, and a devastating attack side. It was impressive, and now they go into their map choice.
That's the thing. We're going on to split up next, but of course that will be after the break. As Nova now have to rely on another burst of utility to get in, but it's supposed to be Sheer in the back lines, only able to grab 1, and then it's a desolation from G2.
An update is required. Financial system updating. System updated.
We will dance to get.
The future of money is here. Feels good.
Locking down the Drake is now Doran. Decent position. Double
break down my walls, but I won't rise again. Cause I stand tall in my environment. How could I ever close my eyes and stay silent since they try to take me down with their violence?
Oh, they go back in. Betcha flashes in, and down goes Light.
Can I help you, sir?
Here's the bill from the dealership where I got my car, and I'd like you to beat it with a better deal on one of these fine cars.
Not how it works.
Guess you're not as cool as Verizon.
Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill for a better deal today.
mate. Oh, knock, knock. Something real, something raw, not accidental, no, I'm sure. You're not needed, show you the door, but what's that, yeah, are you sure? Yeah, that's a rental, yeah, what a bore. Lying, nothing in the core. Buying, yeah, what for? But I do what I need to, always sure. Something real, something raw, not accidental, no, I'm sure. You're not needed, show you the door. What's that, yeah, are you sure? Yeah, that's a rental, yeah, what a bore. Lying, nothing in the core. Buying, yeah, what for? But I do what I need to, always sure. Boring, never been that. I get paid, bro, just to relax. Yeah, more money now, yeah, more tax. Suited it now, don't worry about that. Boring, yeah, I've never been that. I get paid, bro, just to relax. Yeah, more money, but yeah, more tax. But suited it now, don't worry about that. Flexing, yeah, but your soul is empty. Dripping in diamonds, Fenty. Dripping in vibes, got plenty. Got the technique, yeah, like Jet Li. Ow. One little chop like pow. One little hit like wow. Living for the now, live for the sound. Nice for the dollar, but I'm making a pound, yeah. Worry about that. No, don't worry about that. Worry about that. Worry about that. Like, no, don't worry about that. Something. Worry about that. No, don't worry about that. Worry about that. Worry about that. Like, no, don't worry about that. Something real, something raw, not accidental, no, I'm sure. You're not needed, show you the
G2 goes in, start their campaign here in Seoul with a map #1 win against Nova Esports. Welcome back to the desk, and let's get right into this, because going into this game, guys, we saw some big change-ups and some interesting stuff in terms of the compositions. G2 keeping the Vice after the changes, and also bringing this Brimstone in. Potter, I wanted to ask your impressions of seeing this agent in the mix.
Yeah, you know, a part of me wishes we would have seen G2 start on the attack side so that we can really see the game planning and why G2 are leaning onto this Brim. For me, it was obvious they really wanted to highlight the double duelist and slam one of these sites, but it was okay. I think for G2, they'll be satisfied with this result, especially because it wasn't their map pick. But for sure, I think for G2, they're going to go back and going into map 2, telling themselves, we got to be able to slow things down as well. Not just because we have a Brim is it always go, go, go.
Yeah. Even on the defense where they started, I feel like we still got the chance to see a couple of these things, you know, with that Steam Beacon trying to swing those angles when they were trying to get a little bit more aggressive on the defense, or with that Incendiary as well, trying to delay a little bit of that push that was so overwhelming for the side of Nova, and that was giving them some success early on. So it was an interesting pick, and it worked out at the end for G2.
And it was Vanya, so of course she top fragged. But the other player who was topping the charts there was Petra. We talked a lot about her removal to the bench in the midseason, coming back into the roster. It looked like she didn't skip a beat here, Potter.
Yeah, and you can really see it in those high pressure moments, the 3v3s, the 2v4s, the moments that seem like impossible to win. Petra is in those moments, cool, calm, collected, isolating duels, and that sort of aura, it means a lot for the entire team. That momentum, you can use it throughout the whole tournament.
You had moments, though, for Nova as well, one of which is our HyperX reflex moment of the day. This, Dan, was one of the pivotal rounds in that first half where it was this giant G2 mid-fight, but heroics from the other side.
Absolutely, and this is one of the rounds that was giving some success for the side of Nova early on, where we thought it was going to be very close. It might have been maybe a Nova win. The way that fight started, it was all going the way of G2, but then things turned around a little bit, and it was exactly that, those openings. For 2, 3, maybe 4 rounds total, they were going the way of Nova, and that allowed them to take a little bit more of that side control. But after this, it seems like G2, they got more comfortable. They started being a little bit more careful in how they wanted to take mid control, and you don't see that after much more.
But there were rounds that hurt for Nova as well. They lost 2 ecos this game. If they had won those, Potter, it felt like there would have been a chance to take this first map.
For sure, especially considering how good Shirazi looked through and through. I mean, on that Viper. I think for sure if Nova were able to convert those rounds that they should have won, again, it's all about that momentum. The snowball in this game is huge, so I woulda, coulda, shoulda wished we would have seen Nova convert those.
But there's no second chance now. We head to Split next. Nova on the ropes. Dan, what are you looking at?
Well, this is a map that, of course, we haven't seen for any of these two squads in quite a few months. So for the side of Nova, I am really interested to see this Teho and the Sky and how they're going to be playing together. As well for G2 goes in. I've always been a fan of the Astra on this map. I feel like it's something that really does bring you a lot of value for that post plan. And for how those late runs are going to play out, they have so much utility to work with.
Yeah, definitely Astra filling the role of a quasi-sentinel and a controller. This comp coming out for Nova, it is very unconventional. I do like the Teho still on split. It definitely works out. We are hardly seeing any neons right now. But you know, yesterday we mentioned it, not having any flashes, it definitely hurts. So I'm glad to see Sky coming back into the mix to at least fill that gap.
On the other side, though, Dan, I do like these double duelist looks. I thought Mimi was good on that Yoru map 1.
She was incredible. She was getting a lot of those openings that the team needed just to get control of that game. So continuing to see her on the Yoru as she was doing back in EMEA is exactly what G2 Ghost needs to close it into.
Nova impressed us all with their first win for the CN region, but now they're on the ropes against G2 Gozen. Can they bounce back on split, or will G2 Gozen close out this series? We find out back with Mitch and Tom.
Yes, it's time to see if this story extends all the way to sunset or if split is where this story ends. And I really want to get to sunset, Tom, but G2 picking this map, and after how good they looked in that second half on Corrode, it's fair to say that all eyes are on Nova and how they'll perform here.
Yeah, for sure. Like, again, you go back to regional sort of matches, obviously going back a few months, and they look pretty decent on this map. A couple of wins, no losses, but that's the case for them on a lot of maps. And again, they've not faced an opponent like G2 before. G2 in stage 2, I think we're 5-0 on this map, and we're incredibly strong on their attack side, which is where they're going to be starting. So I definitely do think that this is going to be a very difficult battle for Nova, but I like the fact that they're coming in with a fairly unique look at the map. Like, I think the Neon, especially if you play around a lot of these mid angles, the stuns can be quite nasty. It's very tight in some of the angles, and we've seen it a long while ago. I think it was even like Defo or someone used to play Neon on this map. So I'm interested to see what they've got, and the Teo as well. Again, something that's fallen out of the meta a little bit, but I still get excited when I see it picked.
Yeah.
That didn't sound like something.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, not 1,000,000% with you, but you know, it's good that you're getting excited, Tom. I always like to see that. G2 on their way towards this A site, and well, Icebox is going to have quite a task to stay alive as the flood comes in. Heaven Control going to be covered off by Amy as they wrap themselves around. Nice flash, but Akita is the one to draw that opening duel in G2's favor. And they've got all their bases covered towards main. 2 players sitting and waiting there. The question is, I think for G2 at this point, with how spread they are, they almost want to take a fight, but then you have that double up down below in the drop. This is a nasty little spot, especially considering the super late play from Vanya. She should be able to do a ton if there's anyone left to be picked up.
It didn't matter from this point onwards. Alyssa completely surrounded, and G2 are going to get themselves off to a strong start in the pistol. It's definitely a composition as well that I've enjoyed in terms of that double duelist. Like, we've seen Yoru Rays become incredibly popular on this map. Of course, I think the last time G2 were playing this, they still had Nello in the roster, so a slightly different variation. I think Amy was even playing a Fade at that point, so this was where some of their roles were a little bit more questionable before Petra came back in and now picks up that Fade once again. This is where it looks like there's a lot more comfort in the roles that they're playing, but I think Mimi's Yoru is something I've been really pleasantly surprised by, because I think that there's no doubt that if you've watched like any streams or anything like that over the last few years of hers, her individual ability is very impressive, but it's always been a utility that I think has been maybe even second to none within EMEA at least. So the fact that she now gets to sort of put both into combination playing the Yoru, it's just enjoyable to watch.
Yeah, I love it here in Seoul, man. Those tech pauses, they never last longer than a minute, and I'm sure that's not going to come back to bite me. It's been enjoyable so far. Well,
don't worry, Pansy's going to be here soon.
Yeah, she has literally just arrived, I heard, so anything goes wrong, it's not my fault. Let's pin it on her. 1-0 start for G2, and it's the defensive side coming in with classics. But they're grouped up ready for this fight, and that's a double opening. Clem with 2 of her own. G2 having to battle tooth and nail to even keep this even. That's a great start already in terms of damage and the potential for this to be so much more.
If they wrap back through after the plant, they might be able to retrieve some weaponry, and that's exactly what Nova are planning to do. They've realized, okay, they've probably either fallen back or pushed into the site, so that's a couple of guns for us to try and play with.
Spike planted.
Especially that Guardian. We've already seen it in the last map, what G2 were able to do with that, forcing them into the open, but that forces Vanya and Amy into the fight. And while luckily for G2, they were able to recover that. It was dangerous, and it was costly, but G2 at least got themselves the round.
Yeah, but costly indeed. Yeah, you look at that from Nova's perspective, and over on Corrode on the defensive side, they took a big gamble, stacked 4 players on A. It didn't work out. G2 went the other way this time. They take a big gamble, they stack 4 players on A. It absolutely does work out. So you got to be happy with that, and the potential here for so much more. Look at the buy-up from Clem, an Outlaw up against the majority Light and regen shields.
I'm interested. They've given both of the rifles to the duelists, who are normally going to be diving in. A lot of the time you want one of the backline players to have one of the guns, but clearly just having the faith in Mimi and Akita to try and make something work at this round.
You can respect it for sure, especially with the game that Mimi played in the previous. She was a devil even when it came to the classic play. For Nova, giving up control over vents, this fight up in heaven, risky for Sheer, at least a 1-to-1 trade to start this off, but the damage onto Mimi makes this even a little bit more favorable perhaps for the defensive side, if they can get a favorable fight. It's the late play from Vanya that worries me. You think about the impact she had even in that pistol round, you think back to Corrode as well, a couple of sneaky plays from herself and Akita, and holding on to that mid control as the wrap goes back towards A. I was thinking maybe they were going to meet up with her and go towards B Heaven, but instead they are happy to just leave her embedded in mid for presumably the entire round, and a light play up into Heaven from her to try to backstab.
This is where Clem should, in theory, be able to maybe farm up, but that's already the first shot going astray. Support has been rotating in from her teammate though, and that's the main thing. They at least have an opportunity onto this cross. Shirazi clean with it. Amy will be there for the trade. That Guardian
Vanya
juggled into her hands, and well, Vanya, her patience paid off. The player in the site though is going to be traded once again. Amy in with the chance, but incredibly low on HP. Icebox, full health, knows exactly where her opponent is, and again, this round may be costly, but Nova, well, they're going to be happy that they at least got it over the line.
Yeah, well, look, it's better than a 3-0 down start, absolutely, but the amount of damage done by G2 here, that initial trade 1-to-1, but with how low Mimi was, that very well could have been a double opening for Nova that went unpunished, and instead, they still end up in a decent position with Mimi's being taken down by a quick transfer as a result of being 5 HP. And it still comes that close. Yeah, it's exciting, but on the other side for G2, now they come in with rifles, planting the big play from Amy. You've got the Viper's Pit to work with as well. And the reinvestments on Nova's side mean that if they lose this, G2 get to catapult themselves further into the lead.
Also, a lot of the time with this explosive a comp, you are going to expect plants to be coming in. Early space taken, and Clem is gone immediately. It felt like less than a second had gone in this round, and she's going to bite the bullet. For G2, though, this isn't necessarily a call to arms. They can now be a little bit more patient. They've got lurks in both middle and B in case anybody tries to get aggressive. And now we kind of ask, how do we expect Nova to...
For now, there's not much, but there we go. The drone down through middle from Nova. Seeing nothing, but they hear that noise on A. Rotate from Alyssa. Having control can be fought for, but you just look at Icebox. Isolated on the site, it's going to get Shirazi in a spot where she wants to get that little more aggressive to support her teammate, but she goes down, and so does Icebox. Alyssa doing well, that third player not expected to be this close to A that early, but they're still down by 1. An ult for Mimi, a Viper's Pit as well. I mean, really take your pick of what you want to commit to that one, and even the stun. By the time those players get close, the stun has faded. And G2 grouping up. I mean, they are fish in a barrel if the spray came down, but instead it's Mimi with a very early wraparound inside the pit and a third kill in the round. She really has been having a series, in fact, with the Gravwell to buy even more time. We knew how this story was going to end. G2, 3-1. And for Nova, I think that puts their credits in the dirt.
Yeah, that's the trouble of having that very close prior round with the 2-weapon investment from G2. Again, though, you could just see how difficult a lot of these fights were from the Nova side. Like, caught out. I think there was even a fake teleport used as well by Mimi in the middle of that fight just to try and distract, try and almost put some doubt in the minds of the opponent. But more importantly, Amy has just been frying. 7-2 on the Viper. We said they were very good at playing this map even when she was on the Fade, but you put her on a Sentinel, you put her on Viper, and you just feel like you're going to get results.
I like Nova's idea. The gambles in these low buy rounds, often the way to play it. The mid push doesn't see anything from G2. Nova were hoping that someone would step out, look for the fight, look for the info. But even then, I mean, look at the position. Look at the position that's being held by Amy. She is ready for this. That is space that they know they've given up. And now Clem is going to be confused and frustrated as Amy shuts her down. Everything calculated, nothing unaccounted on the side of G2. And a 5 versus 4, the Pistols going to struggle to find any favorable fights here.
Spike dropped.
Yeah, not a lot of upgrades either.
Shadows.
Oh shit. It's just going to be playing around this site. The rotation has come in from a teammate as well, so maybe a chance at least for a little bit of damage, but she'll have to do it all while Mimi is going to make sure that no more damage will be had. Icebox with the most expensive of the upgraded pistols, but 4 players to find them while they're even looking to just try and manage the orbs. It's going to be the plant even for Vanya afterwards, just to make sure that that Cosmic Divide comes online. And it's actually one of the maps where it really is a high impact ult because of how much you can section off on either the B cross or the A side cross as well. That Cosmic Divide can be a really problematic ult to play against.
Nova, so many ultimates close by. Economy about to be invested into this round. It is a big one for them, being 4-1 down, and a timeout comes out, really signifying the importance of this round number 6. For G2, a victory could see them skyrocket into the lead. They'll be 5-1 up, whether they get 2 orbs on Akita in the coming one and use the showstopper to convert that, or whether it's saved up for the future. You've got high impact ultimates for G2 about to come online. You've got some there as well with Mimi able to entry and avoid a lot of the dangers. Nova have to be so calculated in their approach to this round.
These 2 ults they already have, for me, are scary enough because, as said, Cosmic Divide allows you to basically cross into a site. Dimensional Drift allows you to know where everybody on the site is. Like, it's so easy to then punish the players that are there that you then almost force your opponents into being very aggressive early in the round or being aggressive through a Cosmic Divide, which is such a massive risk because you have no sound cues, you have no idea what's going on. So I am curious what's being discussed on the other side. But the good thing for Nova, and a good thing about this pause, is it's the first time you're going to see the operator. It's also an opportunity for many ults to come online throughout the round, so they can maybe challenge for certain positions to get those. And it's almost the turning point, because I feel like it goes much further, and this is terrifying. You get a round win here, and it's not.
Upshot is everything, but it's already going to be spotted, pushed back now. The stun goes into play, but Mimi sees the second player. Cosmic Divide now. Mimi's going to find that little bit of a gap and spawn. It's beautiful! Mimi taking down Alyssa, but the AWP of Clem still sitting around this site. She is searching, trying to find absolutely anyone, but Mimi's already faded out, gone back to the rest of the squad, and Sheer is able to slip past on the backside. Nova with a lifeline! Sheer dominance on the B site as they find their second, a much-needed round.
I think that was a TP into the back corner as everybody was trying to sort of battle and brawl on the other side of it. She managed to just take the timing to get herself into the back of the site. Brilliant stuff from her individually, and honestly saved the round. As said, it can be very difficult once you're sectioned out by that Cosmic Divide to get much done. But a huge individual play has given them that round. Sheer now tops it for her squad, and very interesting purchase coming out from G2. Not quite the credits to fully invested. Although saying that, Amy has enough to drop a rifle, and maybe one player would have been low. They've gone in with a couple of classics here.
Oh, this is risky though, running through the pit. Already one player has snuck past. Alyssa didn't seem aware. Another showstopper right on Shirazi's feet. Down goes the pit. And Nova, well, they are spiraling here. Rifles picked up for the remaining players in G2. 5 versus 3. And look at the position of Amy. With the plant coming in on B, if you expect this, you're a giga brain like I've never seen. But that flank has a timer on it, and it's going to take a while to come into play. The smoke that's gone up in heaven, though, might just buy them that time.
Flank. Wow, that's going to be something. Clem has managed to take down Mimi. That puts them in a bit of a box, actually, while that flank is still coming. Icebox has done well, but Vanya's still standing strong. And now Amy strikes. She's been waiting for a moment all the way through the round for Clem. This is not the position you want an operator. And well, the Mastercard's thrifty. It was a few guns, but still a few missing. But it really didn't matter when Akita plays like that.
I didn't even get a chance to say it that, like, oh, maybe they're buying up because, like, if Akita gets a pick, you've got the showstopper. The fact that she walks through the pit, finds Alyssa off guard, then gets the Viper, opening that road for her teammates to just barrel into the B site, and then allowing Amy to have this super late flank that really cannot be expected. And credit to them, they did turn to look at Heaven just as she peaked. But yeah, Amy was a little quicker on the trigger. 5-2, and Nova left onto an eco.
The really upsetting thing, though, for Nova is, like, you see some of these, again, these brilliant individual plays that bring them around, and you go, okay, this is the start. And the second that happens, somebody on G2 goes, oh, you think you're back in the game?
Yeah.
You're not. And just does exactly the same back. We saw that when they win a close round and then G2 manages to win one with pistols in the last map. That happened twice. One of them was a triple kill from Mimi with a classic. Like, it really has just been circumstances that you go, okay, this would be the worst possible time for that to happen. And then it happens.
There's incredible timing in mid as well, being able to slip past that Viper in the pit for G2. Nightfall online. Could be a good round to put it in up against those pistols. I don't mind going up towards this A site though. Lots of open ground, lots of ranged fights to take. Don't expect to see that spike walking up into Heaven. That's usually where the pistols will look for the battle, but it's on the other side that wants to fight G2. Oh, they have got Mimi down to 5 HP at least, so a chance with the 145 dink, but the big ult's going to be completely avoided. Another pop flash, Amy onto Clem. And the players from Nova crumbling, but still some potential with these Sheriffs. Icebox known on the backside, won't get much, and yeah, just like that, G2, another round on the board. The lead extended, and the pressure. It's going to get to Nova if they lose this next one.
If there was one salvo in that corner, that's 3 players wiped out. But there's just enough of a gap that they can survive around the edge of it. It's unfortunate. I definitely like the idea. The problem now is that was one of the few ults they had coming into this round, and there'll be nothing to be utilized other than maybe from the shadows, which, hey, very impactful last time. For something, for sheer, but 6-2 up on the attack side. G2. There's been a couple of blips, but everything else has just been exactly what you expect from a team that has been there, done that, got the t-shirt, has competed with multiple different variations of the roster, and is the only team other than Shopify that has got their hands on the Game Changers Champions Trophy. Not a bad start, though. Icebox going to win the fight versus Akita. A flash through is going to get rid of Amy as well. A little bit more aggression, but it's working out for them.
3v5, pressure up on Shirazi, but she gets hers before going down, and Sheer's there as well. 3 versus 1. Vanya low. They've done everything they need to convert this round on the side of Nova. Alyssa even tucked in a nasty spot. Will give no chance to G2. 6-3. The scoreline can close in from here. We can still be neck and neck at the half.
Yeah, and honestly, as said, like, this is the side of the map where G2 have favored to play. I know you've mentioned that the double duelist statistically has a lot of rounds defensively, but I do feel on this map as well, the attack thrives a little bit more.
This map, this meta as well, all that goes out the window, right? I think attack side's going to have a lot more trouble with getting into sites with the limited initiator utility, and maybe the double duelist will be something that is leaned on to sort of see that find success. Only time will tell.
Amy under pressure. Clearing her has been an important part, and it came down to the 1 versus 1, but that's the second time that Icebox managed to win it. Shirazi holding on to the vents like her life depends on it. It did. With the remaining 2, it feels like Nova might have just found their momentum. It's left all onto Banya, and she won't get anything.
A 2-round gap, but more importantly for Nova, a dominant round from them. This is somewhere that we've seen G2 have a lot of impact before, so it is definitely important to see them still look that little bit confident, getting aggressive in some of those early fights, but not overextending across the map and taking those last duels together. As Shirazi and Sheer swung out on middle. For G2, now they come in, rifles, Viper's Pit, and a Cosmic Divide. They can get to a site, and they can lock it down afterwards. Nova will have trouble dealing with that, and in fact, look at the B site. The defenders have nobody here. They're fully expecting a fight around middle, or at least they're wanting to take that control, but nobody seen again, as we've seen this from G2 a number of times, where they are very delayed in going for this control, but Clem's now spotted their intention. And that Prowler, along with the flash, not going to land on Clem, but the shot won't land on the G2.
The challenge for mid has been a large part of either team. Nikita is the one to take first blood. It's all of that Viper utility offline. That is not the player you want to lose in this contention. And while Clem's position is very much known, but the fact is, after taking that pick and the move to almost bolster up middle, it seems like G2 are very aware of the gap.
There's the drone down from the info, but they've already heard it. It's all about that op shot from Clem. The top rope landing its blow. Late play by Amy through middle, hasn't been spotted yet. And often you'll expect that Viper to be with the squad. In fact, the flank is completely avoided now. They must have seen her, because they even flashed back out into mid. But yes, this is why the pit coming back into play to try to lock this down in the post plant main. Right-clicked up top! Oh. It's beautiful for Makita! And with the pit to get towards the site, just about covering the spike. This is a very difficult retake for Nova. The slide good, but Mimi better! And it's down to the 1v1. Already low is Icebox, and that decay is going to take this from bad to worse. A spam from Amy would be enough, and the snake bite certainly will do the trick. 7 on the board for G2, a lead at the half already guaranteed.
Amy's just so calm under pressure. Like you'd see, like it's such a small detail, but a lot of people, the second it's tapped, you're gonna go, I'm gonna snake bite. She's like, okay, possibility of tap and then swing. I know the timing. This will be now where she's going for that second half. Now I use the snake bite. That's all the risk gone, because by that point she would have already been swung. You're not going to wait till 1 HP to do that. So just intelligent play from Amy, and that has been a lot of the story of this attack. Just her timing, her spacing, her decision making has been sublime. A 7th round, and while a showstopper with 2 targets and 2 targets taken. It's an assist from Mimi, even if it doesn't come up on the board, but for Akita, that's about as easy as it gets.
Yeah, really snuffing out their flame here, Nova. They came in shining bright, certainly in that first half of Corrode, but it seems like G2, they found their rhythm. As every note falls into place, Akita's 3rd! And Mimi looking for one on the backside, but it will be Petra to get yet another, hitting that final note as G2 end this half 8-4 in the lead.
Yeah, looking very good on that attack side as expected. And of course for Nova, we knew this was always going to be a tough battle. It's now an uphill one. They'll have to try and find a response after the break.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back, folks, as we get into our Coinbase Econ report. Looking back at that first half, Tom, I mean, there's a couple of standout players, but you got to say, those showstoppers from Akita, they always found their mark.
It was a toss-up between, I think, her and Amy for who was going to be the highlight on this one, but I think she swayed it in the last round with a little bit of help from Mimi. But yeah, I think a lot of her, especially in middle, her openers were really tough to play against. I don't think that's going to change going into the second half. A likely roam of the map for the duelist. I think that, again, like you talk about this squad in particular, and I think also you've got to put Shopify in the mix as well of how they set up their duelists better than anyone else. Even the secondary duelists will do it a lot of the time, but I am also excited to see how Amy will look to fight into middle, and more importantly, how Nova are going to deal with her, because she has been having a phenomenal game on the lurk. Now, chances are you're going to have a better idea of where she is. That doesn't mean it's going to be easy to deal with her when she's currently 13-6 on the board.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, we saw for Nova, though, there were certainly some heroes over on Corrode, some big individual rounds from them, and maybe we have to hope for more of that as 8-4 down. This is the spot where the pistol carries a lot of weight. G2 with a chance to run away with this. That nade already posing a lot of danger, and Akita keeps on going. Shirazi, the one to fall, but Akita down to 10 HP. Stuck in that corner, dodges the flash, it's almost a freebie, but Icebox puts us back to level.
A nice attempt. Already, though. Multiple players left within the site. Now, you can see that Mimi's actually going back to mid, just in case they try and double back in the other direction. Looking to try and lock them in with nowhere to go, but they are pressuring into what is now a stack-up of the remaining players. A crossfire that seems impossible to deal with. It's left to Sheer to try and save the day, and now even from above, Mimi will look to wrap him from behind. There is nowhere safe, nowhere left to go. G2 claim yet another pistol. And while that mountain just got a little bit taller.
I have to agree with the sign down there. Mimi is unstoppable, certainly was going into that first map, but Amy and Akita maybe need to get added onto the card. Especially Amy, 14-6 now.
Who's not on the card? Do you remember how Petra's map closed down the last one? I don't think.
Oh, she was popping off.
We're going to need a bigger card, is what I'm saying.
The whole roster needs to be on there. And so far, it does look like G2 in general are unstoppable. The side of Nova stalled out in this second half. There's 9-4s already on the board, but we're likely looking at double digits. Classics across the board with the exception of Sheer. And already it seems like the early plan for that attacking side is to play the orbs, a slow round from them as they take orb and B main, move back towards mid, and isolating an individual fight will be difficult. 3 Spectres in play. Honestly, this is the perfect map for it. We talked about the ability of that weapon now when it comes to ranged fights is insane, but then you add on to that the fact that there's plenty of close range duels that you can take here as well. It really feels like an all-rounder on Split.
And again, it seems like they've got the right read. Multiple players already here. Early utilities, not a bad start though. Clem's done well. That's a player drop. Clem with the classic. Seems to do so much damage all of the time, and now Shirazi's adding another. This is starting to get very interesting indeed. A chance to give themselves a lifeline, and Clem is looking to do it all. It's left to Petra, who doesn't know there's another on the cross. And hey, that's one way to find a response. A Mastercard thrifty, and Nova, well, they're not dead just yet.
I was thinking this was the beginning of the end. Once that pistol went to G2, it really felt like the first bit of soil dropped on the coffin.
There as well.
Absolutely. And they managed to come out on top for Nova, a 9-5 scoreline, and an immediate start to this half. Honestly, it is better than winning the pistol round. Not only because G2 being so damn good with the classics, but Nova get this massive boost to the economy. Now sitting with full rifles coming into the third round, and G2 left in the dirt. I won't dare to suggest what the scoreline should be coming out of this round, just in case, but Nova's certainly looking favored.
That's the good thing. The 3 players buy up. The other 2 have the Spectres, and as you said, versus, well, normally versus a low buy, it's very good, as you are witnessing. Shirazi under pressure, but, well, they're running through the snake bite. Oh, taste of her own medicine, maybe? Can Vanya deliver? No, she cannot. That's fantastic. A flawless back. A huge boost in terms of orbs as well for Shirazi, which, hey, you're going to want a Viper's Pit as early as possible. And more importantly, the credits through the roof.
I was watching to see Nova's investment because after that, you know, still playing with the Spectre, it's not a bad idea, but they've decided to drop one of the 2, upgrading to a Phantom on Shirazi.
I think Shirazi gets 4 kills and you go, actually, I've got so many credits, I might as well spend some.
And not just that, give her a better chance to find that opening duel, to add an orb to the tally, to get that Viper's Pit in post-plant, which would be so important in a round like this. G2 investing. Losing this for the defensive side means Nova are right back in the game, and already they've sent a player running. They haven't claimed that space all too easily.
This is a full 5 as well. Like, there is no luck. There is nobody left on the other side of the map. This is an all-in gamble play from the side of Nova. But they've got to make it out of this choke first.
Petra's been spotted on the backside. Akita good for just 1. But Mimi and Petra, they're delivering and stopping Nova in their tracks. A 7th round not likely to find its way into their hands. We talked about Shirazi, 46 HP now, and still 2 orbs away from that Viper's Pit. I don't think she's looking to plant here in the spawn. And with 45 seconds on the clock, yes, she could walk into B. She could get the plant. But it looks like we're playing the long game here. Carrying the weapon forward is the aim of this game.
Yeah, she has the credits that you could take a risk, but you're going to look at this and go, okay, I've got 46 HP. There's 4 of them alive. Maybe 1 or 2 of them have already rotated to the B site. Maybe there's one in mid. Like, I don't know any of the positions. And realistically, okay, an orb for me would be nice, but an orb for them would be damning. So I think just got to let this one slip away, unfortunately. And, hey, you have an extra few credits going forward. Maybe that's another buy if things don't go to plan, or if but you lose 4 players in a round victory. So definitely understandable. For G2, though, an immediate response. Once they get the buy back in, 4 players alive will be a build-up of economy for them as well. And with Petra finding a fair few, that's going to be her now 2 away from her ultimate. We do have the Seekers online. I feel like Seekers is one of those ults, though, that it is very, very situational.
Yeah, it certainly can be. And for Nova, they've called a timeout. And interestingly enough, because they've had that time during the save to sort of think over and talk over what they want to do, but now the coaching staff wanting to get a word in. This Gamble will touch base with the crew. 4 rounds to make up that gap. G2 on the defensive side. Again, compositionally, they've got a lot to work with when it comes to the ultimates that are going to be coming online in the next round or 2. And if Akita gets that showstopper out, well, it has seemingly been a win condition for them every single time, ticked the second that X is clicked.
It's a tough situation. You come in as underdogs. You have your surprise pick of Corrode. Like, I don't think G2 could have really seen that one come in, but I also think coming into this, it's the classic phrase that's used in interviews, we're just going to play our own game, but I truly believe that from G2. Like, I don't think they will have sat there and massively looked to try and counter what Nova were doing in their region, because I think it is a different level of competition altogether once you get here, but also they will have had their own theory and their own crafting coming into this mass meta change, that you know that you're going to come up across very different things to what we've seen before anyway. As you can currently see, like, this composition is definitely not the norm out from Nova. I will say, though, that Teo, I'm yet to really see what it brought to the table.
were some ideas there with like denying the Heaven control with the ult and some of the salvos clearing corners, but I agree with you. I think it has been underwhelming. The composition brought in by Nova. It's always nice to see innovation. It's always nice to see new things tried, but
variety is the spice of life.
Yes.
But sometimes you don't like the spice.
It's maybe too spicy. G2, oh, snake bite down. This is a safe corner though for Shirazi. It hasn't quite extended as much as they'd hoped, and Mimi, getting a bit curious, ends up being dropped by Clem. Now the Seekers go out. Situational, but this is the perfect situation as they clear this A site completely. And the spike can move towards it. Late play coming through mid from Alyssa, but she's now being caught. That's a pick back in the other direction, and G2 don't need to get ahead of themselves in looking for a fight, but Nova want to. They're looking into the spawn off the Sky Flash, but it's fairly easily dodged. That went all the way around the corner. Paranoia doesn't land on Amy, but the rest are blinded up. Anya stuck in the corner, and Shirazi's third lands. Akita up close, won't find the double. And another big round from Shirazi keeps Nova's beating heart alive.
This map has felt like the battle of the Vipers, which, considering some of the explosive plays we've seen elsewhere, that Paranoia as well was superb, because the initial flash didn't land, but the second one left two completely blind as they went in to try and take the fight. The timing couldn't be better, and for Shirazi, well, the trade's ever important, but that final kill, the most of the lot. 10-7. A round that makes a mass difference, because although they had a large amount of bank to spare, G2 on the other hand did not. They are down to Sheriffs.
They've made it work before. Classic up close. I got so worried.
Oh, it's close. 46 health.
And the right click not as kind as it has been in the past. Drone coming through from Alyssa towards B-Main has spotted players, but Akita somehow gets one and gets out. At B-Main aggression as well, PC. Having been spotted, but Mimi has TP'd back, now looking for the fight up into heaven as Vanya goes down. Yeah, it's going to be tough to find more here. Akita on the cross. Good damage! Spike dropped up in heaven. Mimi might not be expected quite this quickly, and now Mimi's going to have some help as the showstopper soon to be popped, I'd imagine. This is the round for it. This happened before. Shirazi in the pit and will be caught yet again by the showstopper. But it's left onto Petra. 1 versus 2. It seems like Nova may have stumbled, but they will not fall. Not just yet, unless Petra's got a big play up her sleeve. Already isolating one. The reveal is there. But the reload needed. And now her opponent rounds the corner to destined death. Petra puts them in their place with an 11th round for G2.
Just insanity. There were so many moments in this round where I was thinking, okay, that will be what turns it. Maybe the showstopper will do it, but the Red Bull clutch in a 1v2 with the Sheriff, nah. I didn't think she made that. I didn't even use the Nightfall. Had it in her back pocket, was like, I don't need it. I'm going to isolate these fights, and well, ever so impressive. It's got to be difficult as well when you just see her smiling and laughing on the other side of the stage. That is someone who has such a wealth of experience. There was never any fear in Petra's heart for that one. Akita about to be pressured, but yeah, you just can't. You can't make it through that orb while someone is spamming. And well, you didn't even get close to it, in fact.
That's tough.
Look on the map where that was. That was just on the corner. That was just a little pre-fire.
Clearly Amy knows her angles, but who's surprised by that?
Yeah, no way.
And now Nova losing out on their Omen. They have that Viper wall already placed down. Akita does well to find one. It's the numbers kept in favor for G2. Although the regen shields will help Clan recover a bit of that lost HP. The advantage still sitting firmly with the defensive side.
It did actually land onto Alyssa, so they do still know that there's somebody around mid, but the Prowler not going far enough to track her down. And with Heaven now cleared, it starts to narrow down. Vanya, also someone that knows her angles. Yeah, I don't think you're regenerating that one, Clem. 3 health. They've got 30 seconds, and it doesn't seem like this is getting any easier.
Oh, Gravwell. That slowed down the rest of the squad, and it's only a 3 HP Clem who's made it out to the side. Amy shutting her down, saving Vanya's life as the smoke goes up. And now how do you get out? You just got to walk through this with Amy and Vanya holding you as if you had a chance. G2, 12 on the board, just like Corrode. They have 5 chances to close out this map. The difference being, this is their pick, and they seem to be hitting another level here.
Just straight up spam for the first. And then towards the end, it's just an attempt to try and get anywhere near her teammate. She was not having it. Sometimes Vanya is the one to take everybody's life, but sometimes she needs protecting, and that's where Amy comes in. 12-7. The buy, it stinks. I think the only thing really there is going to be that overdrive, a chance to try and close the gap, but Akita is ready and waiting. Clem gone.
Yeah, Clem wanted to put the pressure onto Petra there. She was stuck in the corner and still will be. Dodges that flash again. Great wall that they have in play here. Got to give credit to Amy. We've seen that already have impact in previous rounds. And here maybe more so than ever.
Go ahead.
Still have that Omen to play with, but no smoke down, and Mimi has a field day with that. Covering the cross back as well. Alyssa pre-fires it and forces her off the angle. The paranoia sends her further back, and Sheer is walking down on the back of it. Even suspects that that's the decoy as Alyssa finds one. Sheer could have a beautiful flank, but doesn't want to risk it, and I like it. I think the discipline here is far more valuable than rolling the dice on that flank and being isolated. The 2 versus 2, but it's Amy and Vanya that you're up against.
Yeah, the From the Shadows could be used as a recon. Her staying alive, fairly integral. G2 with a chance to end the map. Alyssa, a chance to get an ace. She's stuck in the backside, but still swings out. One more needed to individually win the round for her team, but that's where her teammate will come in. A 4K for Alyssa to keep them in the map, maybe the most important one they've had so far.
Oh yeah, that was looking very rough on the surface, but they cut through that like a knife on the side of Nova. A much needed win, 4 rounds in a row still to be connected, and they ran into a lot of issues here, but Alyssa, you know, you said we might not have seen what we needed to from that Tejo, but hey, we've seen what we needed to from Alyssa in that round.
Yeah.
That's brought them back into it. Give them a boost of morale. Perhaps Viper's Pit in play. Now, we've seen this a number of times towards mid, but this time Amy in a very narrow choke point. I mean, she kind of needs to push forward to hold that control, but Clem is already past the pit, so standing in that tight corner, really the only option she's left with. Prowler up top has caught Clem, though.
Yeah, that's important information. And in fact, it seems like we're going to get a push on 2 fronts. One of them is in the form of Akita, and then Amy's also managed to find Clem. This might be the beginning of the end, as they've had to try and fall back in a chance to try and reclaim mid, maybe catch the aggressive player in the form of Akita, but she's gone. She's dipped. She's in fact wrapping all the way back round just to fight with Mimi, and Mimi's gone, okay, well, let's just fall back and fight this one together. We have that advantage already.
Oh, Mimi! The double kill! And maybe the death blow delivered just like that. It will be a triple from Mimi to close this out in flawless fashion. G2 have given Nova courtesy enough, and they take it 2-0. An impressive series from Nova. A lot of promise here, but it just wasn't enough.
No, and I think the more exciting thing from my perspective is what we saw from Akita making that sort of debut on this GCC stage, and it didn't look like she broke a sweat. Of course, I feel like having those experienced players around her definitely helped, and unfortunately, at least for the likes of Alyssa and Shirazi, it is the same again. You face G2 once more, and you face a formidable force, a team that has been in that top 3 multiple times, a team who has lifted the trophy once before, and a team that is the expectation once again. Nonetheless, for now, we are going to be heading off, more importantly, to the Verizon post-match interview with Petra.
Strong start for G2. Congratulations, guys. And Petra, join me for an interview right here. 네, G2 고든의 페트라 선수 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 승리 축하드리고요. 오늘 정말 노바가 분전하면서 이 코로드에서 좋은 모습을 보여주기도 했었는데 역시나 G2의 경험치와 그리고 팀워크가 느껴졌던 경기가 아닐까 싶습니다. 가장 먼저 이 코로드에서 브림스톤을 선택한 이유부터 물어보고 싶네요. Congratulations, Petra. Now, I think on Corrode is where your teamwork and experience really shine through, especially with Nova putting up a fight. I just wanted to ask you guys why you picked Brimstone for that comp. You know, why did you guys decide to kind of fit him into your winning methods?
So with Brim, you obviously have like more smokes and faster. With OMEN, you have a long regen, and Flash kind of sucks now. So I think it feels really good, and the Molly can delay so much. And yeah, Vanya is the best Brim there is, so why not?
일단 업데이트 이후에도 그렇고 사실 브림스톤이 스모크가 가장 많기 때문에 썼던 것도 있지만 다른 요원들이 쿨타임도 스모크에 있어서 많이 늘어났고 그리고 나서 플래시도 좀 이상해가지고 예전만큼 좋지 않다 해서 브림스톤을 선택하기도 됐었고 또 바니어 선수가 워낙 브림스톤을 잘하다 보니까 이렇게 브림스톤을 조합에 쓰게 됐다고 얘기를 했는데요. 그리고 페트라 선수 사실 올해 시즌 중반에 잠시 선발에서 제외됐다가 다시 돌아오게 됐거든요. 그것 때문에 조금 더 이번 GCC에서는 스스로를 증명해내야겠다라는 각오가 남다른 것 같은데 한번 어떤 마음가짐으로 임하고 있는지도 물어보도록 하겠습니다. We know that you've been to all GCCs, but maybe this one's a little bit more special for you because earlier this year you had to kind of sit back and then you came back to help the team qualify. How was that little bit of a hiatus for you, that break for you? And also, do you feel like there's an extra urge to kind of prove to the world that you're still sharp?
Yeah, it was kind of sad to not play stage 2, obviously. And yeah, when they asked me back, I was like, hell yeah, I'm gonna do this. Because when I was watching them, I was missing to compete. I was like, I belong here. And well, when we won stage 3, it proved. So I'm very, very excited to compete.
I mean, we all know, we just saw you deserve to be here 100%. So yeah. 일단은 스테이지 2에서 선발에서 제외됐을 때 너무 슬펐고 사실 G2 경기를 지켜보면서 저 자리가 내 자리인데 내가 저기 있어야 하는데 너무 아쉽다라는 마음이 많이 들어서 이제 다시 G2가 선발로 뛰어달라고 요청이 왔을 때 너무 잘됐다 열심히 해야겠다라는 마음가짐으로 임하게 됐다고 하고요. 그리고 이렇게 정말 본인의 자리에서 GCC를 다시 함께 할 수 있어서 너무너무 기분이 좋다고 얘기를 합니다. Thank you, Petra, and best of luck! 네, 이렇게 해서 페트라 선수 만나봤습니다.
1 versus 2, it seems like Nova may have stumbled, but they will not fall. Not just yet, unless Petra's got a big play up her sleeve. Already isolating one, the reveal is there. The reload needed, and now her opponent rounds the corner to destined death. Petra puts them in their place with an 11th round for G2.
It's more than a game. It's a world shaped by you, the fans. And our mission is to elevate that world by building technology that creates moments that last forever. That's why we're joining forces with Valorant Game Changers to transform how fans experience live events on the global stage.
Yeah, let's go.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Oh, this is major. It's like the next big thing. Come catch the wave, yeah. Yeah, watch what's happening. A force of nature. Hit 'em like lightning. Be the creator of the next big thing. We're the movers and shakers. We are the dreamers, the makers. We stand on top of equators. We are the limitless. Got the future, no papers. We are the innovators. We have the focus like lasers. You know we doing it big. Oh, this is major. This is major. It's a game changer. This is major. Oh, this is fire. It's like the boom boom pow. Let's take it higher. Like the no now. We're the movers and shakers. We are the dreamers, the makers. We stand on top of equators. We are the limitless. Got the future, no papers. We are the innovators. We have the focus like lasers. You know we doing it big. 'Cause this is major. This is major. We are the movers and shakers. We are the dreamers, the makers. This is major. Are you a real faker? A team player? A crusader? Yeah, here we come. Are you a game changer? Rule breaker? Dream maker?
Welcome back to day 3 of Game Changers Championship and our second match of the day. It's Shopify Rebellion Gold, the reigning 2-time champion, taking on Brazil's MIBR in a rematch of last year's Grand Finals. Welcome back to the desk. I'm Mimi, back here again with Potter and Dryad. And Potter, we just have to start by saying how crazy it is to get this finals rematch so soon in the tournament.
Yeah, it's a treat. It's definitely a treat. Like I said earlier, GCC is a gift that keeps on giving. I'm excited to see Dodonut debuting on an international stage with this squad for the first time. I'm excited to see Noya doing Noya things, and of course, the lovely duo, Mel and Alexis. It seems like anytime these two are going into the server, they can do no wrong.
Yeah, let's delve in on that last grand final, because this was the second trophy in a row that Shopify Rebellion Gold managed to win, Dan. And for MIBR, it was a 3-0, but it was a final where I think that they really proved themselves at being at the caliber of this team, at being a team that can make it all the way to a finals and almost have that chance against Shopify.
Absolutely. I feel like in that last tournament, we got the chance to see a lot of up and downs for MIBR, points where we got a little bit worried for the girls, and then points where they were a lot more comfortable and confident. Unfortunately, that grand final was a bit more one-sided on the side of Shopify Rebellion, but if you watch not only what they were doing in last year, but also what they have been cooking this year, they look much more stronger, and that's why I'm so excited to see them.
Yeah, and it's exciting, too, to see them with some of those changes coming into this year as well. For Shopify, they are looking for the three-peat, something no one else has done to keep this incredible streak going. But, Potter, they'll have to do it this year with a new player in the roster. As you mentioned, their player who won MVP floor last year, not with the roster. Instead, it's Dodonut, a long-time player in NAGC, making her debut here at the international level.
Yeah, and she's got big shoes to fill. You just saw those lovely highlights on the screen. Fluorescent was a huge part of why Shopify had such a dominant year last year, but Dodonut, she hasn't skipped a beat. Shopify, it seems like the rest of her teammates, Mel, Alexis, Noya, Sarakat, these 4 other players are getting activated by Dodonut because she's such a good role player. She's such a good teammate. She's got a fresh perspective coming through. And I gotta say, Shopify, they look better with Dodonut, at least on the team.
Do you think they look better?
Game planning sort of things.
Do you agree with that, Dan? Do you think Shopify is still the tournament favorite after the change?
I think that is something that they're going to have to prove. I don't think they look like the tournament favorite because we have so many changes across different regions where the duelist has been kind of a massive step up, and what they were able to do last year, I feel like it's hard to replicate. I think Dodonut is an incredible player, and we've seen her at the very top for multiple years now, but to me, it's going to depend on her confidence, and that is something that the team has been talking about, that she has been talking about. As long as she is a confident player going into any of these matches, they should be the favorites, but if not, I am a little concerned.
Yeah, I think it is a different narrative, and she has to prove herself, but she definitely proved how good she was regionally back in North America, played for a long time with that FlyQuest roster that was always making finals, but lost spotter 3 times in grand finals to Shopify, and then jumped ship to join them instead when that opportunity came up.
Yeah, and since she's joined, it's been up and up. And those NA matches you talk about, even in challengers as well, facing off against these NA ranked demons all across the board. And Dodonut, she's been holding her own. And not only that, again, the team play, the team aspect, it just seems like for Mel especially, she's able to call a lot more different things. The game planning for her and Effie's, that's got to be a lot of fun because you can be a lot more creative when you have a player like Dodonut.
Absolutely, and I feel like to me it's also going to depend on the maps and what agent she's going to be playing. I feel like back in the day we used to know her for that race that was kind of the best that we had in Game Changers in North America, and now she has been playing a few other roles as well, a lot of that Euro that you get the chance to see, but it's a player that, like you said, Mimi, last year going second every single one of the North American stages, and even though she has been playing since 2021, this was the first year ever where she got the chance to win a stage. So now, maybe she has a chance to win a championship.
With the spotlight not squarely focused on Floor anymore, Potter, do you think this gives room for some of the other players on this team to step up and show how good they've always been?
For sure, for sure. I mean, I was talking about Sarah Cat earlier. I do think she's going to prove that she's the best initiator in all of GCC this event because, again, Dodonut's not going to try to take the whole show. The whole show. It's great when your duelist does that, but this is a team game, and every time I'm watching Shopify Rebellion, it's a well-oiled machine. So I think Sarah Cat and Noya, these two are the two that I'm keeping my eye out on.
And Dan, they have the matches to prove it.
Yeah, absolutely. The games that they played, compared to all the other teams that you get the chance to see here, 66 game total. And the numbers that you're seeing here is game changers, challengers, third-party tournaments, what all of those teams have been signing up for, and also obviously qualifying for. Shopify Rebellion are the first team that we have that it went from game changers to challengers, and a few of the Brazilian teams, for example, have come close, but no one has been doing quite what Shopify Rebellion has been able to do so. And it's something that Mel has talked about since the beginning, since that first championship, about how that experience really matter, about how those official matches are so different to how those scrims go. So that's why you need those reps.
And you've seen the priority they put on that goal. They choose not to compete in kickoff this year. They didn't play that tournament whatsoever, instead only playing the latter stages of GC in the region so that they could prioritize competing in Tier 2 against the best teams in co-ed. That's what makes this Shopify roster so good. But I want to hear more from their leader. Mel, she's standing by with Jen Lee.
Oh my gosh, it's Mel! Wait, where's mine? Oh, okay, hold on. Be quick. Oh, thank you. All right, Mel, long time no see. We've seen almost everyone play now. Is there a team that you think might threaten your hunt for the third trophy, or no?
I think for us, it's going to be a boring answer. We just take it game by game. So a day by day, whoever we play that day, we're just going to give them our full attention. And whoever that is that day, that's the person that threatened us the most. So today, that'll be MIBR.
But that's the PR answer. Now, give me the good one.
I mean, it's also a good answer, too. I think MIBR is a great team, and it's a rematch of last year's final. So MIBR is definitely up there.
Thank you.
A very PR answer from Mel. I did like to see in the background there the Shopify superfan. He has been to, I think, every GCC they've attended. I remember watching him cheer them on in Brazil. This is a team that a lot of people love. And one of the biggest reasons people love Shopify so much is their dynamic duo, Mel, who you just heard from, and Alexis. There is no one else like them, really, in the dominance that they have achieved in North America and internationally, Potter.
Yeah, and that synergy, they've been building it year after year, and it's just getting better and better. And going back to those challenger matches you were talking about, Mimi, with that experience, I mean, they've just been warming up into it, and it is the Alexis and Mel show. I think these two, they're just consistently setting up their team for success.
Yeah, it is incredible. Obviously, Mel has always been very passionate about improving every single time, getting better, being that best AGL that she can be. And for Alexis as well, all those reps that we got the chance to see for them to get this year allow her to play a few different roles that we haven't seen before. A few of the different agents, we got the chance to see her a little bit more on that Sentinel when Breach was nerfed, because we know how much she was playing and loving that Breach. And it allowed her to be a little bit more, you know, focusing more on herself, playing more by herself. So she was happy to do it. But now it feels like, if anything, it opened the agent pool for her in a meta where you can kind of play anything.
Yeah, and not just for herself, but for Noya as well, because Noya's kind of been stuck on that Cypher role for so long. But because Alexis is so flexible, taking on the KJ role for some of the maps, it opens up the role for Noya to really lean onto that Viper, because her Viper, it's insane. The timings and the gaps she's able to find on those lurks is incredible.
And these are the players you're talking about. Your Sarahs, your Noyas, the ones who are stepping up when they are needed, now that that spotlight is more spread across this team. But today, Dan, Noya's going to be competing against Bastarda, who, of course, had that big mid-season roster move getting dropped by Liquid, signing to MIBR. And man, has she been outstanding.
She has been incredible, and I'm so excited to see this matchup because we didn't get the chance to see it last year. Of course, we talk about Bastarda going from that Team Liquid that she had been part of for years to now this MIBR squad, and it is the first time that she's part of this team and making it to an international. So this Bastarda and Noya duel on the Sentinel role, first time that we see it, and it's absolutely, to me, the top two players in that role.
Absolutely. The biggest question running through my mind is we already saw Bastarda busting out the Cypher. Big question marks. Is it going to work? She made it work on Abyss. And Noya, she's a Cypher main. So with the biggest changes coming through, is Noya going to keep leaning on the Cypher? These are the questions that are rolling in my mind right now.
I'm so interested to see what the meta read is from Shopify. The president of Denmark, of course, playing against someone maybe running for the president of Chile? I don't know. We'll see.
She's definitely at the top. That's what I'm saying.
There's more competition for that presidency in Valorant, but we'll see if Bastarda can get there. Let's talk more about MIBR. They played their first match on this stage already against Giant X, and I just want to talk impressions because, Potter, they played these two very close matches. They nearly got 2-0'd, but then when it stomped map 3, where are you sitting on your MIBR stocks after this series holistically?
That map 3 you're talking about, Mimi, at least it was MIBR heating up right in the nick of time. That's exactly what MIBR needed. SRN, you see her standing up, getting hyped, and as she should be. In the third map, that's when she came in the most clutch. And if I think back on last year's grand finals with MIBR, it kind of fizzled out. The gas tank was empty. So for MIBR, they've got to pace themselves. They've got to realize this is a marathon, not a sprint.
But what I really like about MIBR is that the team was really confident, even if they had that slow start. Every single one of these players talked about, yeah, maybe it didn't really go our way at the beginning, but we knew that it was a couple of those details about the communication, a couple of those details in the late rounds that we were able to fix later on, and we were still confident we were going to win it no matter what. So I feel like that is the mentality that you need to have, and it's a mentality that they're, you know, that's a little bit of pressure on themselves, but I feel like they're able to handle it, so they're fine.
And let's turn our attention and hear more from the other Mel in the server today. MIBR's Melissa standing by with Jen.
Vamos! Mel, hello. It is revenge time for you, right? But here's the thing, Shopify, they've been undefeated this year. So what are your plans to defeat the final boss?
The final boss is on my team. We just need to trust ourselves.
Okay. Trust yourself.
Yeah.
All right, good luck today.
Thank you.
And I think that final boss might just prove to be SR and MIBR. This is a huge opportunity for them, losing that final in Berlin 0-3 to come back to another tournament against a Shopify who has had to make a significant roster move. This feels like an amazing opportunity for them to show why Brazil is so good, why we were so excited to see two of their teams attend this event.
Yeah, for sure. And I think comfort agent picks is what I'm looking for SR. And we saw Alkia looking so good on the Jet. I've been talking about Waylay for the past few days, but SRN's Jet is going through my mind. So many movies for this player. So I'm thinking about which duelist is SRN gonna farm on in this series.
And it can be anything. I feel like it's also going to depend on those maps. We got to see already 3. It's the only series that we've had so far where we won 3 maps. So this time around, SRN, the comfort, I feel like is going to be key if they want to win against Shopify.
What a test for Dodo. Her first match on the GCC stage, having to go up against SRN. Our 2024 finals rematch gets started right now. Let's send it down to the stage.
Comfortable, cause any minute now.
The back-to-back world champs, Shopify Rebellion, enter the competition here in South Korea, facing off against their toughest opponent from last year. One of the squads that Mel always talks about how much she respects how hard these Brazilian teams are to play against. But guys, for MIBR, what an opportunity they have to make up for that final and start this run with a win against the back-to-back winners.
Both of the teams making a singular change since the last time that they got the chance to see each other. And for Bastarda, it's going to be my eyes on her. You talk about Mel, but Bastarda also has a lot of respect for the other squad and how close that grand final that she played with Team Liquid 2 years ago was. And I have my questions about the maps. I really like what I'm seeing.
Yeah, OMEN map select. We head to Pearl to start. Your thoughts, Potter?
I'm looking straight at Lisa. This is MIBR's pick, and Lisa, well, the whole team of MIBR, but specifically Lisa had a slower start in the series when they opened up debuting on the stage. So for MIBR, they've got to double down on a hot start, get loose, get aggressive, set up Lisa with all the information so she can get her lurks going.
And just like the last series, we have a little bit of a surprise for this first map of Pearl. There's a lot of questions on what teams have been cooking in this map, especially for a squad like Shopify Rebellion that have a really, really good macro in the way that they want to set it up. So my eyes are going to be on what you were talking about, Potter, what these duelists are going to look like and what the approach early on is going to be to make sure that they have a strong start.
Yeah, especially because Pearl is such an initiator game, and with all these initiator changes coming through, the classic KO Sova is the meta on this map. So I'm definitely curious where MIB, or rather Shopify, are going to lean into here.
I'm very excited to see as well where we head in terms of duelists. I think the Yoru is super strong right now. I love the teams that play the Waylay here as well. And I liked when we saw SRN play that agent. So super interested to see what MIBR head to. But for both teams, they have not shown this map since its re-addition to the pool. So both IGLs having to do a bit of sight reading to start the series.
Yeah, I know. So
Bastarda on the Euro as well that we've seen in other maps. I feel like that is also very much a possibility for a team that we know to be very aggressive. So, okay, now we get to see the agents.
Oh, a Waylay on both sides. I have loved the teams playing that Waylay.
Yeah, and usually the Waylay is paired with the Tejo like we see on the MIBR side of things, but it looks like for Shopify, they're leaning onto the KO. I love it when teams drop down the missiles, have their Waylay dive right into those missiles themselves. So looks like for Shopify, though, they're prioritizing those long-range pop flashes.
And I really like seeing this from Alexis as well. We just talked about what she was going to be playing as well in this map too. Both Bastarda and Noya being on that killjoy means that Alexis, that has always been one of her best support players, is going to be setting up Dodono for a few of those fights.
Yeah, no scan initiator either here for MIBR. They're really trying to get into the faces of Shopify and just speed things up.
I do think that drone is so good from the tail on this map, besides just the missiles. One of the best tools to re-clear right now.
Yeah, and if you're not used to, or rather it's been probably a little bit since Shopify have faced off against the Tejo on this map, so those protocols, they've got to come through. If you are not expecting the Tejo drone and you don't have a buddy, it can quickly catch you off guard.
Well, memories for MIBR of getting 3-0'd in the grand finals against this team last time. Both of them have had changes, a new duelist stepping into the fold for Shopify Rebellion Gold, and some very exciting comps. The Waylay versus Waylay, the finals rematch, that's what we're ready for as we're about to get into map number 1 any moment here. I think Pearl is just such a good way to start this stand, such a fun way to see both teams debut something new, but we're ready to go. Let's get into game. Here's Doug and Ender for the call.
Thank you so much, Mimi. It's a pleasure to cast both of these teams who come into this tournament with entirely different, I guess, focuses and attempts of what they're going on runs for, but the outcome will have to be the same. For Shopify Rebellion Gold, yeah, back to back to back. If they can pull it off, this will be a massive first step.
I mean, that is just absolutely insane, and it's our first time seeing them take the stage here in Korea in a finals rematch of 2024 of all things. If the format was still the same, MIBR wouldn't have a chance to even be here, right? Without the LCQ, Brazil never had a second spot before, but MIBR have already won a series and now ready to test their mettle up against the favorites everyone has in their minds.
All right, we talked about how Shopify Rebellion Gold, again, going for the 3-peat on the side of MIBR. Their attempt, as the Des mentioned, is going to be to exercise the demons, as they fell just a bit short last time up against the squad, but now a fresh page in a book with 3 members different. A quiet start for Shopify here.
Yeah, players to look at is eventually going to be Mel. If she decides to lurk, or in reality, you look down at B long right now with Noya playing up in the corner. Shopify Rebellion are going to be trying to sell some kind of a fake look, a pop flash to go for a pick while the reclear into mid comes in.
A fake on the pistol. Yeah, I guess they are going to try to end that way anyway, aren't they?
It might not even be a fake, it's just a split.
Yeah, I thought. I mean, they haven't fully committed. Dodo Nut's going to get the first kill of the tournament. Very important, by the way, to get Dodo Nut going early.
The only new addition, the only player that wasn't lifting the trophy last year, already starting off hot.
Not quite used to these lights, but performing just fine. Meanwhile, Bastarda smoked off, at least initially. Shopify with full control of the site. MIBR are going to have to try to snatch this site back. Really nice hinder, at least early on, but Sarah playing antsy, swings out, grabs a couple out of the sky, turns onto the last. Melissa's left in a 1v3. That one's not happening. Shopify get the pistol.
And shouldn't be much of a surprise that Shopify have already adjusted to the changes on Pearl as a map, playing very forward in the post plant. They're locking it in on the B site. So many new angles you can play around there. And I just think overall, Mel called a pretty solid round. I think they had crept down B long with 4 players. But when they hear the Killjoy turret, anticipating it's going to be a weaker site, then going back into mid, clearing out Link, in order to make sure there's not a fast flood onto the side, in order to make sure there's no real pressure coming down. It's good mid-rounding from Mel to get that pistol.
MIBR gambling here a little bit, expecting a B hit, and unfortunately for them, that's not the case.
Yeah, you can't win them all.
No.
You can win some of them, but in this case, actually, I just seen on the minimap, Waylay just went all the way forward, down B long, used the teleport to get out, so SRN realizes no one's actually on the B site, but at this point, you can't really stop gamble stacking because you're just going to be late to the eventual A hit.
Right. And so we'll have a couple of moments to chat through this and see how MIBR elect to play this. Quick rotation through the defensive side of the map. And Shopify sitting really nicely in their post plants. Pretty light purchase, too. I mean, they didn't full FPX buy, but it is just 1 rifle and a couple stingers.
Yeah, just going for the low-range weaponry and then playing over towards the A site to try and abuse that. Might play into mid or A again in the next round based on that information.
All right. Makes a ton of sense. Don't want to overinvest. They're going hunting a little bit.
Yeah, get Sarah that ulti. Why not?
At least get a little bit closer.
Or die.
Right. But took a step. Took a step to having that that Hunter's Fury online. Now just 3 pips away.
I mean, it is interesting. Both these teams playing double initiator on this map. On most maps, teams are shifting away from the double any ideas. But
yeah,
I think some love for the KO here in particular. I think the knife is a very good tool, especially on a map where a lot of teams are playing the Yoru.
Yep.
As a matter of fact, just always forcing the teleport back and be very good at clearing the forward space, especially B long. Knives onto the pillar. But I think on defense too, with all the nerfs to the different initiators, just holding onto your knife and using it to full stall a hit is brutal.
You're just starved for some of that info early on, but it doesn't seem like they're holding on to much of anything here. Double dash through the missiles, and unfortunately Dodo just a bit ahead. SRN punishes the opposing duelist and might get a shot at more, but has to take a step back. Not far though.
Yeah, SRN still playing in that. At the same time, Noya crept into Art. Just full spam, getting that kill, no problem.
Yeah, and there you kind of wonder if you've kind of given away an advantage that you probably shouldn't have lost.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Now, the gun can't really be reclaimed. So what I think SRG are trying to do is maybe move back into mid and deal with the utility. Noya did see a Teho drone clear out Art that didn't spot any players. So there's a high chance that MIBR have pushed in behind this. We'll see if SRG keep things quiet, because if they do, the opportunity to contact pop into A site is very likely going to give them a spike plant.
The drones and the stars. And so they're certainly raising some alarms. As Shopify get out onto the site, Mel will get the spike down.
I mean, already this is a little bit of a win for SRG.
They delayed it. Weren't able to fully get it down because of the missiles, and now the spam out from Melissa will cause more problems.
30 seconds left.
There you go.
I thought they were going to find their way in, but yeah, very nicely handled by MIBR.
Yeah, a little benefit of the Teho missiles. Not a lot of agents that can just full deny a spike plant like that.
Well, they're not out of the woodworks quite yet. Sarah looking for the third, cannot find it. Noy has to swing in. It's Lisa with 3, and MIBR are on the board.
Lisa walked out there, guns ablazing, guns out in the walkouts. Now gets the first round for MIBR versus Shopify Rebellion. And this game, again, good early pick. But I think the real win for MIBR is denying the spike plant.
Sure.
These shots through the smoke, obviously good, but the missiles forcing Mel into that tiny space. It was a very informed spam from MIBR that got them those kills.
Yeah. And you wonder here if you're Shopify in that situation again, if you're tapping to try to draw the missiles out or something like this.
Yeah. Now quick into the next round. Sarah has the Hunter's Fury. And if you're not accustomed to Serum's game, she always gets a kill with it.
She's ripped it early. Dodonut's the one who gets a kill, but the space was gained. Oh, that's a pop flash on the other side of the smoke. They're going to try to fight out in front of this?
They called it off.
Perhaps wisely so. They have full arc control. Dodo trying to hold backside, can't. Very nicely done by Bastarda there.
And that spike.
And a bad spot. Sarah, though, trying to rip some control back out of the hands of MIBR.
So Bastarda goes for the walk back, dodging away from the Sova drone. And it's not perfect information. Shopify aren't ready for this timing.
Oh, that's trouble. Remember, Sarah's the one with 1 HP. Has to win this fight, the reload. Such dangerous timing, and Sarah pounces. A 3K to get SRG to 3. Wow.
Monster rounds from those two players. But Sarah, the one on top, that reload gives her perfect information where Bastarda is. And that comes after Bastarda had a heater of a round. And Bastarda, a player that played with Team Liquid in the finals, losing to Shopify Rebellion. Stepping now into MIBR in a new role. Still frying on Senti.
So good.
Can't see it through though, and that's a devastating loss for round now, forcing them onto the eco.
Meanwhile, Sarah already almost halfway up to having an ult online again.
Oh yeah. Sarah moment.
Plenty to be pumped for on the side of SRG. As you mentioned, not really a buy on the side of MIBR. And for the first time other than the pistol, if memory serves me right, we're going to see SRG explore the western side of the map.
It's been a while. MIBR are already anticipating this, though. Quick with the feet. Great holds, though, from Shopify. Can't ask for anything else there.
No. Dodo's pushing the pace. Shopify sitting nice here. Important that they get out of this round as cleanly as possible. The money's not great, and so even just having to reinvest on armor starts to kind of stack up.
Yeah. So far, a 4 unbroken. Dodo's the only one to lose there, so you can track the little things. Moving on in.
I think when you think about a matchup of this caliber, we expect the little things to be the ones that will make a big difference. That's another gun down. So what? They drop 2 guns. It's just Noya who's not going to have to buy armor.
Yeah, and
Bell can ride light, but
Shopify are in a totally fine position, especially when you factor in the ultimates they have to try and counter out what MIBR have.
Yeah.
I think, again, I'm liking to see the different approaches Shopify have playing the post plant. Even Sarah playing right on the side of that default box you see in the replay right there, having that more forward line than a lot of teams are ready for as they come out from street. Catch them by surprise, gets an 8th kill for Sarah.
Fast A?
Yeah, with those ultimates, why not? The null command makes things so hard, and with MIBR playing a little bit more forward, they can't use any of their initiator utility. If Shopify just ripped that one.
Knives traded in exchange of utility towards A main, but nothing really on the other side of that now. Alexis popping the ult.
4 players here.
Yeah, the thing is they have to go a little bit slower in main because they don't have any info of whether or not they lost that space, so they have to use utility. Meanwhile, the R push is going to be a bit ahead, and so this fight's a bit disjointed. They don't have full strength behind this. In the face of 4, they try to double down. The ult's going to hit everyone, but really good use of utility to deny that push out of main. They're calling it off.
That's Elisa with the pull there on the Astra, denying, then dropping down the Astra wall as well. So Shopify need to make something happen, but there's still a turret waiting for them in street. MIBR playing 3 players back in spawn, ready to just rotate off the information and intercept this hit.
They're so fast ahead of this. I mean, MIBR are going to beat them to the punch. They're going to get here first.
Shopify are ankles broken. They have nowhere really to go at this point. 40 seconds left on the clock. So Mel, considering taking some things into her own hands, does she go all the way down? I think it's a bad call if she were to. Doesn't want to take that risk, so instead plays back into Art. But there's so little time.
And this is where some of that lack of initiator utility that changes. These are the situations where it comes into play. Because right now, you're late in the round, you're starved for info.
Doug, look at this. At the same time, Noi was sticking around on B. Might have heard some footsteps. So with 10 seconds left only, Bastarda leaving the site, gives a free spike plant, and possibly even a kill.
Noya holds the line. Bastarda falls. The site is SRG's to take.
At the last second there, too. So 4-on-4 now. Shopify dig in their heels. 3 on-site back elbow.
The classic quadruple pump fake. That's the one that works out here. MIBR are going to try to force their way out through this smoke, maybe try to scale backside. Dodo trying to spam into it, not connecting, but Noya does, holds the line with 4. SRN will need a miracle to get this round back, and I don't even think they're going for it. They're cutting losses. Beautiful round from SRG.
Madam President, Noya with a 4K on B. That's also coming after her lurk onto the B site, after her calling her teammates back into her, trusting her in that moment.
Gosh, I would love to see what it was that, maybe Noya heard or what that called the rotation back, because we were for a long time there in this weird, in-between.
Dashed away spawn. Oh my god, beautiful.
Where they didn't fully commit. They didn't know where they wanted to end up, and MIBR seemed like they were a step ahead, but yeah, I would love to see that one back, but MIBR calling a timeout here on the other side of that.
Yeah, there are 2 options there from Noya. Either Noya did hear the footsteps back in spawn, which I think is fairly likely, or it could have just been a full gut read, know? Because you think about other rounds when MIBR were playing very heavy stacks, they had actually just sort of locked in their heels, right? And they played very weak on the Killjoy side. It's even possible Noya heard some Killjoy util go down, down B long. I'm not exactly sure. All things considered, though, this is now 2 critical rounds. You think back to round 4, right? Where Bastarda loses it in the clutch after she gets a 4K.
Against 1 HP.
1 HP, loses that one. That then forces you on to a low buy.
Right.
Then they lose this one after getting the opening frag, after having the hard read, after Shopify have no time. And now they're again forced onto a low buy. This is how a game snowballs completely out of control.
Yeah,
that formula.
The score is 5-1 right now, but the rounds have not been, that is not a proper indication of just how close this map has been so far. As you were mentioning, MIBR, those 2 situations just go a step the other way, and we're probably tied 3-3.
Yeah, entirely possible.
But alas, that's how the cookie has crumbled. MIBR wanting to go aggressive and fast towards A. They've had full control of this area of the map at the beginning of every round, and Shopify, after that first where Donut got picked, have just kind of given up on the fight.
Yeah, I think Shopify want to go for the re-clear. Had that delayed knife come down, 125.
Now, note off of that, Melissa did get the ult online. So that was a clear part of the plan for MIBR. Dodo again in the face, this time of SRN, and very nicely done. Remember here, the Armageddon is in play.
Both the hero rifle already out of the picture. MIBR need to get a little something extra. Once again, Shopify will choose to leave Noya in A main. Maybe even they have a drone on Sarah, sure, so can put some pressure down eventually. While the rest of the team goes back into mid, and if it looks like the pistol, this would turn into a split hit on A.
MIBR ahead of this. They're out in art. Remember, they don't really have the guns. Yep. So we'll get a couple more eco frags. Those are always fun to watch.
Absolutely. Keep grabbing those. Alexis, who had used the ult in the previous round, can start working on those. But, okay, there is something interesting at play here because
go on.
While a lot of teams will leave a lurk and then sort of like make a lot of noise on the other side of the map. Pearl's a very big map, so it takes a lot of time if you want to do that. I'm noticing trends in Mel's calling pattern though, and that is leaving the insert in mains and then going back with 3 players to split into the site, as opposed to create pressure on the other side of the map. Now, this could be something that MIBR start thinking about. This is something they could try to read. So what I wonder is if this is just early round conditioning from Mel, and if she's going to flip that expectation on its head in the last few rounds here.
Mel's become a household name in really Valorant. I mean, not even just GCC, but in Valorant as well. And so when you think about a caller who has as many trophies as she does, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if this was part of the setup from the beginning.
Well, let's see, because the pistol round, she did a similar idea. This is the same setup as the pistol round. Could go a million different ways from here. But on that pistol, it was leaving Noya inserted all the way up on the cubby there.
Yeah, SRN already getting picked. They can't. They can't afford to lose this gun round. If you're MIBR, I mean, the swing round's not really going your way, whatever.
You should run.
But you can't afford to lose this one. The half might be gone.
Well, with the lockdown, you don't need to send out too much. Nice nade.
Is that gonna catch? No, still up.
You put the last one on it.
Yeah.
And should be able to. Okay.
The defender side one was cleared though. So Dodona falls, but they get a little bit of control on the site. And Mel is on a flank. Mel's gonna be up across the middle of the map, and the turret will catch, or should catch.
I mean, turret should catch both Astras in theory. Double flanks going down.
And the Armageddon was used, but Mel swings out anyway, gets a kill, draws some attention away, and that's enough to get the spike down. Lisa falling. And they've got full, long control. Off of the flash turn, nicely done. Sarah gets 2, Shopify gets to 7.
Just so clean from Sarah. Sees that flash, started throwing up. KO Flash gives you that little hard read. Sarah downloads it completely and just is so calm going back into the fight.
Take a look at those lockdowns one more time. And again, the timing from Mel on the swing was just perfect. Fully disrespects the turret, still gets the kill, and that just makes things so uncomfortable if you're MIBR. I agree. Sarah is very good.
It's a good point.
Yeah. Well
Something I've had to say a lot this year, casting NA Game Changers.
You've gotten to say a lot. I haven't had to say it.
I think I had to. I think if I didn't say it, I would be disingenuous.
Fair, fair. Maybe a couple more eco frags here. MIBR haven't really been able to punish on some of those maybe thrifty situations, and that's gotta feel so bad, man. You've got a waylay dashing into your lap. You're hindered. You know the swing is coming. You know you're gonna die.
Yeah.
You're just kind of waiting. There we go. So 2 left on the side of MIBR.
Oh my word.
Oh boy.
And that's the kind of play Dodona when Dodona was playing with FlyQuest last year.
Go on.
That's the type of round, like when FlyQuest would start running with the game, they would get loose.
Yeah.
They would get a little torn. I've been on the receiving end of that.
Yep.
It's not fun when you're down 7-1, 8-1, 9-1, but Dodo is always in the front and always making you feel foolish with the way she just moves in the server.
Yeah, that didn't look fun. I mean, it looked fun for Shopify, but it didn't look fun.
That's what's scary to me, because Dodonut was such a new element coming into Shopify in this year, right? A team that won the last 2 trophies. A lot of pressure for a player like that, but she'd always been the number 2 duelist in NA Game Changers. And I think that if you can show that similar level of fun, even in that Shopify system, even when it's going to be your first time stepping onto the stage here in Lal Park in Korea with the team, that bodes very well for this team's future at this event.
Absolutely. I mean, I think for as long as Dodonaut's been around and as decorated of a player as she is, there have been some questions about when the lights get really bright, can Dodonaut deliver? And I think that was a question for Shopify coming into this tournament, coming into this stage, right? We're talking about a team that's expected to maybe three-peat, and how would Dodonaut do under that pressure? I think you've said it really well. This is a great start.
And I also think that it's fair, like, if you're like a spectator that's watching like just GCC, or you're watching like some games in North America, you might have some doubts, you might have some of those questions, but if you have been following Dodonaut's trajectory from TSM to FlyQuest to now, like, this player has been absolutely as top for games so long.
We'll see how Dodonaut continues to perform. Currently sitting at 6-6. It's really Sarah who has stolen the spotlight. And, well, reasonably so. 10-3 right now on the other side of a timeout from MIBR, the second of the map already. So hands off the wheel for the rest of it from Pleats. But Shopify, heavy presence towards A. Now look here at the adjustment from MIBR. We talked about how they've been fighting for the A main space. Will not have that this time.
Well, it's coming because SRN goes to the operator and is playing just down B long. So the option is to fight forward with your, I guess, your initiators if you want to do that, but MIBR play much more around SRN, are very reliant on this player to set the team up for success with early picks, and especially on an op round like this. Would not be surprised to see them play a little more reserved. Now, here's the change, right? I talked about previous rounds, looking for leaving an insert over on A. Other rounds, Shopify would leave 2 in A main and then go 3 into Art immediately. This time they're going into Link. They're trying to deal with the Killjoy utility firsthand. Still might end up finishing that way over on A.
Tough kill. Sarah's going to drone out. I mean, it's a slightly different flavor, but it's the same idea. They're just sending 4 through Art this time.
It's all about these splits. Now, MIBR do have some options to quick retake, but they're going to want to trade guns with SRN first. That's why they're not trying to come out here through the wall. They're just going to full weight that out and go as soon as it drops.
SRN does have ult. Concerned about the flank on the other side, so all the attention of Noya is across the middle of the map. Meanwhile, MIBR now starting to knock and try to take control of the site. Dodonaut falling, and MIBR out onto the site. A little bit of hesitation as Lexi falls, but Mel on the counterpunch, not quite enough. Heavy numbers advantage away of the defense. What can Mel and Noya do? Oh, that's gonna help. But it's just Noya in the 1v3. Surely that Molly. Wow, she got away with getting it off. She got away with getting it off! SRN waiting on the other side, it's been halved. Noya calls the bluff! Noya gets 3! The Red Bull clutch for SRG! Criminal that there are 3 there, and maybe it wasn't.
Nah, that's just Noya. Noya's insane. She didn't give them any room at all. Watch how shallow she peeks forward. There's 3 players there, yes, but she doesn't, on these peaks, does not give them any wiggle room. Look how quick that is, so fast.
I was talking about the Molly, and I think part of it was Noya threw the Molly in a place that couldn't be cleared. But I didn't see. There were 3 guns there, and I didn't see one of them look down.
Well, 1 player was on it, and also Noya was spamming through the box as the Molly dropped. So those players are getting hit through the box. They're not looking down at the Molly because they think Noya's shooting at them.
Unreal. Boy, that is...
You can't play a 1v3 better than that.
No. Oh, gosh. I mean, the wheels are off on this one. 9-1 for Shopify. Another busted buy for MIBR. So much for a heavyweight fight, huh?
Yeah, that's just devastating. And that around again where MIBR are in a position to win. Again, one of these swing rounds. They've had 3 swing rounds. They have lost by just an inch. Make no mistake, this game is 9-1, but this is not a 9-1 difference in quality of team or caliber of team.
I mean, even the rounds, I think it's not a 9-1 difference, even individually.
Good stall here now with the walk-up all the way into A main. It's full awareness from MIBR that it will be that B finish.
Be right back.
So they can start to close on in now. 4 players ready to quickly pop back through.
Dodonaut already out. Melissa gets one with the Sheriff, but there's unfortunately not a lot of good to talk about on the side of MIBR here. 9-1. Lisa, position given away. The double swing, 1 kill found.
All right, yeah. All right. We got 1 round for MIBR to figure something out in this half. I think the thing that has been sorely lacking from them is a response to the split hits from Shopify. Here they're just bullying because Shopify have better guns. But Shopify have just been winning all of these critical rounds by splitting in through mid. And that comes down to 2 problems. One is MIBR are not fighting in mid. It's just Killjoy, Utility, and you fall out. Now, you could adjust and fight for mid, but you could also, you've seen so many teams play Killjoy, Info, and mid exclusively. But if you give up mid, you gotta take forward control in mains. Shopify are only leaving 1 or 2 players in there. After early presence from Shopify, you have to be looking to re-clear and bullying, whether it's Sarah or Noya left on their own.
Yeah.
The quick retakes aren't paying off.
Nope. Shopify again knocking on the door of mid. A flash over the top, a little early.
Sure, but I mean, instantly there for the trade.
Yeah.
Recovering it. Recovering it.
Lisa's gonna try to slip into the.
Oh, hello.
Right now. Oh my gosh. Everything going the way of Shopify.
Need that back.
And so this time MIBR actually had the 4-day fight, but unbeknownst to them, it's the B split from Shopify, so good luck there.
I mean, Mel even on the other side of the wall, hearing the rotations come through.
I think she looks for a timing here as well.
Yes.
Nah, she doesn't. She doesn't. She's better than that.
Spike planted.
More disciplined.
Yeah. And the lockdown for the post plant. Yeah.
It's checkmate. Or it should be anyway. Because what can you really do? Immediately pulled off the defuse.
I mean, now you have to run. They didn't even get it to half.
Right.
Now it's early. It's not like it's impossible. Still upwards of 20 seconds.
I mean, just put another star down too. A flash over the top. Ooh, traded back. This is going to be really tough to get through. Sarah's playing behind the line too, and Melissa's gotten it 3/4 of the way, but the shock dart, the spam, never had a doubt. 11-1 for Shopify. That's pretty freaking good. I'm not going to lie.
Just a disgusting map 1 from Shopify.
Yeah.
Yeah, those are our 2-time champs. No doubt about that, and maybe just a little bit more to come after this.
Nice, guys. Let's go. Beautiful micro, guys.
Just give me any kind. Even if it hurts a bit, I think I will be fine. 24/7, all I do is procrastinate, procrastinate. My lesson. 24/7, all I do is procrastinate, procrastinate. Perfection. Perfection. 1, 2, 3, I don't know who else to be. 4, 5, 6, like they say I can't be fixed. 1, 2, 3, your attention's all I need. 4, 5, 6, don't let it slip. Some sort of an addiction. They all have a prediction.
Well, we thought this match was going to deliver on fireworks and on excitement, and well, for good reason, right? You kind of go into this and you think about the year these two teams have had, and you go, yeah, this is going to bang. But for MIBR, it has not been the case at all. You take a quick look at the Coinbase Econ report, and it's really been Noya's day. I mean, honestly, it's been all their days.
Absolutely. I mean, yeah, the first 6 rounds of the game, I think it was Sarah.
It was.
And then the last 6 rounds of the game, it was Noya in impossible 1v3 situations, multiple rounds, just absolutely dominating. And in reality, I think it was those clutch rounds and those rounds that very nearly could have been MIBRs that end up making this just such a runaway game at 11-1.
Yeah, I mean, you find yourselves in situations like that where, like, you lose one of these awkward 50-50s, and, you know, okay, and then you lose a second, and then you lose a third.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, like, the score doesn't feel great, and then mentally that's booming you as well. It's tough.
You just feel like you can't catch a break no matter what. And whether that just comes down to you feel like you're not lucky on the day or you're just getting out-skilled in every single duel, it certainly can weigh on a team's confidence.
Tough spot to be in. Something else we've kind of got to call out here. I don't think I've ever seen SRN so quiet on the stage, ever.
No.
There just hasn't been much to speak of. Shopify now on the defensive side. MIBR have only been able to deliver 1 round. Sarah is going to kick things off. Immediately traded back. Their rotation's headed back towards B. And MIBR have crept their way all the way up. However, Mel is waiting. Somehow gets cleared. I thought Mel was going to get away with it, but Donut swings out at just the right time. 3 on the round for the duelist, looking for more. And yeah, let her off the leash, let her go get the kill. That's exactly what Shopify do. They're up to map point.
Yep. Beautiful pistol there from Dodo, but my MVP, Alexis, the high flash on the cannon, I think throughout the game has had very solid pop flashes. You can see when Dodo swings here, everyone's flash. There's a high flash that catches both those players. MIBR look completely lost against it, and Alexis is still close enough to then assist in the actual shots on the next fight. Oh, high five.
Oh man, they really are just kind of having fun up there. Watching Donut's cam as she swings to get that last kill and she's just grinning from ear to ear the whole time, that's concerning for every other team in the tournament.
I also think that's a new 6th man for SRG. Stuffed animal there.
Yep.
I need the lore on that. We're going to have to ask Mel what's going on there.
Well, I have a feeling this map will be over soon, and so maybe we will get the chance at that. Bastarda getting a kill. But that might be the only real silver lining, the only saving grace. That's, yeah, that's a stomp, ladies and gents. That's a bad one. 13-1, the way of Shopify.
Potentially the most brutal wake-up call a team could ever be on the receiving end of. Shopify Rebellion come in as the 2-time champions, no surprises there.
Right.
But MIBR, they're a fiery team. They thought they could do something. They couldn't do anything, Doug, and now they got to go sit with that for a few minutes as we get ready for our next map.
But it's just Noya in the 1v3. Surely that Molly. Wow, she got away with getting it off. She got away with getting it off! SRN waiting on the other side. It's been halved. Noya calls the bluff. Noya gets 3. The Red Bull clutch for SRG.
Let's go.
You would have thought things had changed, that Shopify Rebellion wouldn't just come out and dominate MIBR again, but not the case. The back-to-back champs make an incredibly impressive debut on Pearl, decimate MIBR, and I just want to get right into our Verizon high-speed moment, because this one was that 4K clutch. Potter, the macro was working, the clutches were working. It didn't feel like SR could do anything wrong.
Yeah, they couldn't, because even in this round, this was a 5v4 with MIBR in the advantage. Bastarda locking it down, but little things just catching up to MIBR, making things slightly unlucky. MIBR had a man advantage, but because Bastarda had her ultimate, she left the site and gave a free opening for SRG, and any gap that SRG was finding in this game, they were eating it up immediately.
Yeah, it was such a chaotic round too, especially with the back and forth between the two. Bastarda makes that last-minute decision of leaving and going with that team thinking is going to be that A site hit, and ultimately is going to be Noya on the other side of the smoke that gets the 4K. Noya, as always, doing Noya things.
Insane.
She's incredible, no matter
My
what.
president.
Of course.
Of the great nation of Denmark. She had an incredible game. Sarah did as well. When they weren't just out shooting them, it felt like they were out calling them as well. You brought up some of that macro, but to me, it felt like Mel was a step ahead this entire map.
Yeah, a step ahead for sure. And you can see they're just a well-oiled machine. Look at the kill distribution, the stats over for the SRG side, just evenly distributed. Everyone doing their job and doing it well.
Yeah, they were so consistent, so good. This is a round you wanted to talk about, Potter, with this Waylay.
Yeah, finally I'm seeing great mechanics coming through for Waylay. Dodo Nut, I told you, she is a role player, going in, diving in, sacrificing herself to tee her teammate up for a free entry kill. And I want to see more plays just like this for Waylay. Sacrificing, being fearless, and just applying that sort of pressure.
Yeah, and what I really like about Dodo is because, you know, we had that conversation about how she was going to play, how she was going to handle that pressure of this match, and I mean, they look amazing. Dodo gets 6 of those openings as well. And a lot of the things that we talked about of the multiple layers that they had, it was thanks to Mel and that read, but it was also thanks to Dodo and how she wanted to execute it with this Waylay.
At the point of coming to lands where she needs help getting the in-ears in properly, but still out there dominating, looking so comfortable on the stage. Let's turn attention to MIBR, because that was a brutal first map. They lost to this team 0-3 last time. What are you talking about? What are you looking at to reset them for Corrode?
They've got to reset. They've got to reset because, for instance, SRN, she was on the bottom of the scoreboard, but I feel for this player because so many unlucky opportunities and moments for her on Pearl, especially on the defense. Multiple times, SRN was gauging and setting themselves up for a refight, waiting for that KO pop flash coming across the map for Sayuri, but just getting spammed. I mean, I saw SRN dying 2 or 3 times in the smoke, not even seeing an enemy. So gotta reset, cannot look behind you, gotta look forward, especially for MIBR.
On this map of Corrode, especially because last time that they played it, it was in the grand final against Team Liquid, and they had some great signs of how they wanted to approach this map with that double duelist with SRN on that Waylay that we just got the chance to see, but also Bastarda on that Yoru. And I really like the way that they set each other up for success and the way that they're playing these early rounds. So it seems like they're going to keep this composition the same.
Interesting. On the other side, though, it is a change, Dan. Last time Shopify was playing a double Senti comp, but with the new meta, they're heading the way of NRG.
This is what we talked about too. What was Alexis going to be playing? Now that she has many more opportunities when she played a little bit of that Deadlock, a little bit of that Sentinel, but she isn't that KO that we just got the chance to see. And Dodo is going to be on the Waylay instead of the Yoru.
Yeah, rinse, repeat. It worked out so well on map 1. As you mentioned, Noya on that Viper, just on the back lines, finding so much space on the lurk. MIBR, they've got their work cut out for them because we just witnessed that 1-2 punch, the bait and switch on that towards that art on Pearl in that replay. There's going to be so many choke points on Corrode where Shopify are going to be able to do the exact same thing.
The comps are similar, except for the Yoru in place of the Viper for MIBR. Potter, what should we look at in the strengths and weaknesses of that difference?
I mean, the double controller just buys you time, cutting off the long line. So I'm actually a bigger fan of Shopify's comp versus the MIBR side of things. But MIBR, they've got 4 flashes that they're going to be able to work around. And KO doesn't always have to be paired with the Waylay. She's going to have more opportunities across the board because of the number of flashes they have.
MIBR need a reset, a double duelist comp for Bastarda and SRN to try and recover this series. We'll see if they can do it or if Shopify closes this one out quick as we hop into Corrode with Doug and Christy.
Thank you so much, Mimi. Christy, I want you to not steal Potter's point and also give me a little hope on the side of MIBR, right?
Okay.
Give me something here to kind of hang my hat on as a potential, all right, yeah, they have a shot.
I don't have a coat hanger. You don't have a hat. But I can tell you a little bit of hope, and I can sell you on the comps too. The first one, the hope is from last game.
Yep.
If MIBR win half of the swing rounds that they lost by one player, by one silly moment in the round, we had a close game 1. So the skill difference looks brutal on paper. I don't think it's nearly as bad as a 13-1 though from Brazil's number 2. Definitely not. The comp sell for you is that I actually think that the Viper comp can get broken a little bit on the defense side. I think usually you end up seeing Vipers playing solo B side while our players are getting their heads figured out and their audio figured out. Usually, Viper can struggle a little bit when there's multiple like dive agents on the other squad, and we've got 2 teleports from an Omen and a Yoru. The Waylay can be dashing in as well, so it is very hard for Noya if she's put in solo positions to hold on to a site by herself, and I think Shopify will probably end up adjusting to that just a little bit and focusing on either getting more forward information in mains or reacting more quickly through mid to support the weaker sides of the map.
Are you expecting that to be part of the game plan here for MIBR?
Absolutely. I think this comp, you can play slower rounds when it comes to it later on, but early rounds, I want to see some overwhelming of the sites.
Well, they're certainly going to try. Already investing a knife, at least on side of Shopify to slow this down a little bit, but a flash. Ooh, reclear. They're going to want to fight ahead of this. Dodonut takes a step back. The dart, though, will tag. Alexis has to get the heck out of there. SRN throws it in reverse as well. Now on the second attempt, MIBR looking to go forward, but once again, it's Dodonut who gets the first kill. Traded right back. Dodonut overswings, perhaps. Now numbers the way of MIBR.
And Dodo was kind of stuck on site there, but look at this double flank from Shopify.
Are they ready for that? SRN's going to spot it, but the spacing will be everything because do you really expect 2? It doesn't matter. Now they know. SRN dropped. Those woes continue.
I like the response from MIBR. 2 players back in elbow. They can take heaven control as well.
Sarah trying to settle. Cannot. Lisa's there to greet Noya. Back out onto the side. Oh, she wasn't even looking the right way. Noya gets another 1v1, and it's another 50-50. It's another big win for Shopify.
Just stop it. Stop it, Noya. It's not nice. It's actually gross. 3 separate clutches in virtual 1v3 situations. Shopify down in numbers on the retake, but Noya, with this creep through, using that smoke on site for some coverage, using her teammates as distraction, whipping back and forth. Mel's the smartest player in Game Changers, and she can't even understand what's happening.
I can't believe that. I mean, the route that Noya even took to scale back into the site and get the 3 that she did. The first one felt criminal. Obviously, no buy on the side of MIBR. Bulldog and a Guardian for Dodonut. Full mid-map control. That Bucky's not going to feel good.
SRN loves that Bucky force on the ecos.
Yeah.
And Mel is a little bit isolated for now. Now Alexis is going to move into Link, try and set up a crossfire in yard.
Can they get that gun? Are they even going to be given the opportunity? Mel spamming through. A couple more eco frags connect. SRN does still have the Bucky.
By the way, the spike is in main.
Right. A little out of reach. Not too far, though. There's SRN going down. Really, there's MIBR going down. Shopify get their second.
So, picking up right where they left things off here.
Right.
I mean, if you want to keep the scoreboard counting, it's now 15-1, but MIBR, that's when we see them lock in. Again, they found themselves in a winning position in the pistol.
They did. And then Noya happened.
And then the way it happened, Noya happened.
Right. You were talking about 15-1 4 maps in a row for SRG now, too.
But the frustrating thing for me, again, is I really feel like MIBR are winning 95% of a round and then losing in the last 5%.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, that last step is the hardest many times, too.
And this is what I can say is like the most frustrating possible thing if you're sitting in the coach's booth as well. Because how do you fix it when so many things go right? And it's not always just a post-plant problem. It's a late round calling problem. It can be as simple as things a swing. It can be someone sticking onto a spike defuse when they should pull off. Like, a million different things could go wrong and still look exactly the same result on paper.
Right.
You know?
Right.
And a lot of these things can just come down to heat of the moment.
Yep.
So the adjustments become nigh impossible.
Yeah, because I mean, to your point, what are you going to say there? It's a tough spot to be
Better
in.
luck next time.
Yeah. Just don't let Noya get 3, guys. Sure. A little fast towards A, double dash into Link. Mel, what are you up to? Oh, that paranoia had you committed. Donut's waiting on the other side. There it is. The flash is going to connect, trying to turn the Yoru flash, 1 of 4 that Potter was talking about. And MIBR get a little bit of room on the site. Lexi's only going to find 1. SRN, really the only reason we've had to talk about SRN up until this point. Comes to life at just the right time. And Noya's been 1v3 good a couple of times, yes, but this is a 1v4 and it's a judge.
Yeah, nothing happened on this round. I just think that was a beautiful use of utility onto the A site.
Yeah.
They spent everything, it seemed like. Always had a different layer, but it was kind of necessary because you had players at Shopify turning some flashes, so you have to have the paranoia hit them or whatnot. Ends up looking nice for them. And like you were mentioning with SRN, right? SRN is always popping off.
Yeah.
And map 1 was the complete opposite story. That was a complete shocker to me, how it was panning out. So already seeing 3 kills already come in for them, and now just being 1 away from unlocking the ultimate.
Yeah.
If MIBR are going to step up in this series, it will be through SRN success. I promise you that.
It's going to have to be. I mean, 5-2 already for the Duelist, who, as you were mentioning, is probably coming off of, what, the worst match in their career, potentially? I mean, hard-pressed to think of a worse one.
Yeah, I can't tell you I can sit down and watch every single match that's played in Brazil, but I don't think SRN's ever had as tough a start to a series.
Yeah, it was a 2-13 or something like that. But 5-2 right now, just 1 pip off of the ult. Maybe the attack side of MIBR is what they really needed. An op online for Dodo, and Odin online for Sarah, and yeah, things don't get any easier. Rare mess.
Well, she Shopify do this a lot. Expected the early Odin spam to help post Dodonut up onto a forward line with the op or even with a rifle. Doesn't really matter to them. Odin even there being a second layer of protection to break the drone.
Right.
But MIBR are locked into this. 5 players ready to try and overwhelm the operator, but Dodo's looking to step back in again.
Dangerous game you play. But when Dodo's having fun like this, push it to the limit, right? The ult's not going to connect. Dodo not able to double dash out, but Sarah might be in trouble. Does Sarah get cleared? No, stays alive long enough to try to do some damage with the Odin, but MIBR in full control. Do you call a save here? Have the op.
They're going to. See that as soon as it comes to your lips.
Yep, I think they do.
SRG fall on out of there. And again, this is all I want to see from MIBR, especially once an op is on the field, is I think you can just play some execs against Shopify. Don't take any chances. Don't allow Dodonut to get the forward posting. Don't allow her to pick you off. Commit all your utility. You have heaps of it.
Yeah.
You know? The 4 flashes, the scans, whatever. Double duelist, double initiator. Let's not reinvent the wheel.
Right.
Let's just crush some sites.
Right. Go fast and see what happens. And it's worked the last couple of rounds.
And I think then later on, when Shopify get in a little bit more dire recon straits, when you know there's not going to be an op on the field, then you can play opening rounds where you, with your, get out of jail free cards on the Waylay and the Oru, you play for the mains on your own. You can play a slower round if you still want to send those people to fight. But against the op, I don't see the value in really risking it all.
All right. And if the op is going to be on one side, A currently, And Noi is going to be on the Viper on B. So you have a couple of options if you're MIBR. Up, ahead. Ooh, that shoulder giving her away.
Really like this opening from MIBR. And for the record, saying like overwhelm with util doesn't necessarily mean you're just running 5 players into a site at the start of a round. It can be making sure the operator is forced back,
right?
Then regrouping and eventually hitting in.
You do have Sarah, who's taking a lot of space across the middle of the map. The knife did just tag the Yoru A.
Yeah. Well, what MIBR wanted to do was Bastarda had just sent a teleport back towards spawn before getting hit by the knife. She wanted to stick around, play for information, maybe step forward, look for a pick, and then TP back over on this side of the map.
Maybe even get tagged by the knife to make it look like there's a hit A. But
look at Sarah. Sarah's going to be able to catch this timing.
All right, as I mentioned, Sarah taking a ton of space across the middle of the map, gets the pick 2 on Elisa. Nicely done.
Oh dear, SRG are in a brilliant spot. Yoru's on the wrong side of the map. It's a 5v3 for SRG on their eco.
Spike planted.
So late. They've got a shot at this. Noya with the rifle turns the flash, gets a second. Beautifully done. But
one enemy remaining.
Bastarda's just going to show up to the site too late. Way too late. SRG tie us up early.
MIBR just overthought the round. It's a half buy from SRG. They're just saving the rifles from the last one.
Right.
But
and
playing the wide map state there, of course, you know, Sarah getting the pick down mid, that of course ruins the round, but Yoru's on the wrong side of the map. As soon as you lose that player in mid, Yoru has no way to get back over. They're not pivoting back in to Bastarda. And so it sort of hands SRG a beautiful round state to take it all.
And they couldn't take the TP back because of the knife.
Exactly.
And so the timing window's gone. Yeah. Wild how that plays out.
And it was those rounds, right, that were the ones slipping away from MIBR, where even there it's fully advantage for them. They've gotten so much damage down on the up already. They can't lose track of things in the mid-round.
Yeah. Problematic with that. Well, that's enough! Close! Oh, yeah, it's been that kind of day for Shopify, hasn't it? Sarah trading the Hunter's Fury and connecting, getting the kill. 3v3 on the site. But Bastarda pushing forward. Sayuri getting a spike down.
Bastarda picking up right where she left off. Now the duel. Oh my god, the drone's right! There's utility in both of their hands!
Sliver of HP for the Yoru. Sarah now gone out. Dodo now gone out with Lisa on the other side. Nicely done. Sarah's left in a 1v3. Normally you would think that's unwinnable, but Bastarda weak, so Yoru weak as well. And Sarah's gotten a fair amount of space on the site. But Bastarda will be the problem, so Yuri gets the kill. And MIBR tie us at 3.
Oh boy. What was going on there? Crazy little moment back towards spawn, but after Mel got this no-scope, I think great counter util coming in. Force her out of the space, and Bastarda going on a warpath through the site. Those 2 kills just straight up won the round for MIBR.
Yeah, Bastarda was perfect for MIBR there.
Yeah, and it's of course fun to see Bastarda be able to play some duelist. Back with Liquid, she was the duelist. Most of the time on MIBR now playing a Senti role, but does flex over the Yoru on certain maps. Those are the ones she gets to have a little extra fun.
Certainly looks like she's having fun. Slow around here from MIBR.
And this could be concerning now with the op still in play. MIBR drone through mid to make sure no one's ready to snipe them out.
Like Sarah was a couple of rounds ago, yeah. It's really far back. That ult is really far back, and they don't have mid control. Might not matter, though. At least is able to get a couple of kills. 3 on the round. Wow.
Oh, Noya's reposition is big.
How big? Is it going to be big enough? I don't think so. Noya falls. Dodo, a 1v5. Sure.
Yeah. It was a real nice saturate.
Very nice.
From SRN to stop Noya from being able to do anything from that spot.
Dodo's hearing a lot. Yeah. A little closer to the ult. We'll secure it into the next round now.
Spike planted.
And that will do it. Lisa gets 4. MIBR take the lead.
I think Lisa showed some really good awareness. Okay, good to see. Still got some fight in her yet. But watch this mid fight if we get to see it again, because Lisa is ready for every single Shopify player to turn around a corner, swing out of a smoke. They're coming from different spots. Here we go from Lisa. Just threw that, ready for the next one. Now one more is going to come out from that smoke. Like, her awareness in that round wasn't even necessarily quick flicks. It was just fully prepared for the next fight to come. Has a little highlight for herself now.
Yeah, Shopify gave her all the ones that she could possibly ask for, too. So I wonder if that's maybe some of the conversation as SRG called their first time out. And Effie's gets involved in the chat.
Yeah, I mean, I think what Shopify were basing on right there was they had the forward post from from Dotonut in A main. Right, they see it's not MIBR going for one of their side hits, and they're also hearing a drone up through mid, so SRG tried to go for this refight idea, but like you're saying, the fight is a little bit scattered, and without anyone being able to find the first kill, they just sort of get torn apart by one player. Could maybe choose to either clean that up here if Effie wants to have that idea, or honestly, give some of that space over. I think MIBR are going to find trouble to actually get into the sites as long as Shopify still have the operator locking down mains. You know, you're not going to be able to wrap back on that operator, right? Because there's always support for Dotonut.
You were just talking about the operator. Interesting here. It's actually an attack side op for Bastarda.
Yeah, picked up.
My question is, what do MIBR do with it? You presume that's going to slow their rounds down.
The nice thing is, though, with the double duelist comp, it doesn't slow it down too much.
Sure, that's a good point, actually.
Oh, yeah, because you can just get collapsed like that very easily.
Right. It was a cool idea for Shopify. They wanted to try to fight B main early. They didn't really have the guns, but MIBR handled it beautifully.
And on a more serious note, the fun you can have with the op means that early rounds you can post up, you can look for a pick, whatever. But then you can kind of turn into a more supportive agent. Yeah. If you're not even trading the gun back over, use your flashes to set up SRN.
Right, and initiator, essentially, yeah.
Exactly.
So MIBR should get through this and get up to 5. Alexis will have the ult on the other side of that kill. That's 2 very snappy shots.
Petition to add 3 more bullets to the sheriff so so Alexis can win that round.
Noya with the judge here. Tough spot. They have fully vacated the site. Is that danger?
Nah. It's just a little bit less fun. Noya in the 1v3s both times this game with a okay, that could be fun.
Could be. Time is short though. The start is going to get the first line, immediately put the op down.
Oh my god.
Noya is going to do it again. Has to get on the spike. Crouched. Keep your head down. Noya gets it to half. Waiting for the swing. Waiting for the challenge. Now doubles down. And Noya does it again. Unbelievable.
Oh my word! Noya is unreal. Another Red Bull clutch for her. Another round seized away from MIBR.
Player standing.
In a pure 1-on-3, a perfect first shot, a perfect reposition, and a perfect pull off of the spike to secure the round.
Nah. I stand and salute.
We all do.
Immediately into the next round we go. MIBR, no real time to think that one over. It's kind of got to go next. And so they make a little bit of noise out towards B. The knife is drawn out, not going to tag anyone, and rotate back A.
And with this comp, MIBR have options to play duos across the map. Pairs of... Oh dear. Oh dear.
Mel getting a free one.
Yeah, but again, it's just a little bit too obvious. Mel knows she can go for the re-clear once everything quiets down on B.
You're going to have to elbow control. Just Sayuri now up front.
Oh, and Bastarda had the dimensional drift too.
Cover going out.
Contacting forward when that's an option, because they thought they could sell the fake, is devastating.
Try to get out onto the site, but Shopify are teeing off once more. I don't know if you're MIBR, given how that first map went, you start to look at the beginning of the second and things are looking competitive and comfortable, and then round 8 happens They've got to regain, and they might be able to do it here. A 4v2 is now a 2v2. Shopify maybe donating a couple of kills here. A little bit loose. Noya has the op. The Odin there, SRN with 3. This would be a beautiful response in the face of heroics from Noya. And now it's Sarah who's thrust into a position. An amazing response here from MIBR, a response that we did not see in the first map.
Sure, I'll raise you a clutch with an SRN 4K to just take the lead once again from a virtually unlosable position.
It's a 4v2.
But it was pair fights from SRG, and not even so paired up at that. Trying to interrupt and attack the spike planter. I think Dodo gets a little out in front of it. And my word, MIBR, they're not intimidated by the map 1. They're not intimidated by clutch after clutch. SRN is still feeling it at this point.
Yeah, MIBR showing fight that we didn't see on Pearl. And so Shopify on a pistol. It's Lisa, who should be okay here. Gets a couple kills.
There's another player.
Started with ready. Puts that rifle right back down. And rotate towards A. The question is here, if you're Shopify, do you have to try to upgrade weapons? Do you just try to get to A quickly? It seems like Alexis is going to try to do that.
Eventually, Noya's going to go for the gun, but Alexis will get in a position to make this a 1-on-2.
Here's everything. And yeah, Noya upgraded the weapon now. Has the pit, too. If you're Alexis, oh no, gets picked off.
I think 7 or 8 times out of 10 there, it's at least a kill for Alexis.
Yeah.
But this sets us up for another cinematic moment. A 1-on-3 for Noya on an eco round.
I think the one difference here is Noya is arriving to the party just a little late. Doesn't really have the same amount of time as she has had in previous ones and still has so much to clear.
Ooh, and now seen by the knife.
It's gonna have to be perfect in the face of a flash. Double dips, finds a little bit of room to work. Manages to get across. That's not what you want in your hands in a position like that. No real shot for Noya here in the 1v3.
My hard read on Noya there is that she's flaming MIBR for swinging her in the 1v3. That's my hard read. I hope we get to hear comms.
We'll see. And it's a great opener, but really the guns were just not there for Shopify. And so MIBR once again, check a box that eluded them on Pearl, has been problematic a couple of times here on Corrode as well, but somehow managing to hold serve in the face of some funny business. Still up 2.
All right, we'll never know what she said. It's impossible to tell. But Shopify ready for this A main fight. Oh, the flash didn't hit. I think the bloom of the Omen smoke absorbed it on that last second of the animation.
I think you're right.
Oh, that is rough.
Reactionary pit from Noya on the other side of the map. A drone to re-clear mid as well. That's a lot of info. Spotted 3.
Yeah, but all I'm thinking is it's another major round where Bastarda dies on a contact play with the dimensional drift in hand. And it forces MIBR to play a little slower, go on these little smaller missions, discover where Shopify are waiting in the shadows.
SRN ready to TP away.
MIBR fake to fight top mid, but Sarah was holding the line, so Shopify know exactly what's going on. They know it's an A-split.
The knife tagging one, attention the other way. Really nice flash. Is there a fight behind it? No. They're just buying time and delaying. 30 seconds left. You have nowhere else to go. You kind of have to go A here. Hunter's Fury used. Mel repositioning, only able to get one. Alexis not able to dodge out the ult. And so for now, MIBR with enough control to get the spike down. Sarah getting a kill with the shock. Noya arriving, just barely getting safe passage across. Dodo gets 3.
Major round out of the new addition to Shopify squad this year. Bring it up to 5. And it comes after multiple different players failed at stopping the spike from being planted. And it comes with that early pick. Seeing a foot underneath that Omen smoke. Their teammates got cut down by the Hunter's Fury. She just waits for the smoke to fall and then absolutely mows them down. Nice movement at the end as well as to constantly keep MIBR on their toes.
So again, right into the next round we go.
MIBR started off by faking pressure, that same util pattern into A main, now quickly regroup onto B. The issue is, Alexis just holding onto this knife, not defaulting that one, so she can just thwart this hit with the click of one button.
Sarah also not using.
Ooh, they all dodged the knife. That's big.
And so they're going to be able to double down and go fast towards B. Hello, that's up close. Nicely done from Bastarda. A flash on the other side. Alexis trying to hold them back. Sarah arrives to help out.
And Mel just ulted into the back line. She has a quick flank and sees the spike almost.
So it's awkward. Lisa can't die here. Lisa dies, that's a spike, but stays alive. Still left in 1v2 though. Still has to get out onto the site.
Oh, has the ultimate off this orb. Time to get out and go to A.
Yep. Did they try to swing? They tried.
Please don't cancel this. Please don't cancel this. Okay.
So it's going to be a mad dash back towards A. Last round of the half.
This is going to be a much faster flank timing than they'd expect, although, okay, SRG group up, come in through Link. I like Lisa's position. A chance to get a pick, teleport away.
12 and 6 so far has been the spark for MIBR. Just got the smoke back up. Spots one, swings into the second. The Red Bull clutch for Lisa.
That was nice. MIBR showing up to play in this second map. Lisa in particular. Started off hot at the beginning, closes out this first half in style as well in the 1-on-2. A very different story. We got more coming up after this.
You mentioned prior to the break, Ender, that it felt like an entirely different situation, and yeah, I'm inclined to agree with you. 7.5, 7-5 for MIBR at halftime. The Coinbase Econ report looked like a stomp last time, and this time it's actually Lisa who's getting featured, the hero.
Yeah,
at the end of the last round.
Lisa having multiple multi-frag rounds, absolutely carrying in these pivotal moments. MIBR couldn't buy someone to step up and clutch out a round in map 1, but Lisa has been there throughout this first half, and it's the reason why MIBR come in with a lead of 2 rounds.
Yeah, and again, we had another Noya moment in the first half, and MIBR, we kind of expected them to crumble because that's what we had seen, but it was off the backs of Lisa, it was off the backs of SRN that they were able to respond and stay in the fight. Wild performance to keep them in this.
God, we actually had 2 Noya ones as well because the pistol round.
Yeah, you're right.
On top of the 1v3. A little bit ridiculous, but this is where MIBR need to see things through, and I don't think their job gets super easy on the defense side. They do have the 2 get out of jail free buttons, so I think fighting over mains is going to be their bread and butter. But in terms of actually stalling out chokes, very weak compared to the typical comps you're going to be seeing. So I think dominating mains and finding good timings for refights and retaking space is absolutely critical.
You wonder if that's a plan here outside of A main.
High-low setup for now.
Oh boy. Yep, nicely done from Bastarda. Just not really ready for it was Dodo.
And it's nice to have the saturate as well to stop anyone from speeding up behind that first contact player. Because the pick comes so early into the round, Shopify haven't worked any space. Noya's playing a full contain idea outside of B main. Shopify have to be worried about a player creeping down into bot mid, so now that they see Melissa taking the pot shots from all the way up in window, he can work back in and try to split into these A players.
The stack hasn't moved. There's still a lot of gun here.
Nice shot.
Yep, that's tough, man.
Down
SRN is back.
Last player standing.
3 on the round for the duelist.
All right, this is the game we were expecting. SRN stepping into the server as well. Really leading the charge with Lisa coming out of the first half. And halting any momentum Shopify might have had.
Spike down A. One enemy
Again,
remaining.
it was even in this fight that came out of Link. It was a good first shot from Sarah, and then it might be a re-swing.
Yeah.
This wasn't a trap play, this wasn't utility, this was them just going full baller, swinging into the line, and winning out every fight.
And it was SRN who was really the tip of the spear on that re-swing. For as much as we did not talk about them in the first map, we're talking about them plenty here.
Little jiggle from Lisa. Paranoia, one of the best tools MIBR have in stalling out, apart from Lisa's gun.
Right, that one's also pretty good at stalling out.
Forget about that one. Good God.
The Molly, too, was perfect out from Sayuri. Not even letting him play in the smoke. So MIBR are getting through this this step pretty cleanly.
One enemy remaining.
Flawlessly, some might say.
Ace stolen, others would say. So sad. So sad it had to go down that way.
So now Shopify are going to be back on guns, and this is where you would expect them to respond. See what kind of plans they have on the attack.
One enemy remaining. Flawless.
Matei 3 sem smoke, viado.
Shopify have certainly been loving to work back into in the mid rounds. Mel was calling circles around MIBR. Back on Pearl. Now need to see what they can do with weapons in hand.
Mel taking an early fight off the flash from Alexis. Interesting. While Dodonut's the one to hold mid, they're going to try to speed up on the other side of this. And they draw out a fair amount of utility, but it's not, or it's an outlaw, excuse me, on the other side. And both miss.
Noya is just full steam ahead.
Yeah, what are you going to do there? You got no other bullets to fire.
Now, Melissa does have a timing to catch here inside of the smoke.
Danger. Melissa's ahead of this, but with no real help. Takes a step back, waits it out, tucks in the smoke that you were mentioning.
Hard now for MIBR. All 4 players grouped together.
That dart's going to cause problems. A double dash over the top, but Dodonut clean with it. Beautiful tracking. Paranoia's going to help, too. 4-3 position, flush out of the corner. And Noya's in a very nice spot. Mel's in a great spot, too. Able to contain out an elbow 3. Dodonut gets the last. Shopify get to 6.
Yes, they do. Honestly, say what you will about the round, about the gun advantage, whatever. I just want to praise Dodonut's sort of presence of mind, the game sense there. Instead of, so many players will track the waylay as she double dashes through the sky. She full weights.
Yeah.
She doesn't raise her crosshair ever. It's always at head level. She knows where that waylay is going to drop to get the kill.
And because if there is someone who tries to swing under, out of the smoke, you have to deal with both. Yeah, you're absolutely right. And so Shopify get up to 6, as we mentioned. Now it's going to be gun on gun. Now it's going to be good on good.
But MIBR not fighting aggro over mains.
No.
Except Lisa inside of the smoke. Sayuri's position, she could help with some high flashes if Lisa wants to challenge the line. Hold.
Sometimes SRN gives, sometimes SRN takes away, and now it's a tough one there.
So at the same time, MIBR stepping up into B main, ready for Mel. Oh, but she gets away at exactly the right moment. And while MIBR stack 3 players over onto the B side, that's when Shopify get ready to move into A.
Might find the timing. Bastarda is here. Has a TP, so you can play a little aggro. Smoke will also keep them back. Very nice timing on that utility from Lisa.
That might be our chance to find a very quick flank.
Gonna have to be quick with it. Mel's gonna be the one to hold the line. The wall's up for now. Utility out. Knife out, excuse me. Perfectly done. But MIBR find a little bit of advantage elsewhere. Now, as Shopify have the 3 still on the site, and MIBR knocking on the door. But Dodonut slams it shut. Basarda falls first. Advantage, Shopify. Advantage, gone. 2v2 now on the site. Sarah has to try to turn the flash. By a little bit of time, and the molly keeps them back. The shot gonna hurt a little bit, but it might not be enough. They have to swing on the other side of this. It falls to 1v1, and Alexis cleans it up for Shopify.
Lexi doesn't let go of the left click there. A moment of hesitation, she loses the round.
Yeah.
And that's, again, a round that gets down to the wire, but a great hold from Sarah and Mel initially on these walk-ups. Puts SRG up so heavy in numbers that it helps them even when MIBR start hitting some nasty shots.
Danger there. MIBR still hanging on to a 2-round lead, but now they're the ones with the busted economy. And it's Dodo with an outlaw on the other side. Good shred. Yep. Shred. Yep.
Now, Shopify's knife just hit A-Link and didn't spot any players, so they're going to be really anticipating people to be up in A and B main. Makes you think they're going to spend more util than normal to re-clear back into A. But the benefit of the Viper wall they're throwing is they can throw it up, step 5 players behind it, and break that early line.
Yeah, yeah.
Anyone just hard holding it.
That was a really nice flash. I'm not sure if Noe was playing anti or if she got that kill fully flashed up, but it's tough when it's full rifles on the other side and you've got a sheriff.
Yeah. Shopify are just going to be ready for all of those fights forward because it's how MIBR have to play.
Right. It becomes almost telegraphed. SRN with a sliver of health on the other side of that smoke. Don't really have time to rotate to the other side of the map.
Yeah, gonna wait for the smoke to drop.
Yeah, reset. Nicely done. Very good discipline from the attacking side. Remove even the possibility of funny business.
One enemy.
Yuri has to swing. Dodonut gets 3. Ult online as the gap is now 1.
Shopify really locked in since they got weaponry in this half.
30 seconds
I think
left.
again you call it their control in the mid-rounding from Mel. Not rotating around the map, not getting creative with the macro, just no, wait for the util to drop. We're gonna high-low, we're gonna protect the planter. No problems whatsoever. Sometimes the game can be simple.
Yeah.
Mel shows it there.
We're gonna play back behind that Viper wall that you mentioned. They want to go really fast. Lisa's got to be careful. Can you really punish on the other side of this? Yes, they can.
But SRN has crept forward. No one's ready for that.
No. TP expires, so SRN digs their heels in. Has to try to stay alive. Still hasn't been cleared. Meanwhile, Melissa dancing around as well. They're right behind each other, and I don't think they realize it. Sarah's still playing back in main. SRN gets a kill now. Now it's on Sarah, who has to try to clear that up. Meanwhile, it's Noya who actually punishes. The op in the hands of Sayuri, up close and personal. Now you've got a pit you have to navigate around. Sarah connects. Bastarda left in the 1v2. No shot. It's Noya again. Shopify tie us at 9.
It's even once more. This second map absolutely delivering. And it starts off with a great little dive play. Watch Dodonut, doesn't even consider pulling the gun out. Just double dashes in, drops the saturate, leaves.
Yeah.
So the rest of the team runs behind it with the ping, knows Lisa can't go anywhere, which lets Noya get the kill. Noya gets to be the entry. Dodo is actually playing an initiator, just setting up for her team.
Yeah, even the shock from Sarah out to make sure. But it's just, yeah, perfectly done. And so MIBR call timeout on the back of 4 rounds in a row from Shopify.
Yeah, so many of these forward positions that you're normally comfortable from playing, the waylay can completely invalidate.
Right.
When you've got a duelist that's playing in that way, where it's not capitalizing off of teammates' utility, it is setting up the people behind you. Well, good luck, Lisa. I don't think you can play forward there. Oh, you thought you could teleport away? Well, sorry, Alexis hit you with the knife, so actually you can't leave.
Right.
It's not exactly a fun spot to be in. But SRN with the full OSPOS. I respect it. It's one way to get things going back in your favor.
Yeah, it might need to channel more of that OSPOS if MIBR want a shot at this.
I know those chairs can go further back. I know
Lean
they
back
can.
harder. That's the issue. So as I was mentioning, 4 rounds in a row for Shopify, tied back up. Pretty clean second half, really, other than the pistol. So what are the adjustments for MIBR outside of the timeout? 3 towards A, not playing an aggressive line, so maybe perhaps just a little bit of respect shown to the fact that you know how Donut's going to want to play the agent, as you mentioned.
Lisa's got a Bucky right on the other side of the cover.
This is a little different, too. I mean, MIBR investing 2 here. Mel's played this position a couple of times, but there's danger here. Mel's ready for it. That Bucky's not going to connect, not from that distance. Don't really have the guns. Yeah, Sayuri's going to get one, but traded back instantly.
Still, though, the fact that Mel's the one to drop without smokes to throw in here makes SRG consider their options for just a moment before speeding ahead. They do eventually get on into the site, can now plant the spike comfortably.
Yeah, pretty easy orb lineup out from main to smoke out heaven.
Because there's no smokes for MIBR, too, they can fall back and play mostly in main, right?
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
And then that invalidates it, means that they're not punished for not having smokes of their own.
Right. And you've got Noya with the Outlaw. A little late on the trigger there. So they've managed to get out onto the site. More work to be done, though. The starter gets clotheslined at the hands of Alexis, who has 3 on the round. Melissa's at 16 HP. He's not going to keep you around for long. Shopify continue to look stalwart, continue to look strong, and they take the lead back.
Yeah, you still got Dota running around with a knife out, with the shorty out. Having a ball up here. Yeah, that missed first shot sort of eats up any chance there, yeah.
And getting slight flashbacks to Pearl, to be honest.
It was you. Nice, guys, let's go.
With how dominant this half has
knifing,
been.
I'm sorry. Oh.
Just apologize because your teammate didn't get a knife kill. Brother, this has Pearl written all over it.
That's bad news when it's a difference of 1 round and we're talking about you should have let me get the knife.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Crazy work. Now, MIBR have 4 ults here.
They might not have Elisa. Actually, beautifully played. Takes a step back, absorbs the aggression.
But look at Bastarda. Even though SRG were trying to set up the fake on B, there's an up that's now spotted. So the drone comes in. And Noise here for the kill. Oh my god, Surge just ripped her in half.
Full swing with the judge in hand.
Cutting through.
It's awkward now. They've got a couple of options. With a minute left in the round, they can try to rotate back. You've got Lisa, who will be playing contained. If Alexis can get this pick, then they can flip back B, but Lisa holds the line.
Can drop down the smoke as well. Consider her options.
We're tied again.
Certainly seems like it. SRG need to deal with Lisa on site and then get themselves, whoever isn't planting the spike needs to go on a mission.
Yeah.
Just go find some kind of a pick somewhere.
Somehow win out a 2v4 if they can deal with Lisa on the site. But again, Lisa plays the aggression beautifully, takes a step back, doesn't overcommit.
Well.
And doesn't overswing. Okay. Right? 2v4, there's the mission you were looking for. Sarah, 70 HP. It's Mel, the team from on high! Gets a couple! Sarah's left alone, and it's all good. Not even close. Melissa gets 2. MIBR ties up at 10. Right.
You can tell me it's not close all you want. My heart's beating at 180 right now.
Yeah, I'm lying.
It's a pistol. It's a classic 2K to finish the round for MIBR. From a 2v5.
The Mel crunch from heaven. If it wasn't for that flash.
Yep.
Yep.
That TP idea was so good.
Right, and so we're tied again. MIBR win a round and have a busted bye.
MIBR win that, but they still have 3 ultimates. They only used 1 in the last round.
They're even still trying to figure out how they want to invest. It seems like they're subtle now down.
Yeah, this is good enough for them. No issues. As long as this op can find value, posting up in A main to start things out. Whoa, whoa, whoa. It's a double dash from SRN with an op behind them.
Bye-bye.
only now to leave. Was hoping SRG would come back into the space and be baited by the up, but Mel has just gone all the way up through mid.
We haven't seen this at all.
But there are pings from MIBR. They are aware it's a possibility.
Meanwhile, they're starting to contact up SRN and Sayuri. Yeah, beautifully done. That's a spike hitting the ground, but Mel can apply pressure from the top side of the map.
Needs one more.
74 HP. Mel delivers.
That's
2v2
enough.
now.
That is enough.
Where's that TP headed? Back towards main. Lisa repositions. Mel has to get this pick, and Mel does.
It's a masterclass from Mel.
But Lisa still has a chance to deliver here. Lisa still has a chance to win this 1v2. Has a flash, double TP. But you're right, Mel has been so good. Orb and spam, you presume. Noya still has a spit. Lisa has to try to get this pick. Swings out, and Noya was ready for it. Shopify take the lead back.
You ask for anything, and Mel will deliver.
Yeah.
That round, whether it is that gutsy double teleport up through mid to find a quick timing into spawn, to get the pick on the enemy Yoru, right there, to then come back in and catch SRN after Mel had given up her position, to then go back into spawn, win that fight.
Nice, let's go. Good shit, guys.
Be crisp on the shots. That round is a thing of beauty.
Big round out from Mel, and that's going to call the second time out from MIBR. Shopify will still have one to play with.
But Doug, you were talking about, you know, MIBR figuring out how to buy in the last round. Had one Bulldog. Oh, woe is them. They got nothing in this next.
Yeah, much, much worse here.
And while we were saying, hey, they had multiple ultimates they could play with in the last round, so things were looking good. Yeah, they've got both their duelists with the ults, but no money behind it. And with so much pressure riding on the next two rounds. After MIBR were the ones leading at the half, they had cast off the disaster that was map number 1.
Yep.
That doesn't matter if they can't lock in here and now.
Right.
And it comes after they've won a singular rifle round on this defense side.
It is insane to think that if not for the SRN, what was it, 3K, 4K on the pistol?
Yeah.
This map might be done. This has been such a strong half, second half, excuse me, from Shopify. And now this non-existent buy likely means that Shopify are going to be on series point.
Cover going out.
Early smoke, early knife. Space B. Yeah, Lisa, I mean, you've been good. That drone forced to take a step back, that paranoia, but reinforcements are already here. They're so fast on the rotate. Donut's out onto the site, but it's not safe. They've made it safe, though. No threat here. SRN with the Sheriff in the 1v5. No shot. A flawless round to Shopify gets to series point.
You know, MIBR have 4 players on this stage that have tasted defeat at the hands of Shopify Rebellion on the biggest stage in Game Changers. In the final. 3 of them lost just last year in a clean sweep fashion. Now at risk of dropping 2-0 in their first shot at revenge since.
5 maps in a row.
After they had nearly gotten themselves to bounce back in the second map. Everything rests here.
Shopify, everyone towards A. Sarah has ult. Donut dashes out onto the site. And they've guessed the right site. It was a gamble stack from MIBR, and it does not pay off. They have the ult for the retake, though.
So 5-on-5 retake. Bastardo with the dimensional drift.
And SRN with ult as well. Bastardo goes exploring.
Whoa, and Alexis had her back! Perhaps overcooked it. And Mel has a flank. Mel has a timing to catch here.
They're not ready for it. They have no idea. It's not going to matter. They're winning every single fight, every step of the way. Shopify close out MIBR 2-0.
Alexis goes over to embrace Donut. Player that had been on the big stage before, but had not found success. Now with the Shopify team, casts off those doubt, casts off the ugly shadow of former years to get a clean 2-0.
Meanwhile, the other side of the stage, still has nightmares on repeat. Because yes, this wasn't for the final, but I mean, how do you look past the fact that you've lost 5 maps in a row to this team?
It was a rough way to start, especially after stepping onto the stage a couple days ago, feeling real strong.
Yeah.
Up against it, just get smacked down 13-1, but it still shows the grit and determination of this team, the fact that they had such a bounce-back first half, they had such a bounce-back game. A 13-10 is close, but you need more than close if you want to take down the Queens.
Right. A statement made. Shopify Rebellion walk away 2-0 over MIBR. We've got the Verizon post-match interview here in just a moment. Great start from Shopify.
An incredible start for Shopify Rebellion. Congratulations, guys. Look. Now, Sarah, can I please have you over here for the interview? Yes, of course. 네, 쇼피파이의 사라 선수 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 승리 축하드립니다. 가장 먼저 사실 올해 로스터 변경 이후에 쇼피파이 예전 같지 않을 거다, 이번에는 힘들 거다라는 의견들이 있었는데 여전히 견고한 모습을 보여주고 있습니다. 이번 로스터 그리고 3피트에 대한 자신감은 어느 정도인지 물어보도록 할게요. Congratulations, Sarah. Now, there was a bit of a skepticism when it came to this iteration of the roster. What have you got to say to that? Because I feel like you guys proved it otherwise.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we lost an incredible player, but nothing's really changed on our team. I mean, we're still putting the work in, we're still putting in the hours, and that's really what makes us SR.
선수 몇 명이 달라지기는 했지만 그래도 여전히 견고하다고 얘기를 합니다. 계속해서 정말 열심히 일하고 있고 그리고 노력과 그리고 많은 것들을 함께 만들어가고 있기 때문에 이런 노력이 쇼피파이를 만드는 것이고 또 그런 문화가 계속 있는 한 쇼피파이는 여전히 강할 거라고 얘기를 해줬습니다. 말씀하신 대로 사실 올해 진 적이 없거든요. 그리고 발로란트 역사상 정말 3번 연속 챔피언스를 우승한 팀도 없는데 그만큼 선수들 누구보다 스스로에 대한 기대감이 많을 것 같습니다. 이런 기대감 그리고 부담감은 어떻게 받아들이고 있는지도 물어보도록 할게요. Now, when it comes to how you guys performed this year, haven't lost and no one's ever won 3 in a row, 3 championships in a row in the history of Valorant, and I feel like you guys have higher expectations than anyone for yourselves too. So how are you kind of embracing those expectations and pressure, and is that even a thing that you guys need to kind of address?
Yeah, I mean, obviously there's some pressure going for the 3P. It'd be really cool to do. But ultimately, I think we were confident today. We knew we put the work in. We were feeling really good. It's just a lot of grind that has given us the confidence to not really feel that pressure, I think.
약간 3피트라는 부담감이 있기는 한데 그래도 역시나 열심히 그동안 노력했기 때문에 거기서부터 오는 자신감을 무시할 수 없고요. 그렇기 때문에 또 이번 대회에서도 좋은 모습을 보여줄 수 있을까 하는 생각이 든다고 얘기를 합니다. 그리고 사라 선수 오히려 이번 로스터에서 더 멋진 모습을 보여주고 있는데 개인적인 퍼포먼스나 성장에 대해서는 어떻게 느끼고 있는지 마지막으로 물어보도록 할게요. And it looks like in this iteration of Shopify, you're popping off, and you know there's some spotlight on you with your hero plays and stuff. Do you feel that way as well?
Honestly, this series it was mostly Nicole. I feel like Nicole is always out there winning 1v3s, winning 1v4s, just in impossible situations, doing unreal things. So I don't know, not really a lot of pressure on me. More so, I think my duelist player and Nicole are just incredible.
사실 오늘은 다른 선수들이 조금 더 많이 빛난 것 같고 특히 1대3이나 1대4 그리고 그런 다인 클러치 시츄에이션에서 다른 선수들이 더 많이 보여줬고 또 타격대 선수들이 빛난 것 같지만 그래도 오늘 본인의 퍼포먼스에 대해서 더 만족스럽다고 얘기를 했습니다. 이렇게 해서 사라 선수 만나봤습니다. Congratulations, Sarah, once again, and best of luck!
Welcome to the post show. I'm Mimi here with Potter and a very special guest, Shopify Rebellion's Alexis. Congrats on the win. Thanks for joining us, Lexi.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, I want to start with kind of the big picture, because obviously you had a pretty significant roster move coming into this year, losing your MVP player and picking Dodo up from FlyQuest. But no matter what roster you've had, be it Shopify, Cloud9 White, any of your teams in the past, you guys have been so consistent at finding success with any iteration of players. What do you think it is about you and Mel and the core of this team that means you can implement really anyone in and find success?
I think Mel's an incredible leader. I feel like she can shape players very well, and especially with Nicole and Sarah, I feel like they've grown so much in the last couple of years, and it's really showing on stage today because they're just not nervous at all. I mean, you saw Nicole 1v3ing every round. Yeah. So yeah, they're just so talented, and it's really easy for Karn to integrate herself into our system because we have such a good core and such a good leader on Mel. So it's been pretty easy.
Speaking of all those 1v3s, besides the 1v3s, you guys had so many 2vx's, just 2v4s, 2v3s, even 2v5s that you coulda, shoulda won. What are the comms like in those moments? Is there a lot of dead calming going on? Is it just focused on whoever's alive? What's the dynamics like in those moments?
Honestly, I think it depends on who is in the 2v. So like for me and Mel, I feel like you would think that we would be communicating a lot, but I think because we have so much chemistry and so much time together, we kind of know what one another is gonna do. So when it's me and her, it's kind of just like instinctual and we know what's going on, and I'll just be like, I'm flashing this, and she already knows it's coming. With other players, I feel like me and Mel do a lot of dead calming and to try and help them out, and they kind of just are focused on shooting their guns, which is exactly what we want.
That's beautiful.
Yeah, we had really big changes to the game coming into this tournament with not a lot of time. You've been the initiator player for the team for a long time. How did you feel like stuff affected you, and how the team managed to adapt to that changes, especially in your role?
To be honest, I went from, okay, you cannot play Flash anymore, we're in a Sentinel meta, you have to play double Senti, so I'm on Sentinel every map, and then they're like, okay, sorry, we nerfed every Sentinel that you play, figure it out. And I was like, okay, but it's fine because I kind of like being integrated into new roles and trying new things. I think that's why I am our flex player.
So many times through your history.
Yeah, I've played pretty much everything but Duelist at this point, so I don't want to play Duelist, don't play my Duelist. But I'm finding it nice to be back on the Flash Initiator, honestly.
Speaking of Duelist, I definitely remember a time when I saw you on Phoenix in an official match running.
There was a time.
When's that coming back?
There was definitely a time.
Yeah.
But let's go back and talk about how do you guys decide? Because you being kind of that underappreciated teammate, you're always flexible. You're always willing to sacrifice. So how do you and Noya decide who's going to play the Viper, who's going to play the KJ?
To be honest, I will just say to Nicole, do whatever you want and I'll fill, to be honest. I'll take whatever is left, and whatever nobody wants to play, I'll just fill that role. I don't mind.
That makes sense. Let's take a little look at the bracket and talk about what's upcoming, because you started this tournament with a full rematch of the 2024 finals. You've blitzed through that one, and now you'll go on to play Carmine Corp. I just want to get your overall impressions, having just played one Brazilian team. We now have another who has also played in a final against you here. How do you feel like the overall field of competition is at this event compared to previous ones?
I want to just say MIBR is an incredible team. I think that their aim is insane, and I think that they're going to make a lower bracket run. It was honestly crazy that we just replayed our grand finals from last year. Obviously, they have a few different players, but that was a really fun game. Going into our next match, honestly, I don't know much about KC. I haven't watched a lot of their games. I know that Glance is like a veteran, like OG player, so I'm excited to play against her again. Honestly, I'm just excited to play more matches on stage.
Yeah, it's always fun to see that. You won't be playing tomorrow. Instead, it's our first elimination game. Zipto on the rocks there in a regional matchup against Ninetales, followed by Visa, Crew, Blaze, and Giant X. You have a little bit of time off, but Alexis, thanks so much for joining us. And I guess my last question I want to ask is, you guys won such a ridiculous amount of clutches. What is it like to just be like in the server, watching your teammates and you yourself doing it sometimes, just pull up these ridiculous things?
I literally think there was one round, maybe it was the last Nicole clutch that she had, where I was just like this. How are they letting us do this? Like, genuinely, I don't know how this keeps happening. I think that's what I said. I was like, how does this keep happening?
Just disbelief.
Yeah.
Didn't you stand up and salute as well?
Yeah, we did. We did do a salute for our president.
Well, that's beautiful. And I feel like we should respect Noya, the Danish president, by sending off the show with one last salute. How would you guys feel about that?
Yeah.
I think that would be beautiful. Well, thank you guys so much for joining us for day 3 of GCC. That ends it here. Elim Games coming up tomorrow, same time, same place. And a salute to our great Danish president. Good night. G2 Gozen arrive here in Seoul, champions of the first ever Game Changers Championship, facing up against a Nova that is fresh off of the first win for their region, looking to claim another upset and to claim revenge for Shirazi.
As Nova now have to rely on another burst of utility to get in, but it's supposed to be sheared. In the back lines, only able to grab one, and then it's a desolation from G2. They don't know where Mimi is, and they don't know where Petra's gone. Another swing, and it's a hit! G2 now with the advantage. The time ticking, Petra in the corner, and she has heated up in this map. But Mimi's already faded out, gone back to the rest of the squad, as Sheer is able to slip past on the backside. Nova with the lifeline! Sheer dominance on the B site as they find their second, a much needed round. 1 versus 2, it seems like Nova may have stumbled, but they will not fall. Not just yet, unless Petra's got a big play up her sleeve. Already isolating one, the reveal is there. The reload needed, and now her opponent rounds the corner to destined death. Petra puts them in their place with an 11th round for G2. It will be a triple from Mimi to close this out in flawless fashion. G2 have given Nova courtesy enough, and they take it 2-0.
The back-to-back world champs, Shopify Rebellion, enter the competition here in South Korea, facing off against MIBR.
And it's not perfect information. Shopify aren't ready for this timing. Oh, that's trouble. Remember, Sarah's the one with 1 HP. Has to win this fight, the reload. Such dangerous timing, and Sarah pounces. A 3K to get SRG to 3. But it's just Noya in the 1v3. Surely that Molly. Wow, she got away with getting it off. She got away with getting it off. SRN waiting on the other side has been halved. Noya calls the bluff. The Start is going to get the first line, immediately put the op down. Oh my god. Noya's going to do it again. Has to get on the spike. Crouched. Keep your head down. Noya gets it to half. Waiting for the swing, waiting for the challenge. Now doubles down, and Noya does it again! I like Lisa's position. A chance to get a pick, teleport away. 12-6 so far has been the spark for MIBR. Just got the smoke back up spots. One swings into the second. The Red Bull clutch for Lisa. It's not gonna matter. They're winning every single fight, every step of the way. Shopify close out MIBR 2-0.
Keep it on the hash. Keep it on the hash. Yeah. On the hash. On the hash. Oh yeah. What you want? Sorry to bother. I don't mean to be blowing your cover. No, we probably shouldn't take this no further. But you beat the cookie up like no other. I see seen your whip was parked in the lot out front. You was fine on me. I know I could never be a Cinderella. Together we starting a messed up telenovela. I like the way you rock my whip. I like the way you lick my I like the drugs you let me hit. Do me so good, I'ma pass out. Love it when you keeping your mask on. Love it when I'm running dirty with a rough boy. Guess I gotta take my mask out. Ice, money, sex, trees. Everything's bliss when I'm paying my bills with the money you give me for free. But being tied down, we make sure you can do you and that I can do me. I feel like Rapunzel, I am your secret treat that no one can see. If you wanna have some fun, call 415-1999. I'm thinking it's another way to call it my line. I'm out and five, this cookie ain't free. Oh yeah, but it's something about you. Love the way you giving me, babe, but he never gon' stay, cause that's gon' make me go and say hush. Keep it on the hush. Yeah, on the hush. On the hush. Oh yeah. Keep it on the hush. Keep it on the hush. Yeah. On the hush. On the hush. Oh yeah.
We call my phone, I like that.
Hey, I see you stuck in my page. What you doing up so late? I be loving the trade.